Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. We are at the start of the second half of the group stages, and I cannot wait to see exactly who qualifies for today. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and on the play today we have Group C.
Yeah, Group C is going to be the team that will be lined up here today, and it's going to be their final group stage. And at the end of this day, we're going to see two playoff finalists for this very group stage. And I can't wait for this game to start, AJ. I mean, we got 4 days of group stage already said and done. We got 4 more to go, and there were a lot of surprises and upsets for Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. And I can't wait to see what's lined up here today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think it was a shocker of a series the last time we did catch VI T2P take on C8 United. They thumped them 3-0. But today, we open up the day for Group C with a potential revenge match because it is going to be the exact same game, right? VI T2P takes on C8 United in our very first series of the day. And if there is revenge there, perhaps this might just start the uprising of C8 United once again in the competition. You know, a lot of expectations have been built on this team as well as the clan overall because of their recent performance. But just as what we discover competition after competition, yes, some of the teams do get better, but more fresh competition keeps stepping into the fray to make things so much harder, Cali.
And honestly, for C8 United, they did not see VIC T2P to actually get them at day number 4 when they were playing at a best of 3 series. And they did lose 1. And I expect them to lose 1 at least, but they lose twice and they lose thrice. And I was like, wow, okay, VIC T2P, I see what you did there. They clearly did their homework and they know who to shut down, especially against C8 Legacy at the end of that day number 4. But then again, AJ, I feel like the loss of C8 Dre for C8 Legacy felt like a detrimental effect from them because of C8 Mids being that new addition to this game at this team. I think they're having a rough time cohesivity or just like playing as a team play, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, we all expect C8 United to just step on up to the plate today in Group C to take the plate for to take the game from everybody else. But with what VIC T2P has shown us so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it looks like they are here to rock Group C. But of course, let's take a quick refresher of how the tournament format is. At the start of this, we had 256 teams at the qualifiers. Through all of those crazy number of matches, we now ended up with 16 teams within the group stage. And we had, of course, the double round robin set up for the group stages in itself. And the first week, the first half of the group stages have now concluded. Each and every single team in each and every single one of these groups have met their opponents one time round. Now, today is the kickoff of round number 2. But we don't get to see each and every single group today in participation. We are only going to focus here on Group C, which means 2 teams move on to the playoffs, and also 2 teams will be leaving the competition today.
And honestly, here for Group C, Almighty is going to be that front runner to at least place that number 1 spot here. This Group C, that number 2 spot is still close, but VIT2P or VICT2P, they're going to be the front runner for the top 2 spot for Group C to advance to the playoffs. But the first 4 days of the group stage is exactly where every squad gets to calibrate and adjust and see what is missing. Now, the succeeding days, there's 1 day allotted for each group to duke and battle it out on the field. 3 matches for every team here when they play the succeeding games. But for now, for Group C, yes, of course, they're going to have these 3 matches for them. And we're really going to know who's going to advance to this next stage. But for me, exactly, C8 United, they need to step up to get their acts together and advance to the top 2. But here is the prize pool for Garena CODM Master Season 2. First place gets you a lion's share of 10,000 USD. Second place gets you 4,500. Third place gets you 3,000. Fourth place gets you 1,500 US dollars. 5th and 8th place accordingly will get 750. 9th to 12th place will get you 500. And 13th to 16 gives you a small piece of that 250 USD.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And of course, all of these teams in here to play for the money, also in here to play for the pride, and a lot of pride on the table. We've seen some ego challenges out of these team members, in some of these squads out there, but that's not going to be great for the team overall because all of those ego challenges, as what we've seen, have been quite the downfall for some of those squads out there. So let's see if or not that would be a situation or a drama caused in here for the final day of play within the group stage for Group C. I have got my eyes most definitely on ALMGHTY. We still want to know if or not they can keep up their perfect record. So far in Group C, they are absolutely untouched, 9-0. The only ones, like you said, the ones that are closest to them would be VI T2P with the 5 wins that they've got in the bag so far.
And honestly, before we look at this Group C so far for VI T2P, they currently stand with 5 map wins. And of course, they would also have 4 map loss. And honestly, for them, they're going to have to step it up here today for them to still survive and be able to stay at that number 2 spot. Now, the worst case scenario here for VI T2P is they start to lose all their series, and that's going to be the best case scenario for CH United. And yes, they are trailing by 2 maps here for that second place in Group C, so they have the chance to force a tiebreaker. And honestly, for them, they have to at least win 3-0 against VI T2P, 3-0 against Envy Doctors, and at least win 1 map against ALMGHTY. In total of that, they're going to have 10 map wins at the end of the day and 8 loss in a standing of 4-2. So honestly, for CH United, they still have the chance to get this through as long as they keep themselves intact. But for VIC T2P, I actually don't see them stopping at all with the way they just handled C8 United at day number 4.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, with C8 United struggling in the competition so far, especially against VIC T2P, which was quite the shocker, many would expect them to perhaps not play or perform all that too well today. I am of the exact opposite frame of mind. I think today is going to be the day where C8 United steps up to the plate and they show us exactly who they are. Oral, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, as well as Troy. I'm expecting a lot out of these boys, especially when we look at all of those respawns. My eyes are on 2 players, Icy Pie as well as Joshua, right? They've stepped up for the team, not just once or twice, but in every single one of these matches out there, Callie. And I feel like C8 United is ready to execute some revenge in here today.
Yeah, Joshua and Icify, they are that consistent offensive slayers, of course, for C8 United. But then again, you take a look at Auro and Ron and what they can offer when they come in and win those individual gunfights. Though they struggled against VIC T2P in that day number 4, today's a different day, and they have the chance again to redeem themselves and kickstart their day and win as well. So now's the opportunity for them to get their acts together, because right now this is going to be the final stage. This is going to be the final group stage of this second round robin. They need to win 2 maps and of course 1 at least against ALMGHTY, and that's going to be the task for them here for today's series and an interday schedule that we have. But obviously for C8, the struggle continues for them. Their inconsistency and their lack of execution are confounding over time, and it's desperation call in this second round robin. Every match counts, every map counts, and it's going to be a really tall order for them as they go up against VIC T2P with Koai, Dave, Light, Mavia, Toro, and Yulo. This team right now, AJ, continues to surprise us with the way they handle their respawns as well, but also in their search and destroy gameplay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. VIC T2P, their awakening was when they went up against Envy Doctors. A lot of, promise was shown there by the one and only Davey, right? I mean, the most promising player within the squad of VIC T2P. And you know what? Here's a fun fact for all of you guys. Davey was actually a national table tennis player for the Philippines when he was a 6th grader. And the guy just continues to outdo every single person, every single kid out there on the block. And he's just such a superstar wherever he goes, Callie.
Well, I think it's the competitive spirit of being a sports player itself. I mean, being a sports player myself as well, I want to consistently get better every day. And I think that's what Davey is actually trying to do here as well for VI T2P. They continue to surprise us, and I will expect them to actually play and, of course, outduel and outperform C8 United in this first match for today. But, you know, AJ, I'd like to know your thought process. VI T2P, or is it going to be yours truly, C8 United?
For me, bro, it's going to be C8 United, man. I think after going up against VIC T2P and getting pounded, because, you know, that's exactly what T2P is, right? Time to pound. They showed that they can pound the life out of C8 United, and they did exactly that. But C8 United, they've seen exactly what sort of gameplay that VIC T2P has on the table, and they are ready for a comeback in here. If there's anything that I know about C8, these are the boys that never say die. Ron goes up against Davey in this head-to-head. And as you can see in the KD department, Ron isn't really doing all that too well in comparison to Davey, the superstar of VI T2P that has just been an absolute outbreak of a crazy man out there on the battlefield, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, a 1.24 compared to a 0.83. Davey just doing a lot better individually, and he's going to be that main player for VI T2P when it comes to slaying and, of course, breaking these hard points. He's always that guy who's going to be that first one in, and he's going to be the first one out, and he's going to be that continuous annoyance against C8 United. But then again, for C8 United, Rondo, he's going to have a far underperforming KDA. I expect them at least to step up here today, knowing that they already lost against VI T2P. They can't repeat the same mistakes that they did on day number 4. They need to find a way to bounce back. But here's the funny thing, AJ. At day number 4, it was VI T2P who get to pick 2 maps. So they pick all the respawn games. But then for C8 United, they pick a map where they use raid at search and destroy, and that's something that VI T2P struggles at. But somehow VI T2P destroyed them 6-1. They got pounded really hard, and that was not really great for C8 United itself. But hey, this is going to be a new day, new maps, and here we go. Takeoff Hardpoint, firing range, search and destroy, and raid domination.
This is just crazy, man. You told me VIC T2P won that coin toss. Looks like they won the coin toss again, and they drag us into Takeoff again. Are we going to see a repeat of this? Because you know what? One more thing, right? Not only is Davey an amazing slayer out there on the battlefield, he is one of the best objective players on the side of VI T2P. The guy does everything for the side of VI T2P. And I feel like that is going to be the strongest point that C8 United needs to exploit here, right? If they can shut down Davey in each and every single one of these game modes, as well as those rounds in SnD, they're not going to have to worry all that too much. But of course, in SnD, it's not just you know, the plays out of Davey. They also have to worry about the mad ravaging man Mav himself, right? The last time they met on that SnD raid, the guy was on absolute fire. Today it's going to be firing range, and I kind of feel like it's going to be pretty much the same thing. And I like the adjustments being brought in here by VIC T2P. Because although they did win that domination match, it got way too close, and they didn't want to allow that to happen again, and therefore they go in with an absolute switch. I really like the setup coming through here for VIC T2P, but it's all for C8 United here to prove everybody that they can make a strong comeback, Ali.
And now we are going to start the first series for the day. Once again, give it up, C8 United and VI T2P as they hop inside the first hardpoint of Takeoff. Ron is going to find one, is going to find the second, and a great way to start this hardpoint Takeoff as Ron is going to get involved very early, and that's what you want from your head-to-head player for C8 United. But so far on this one, it's going to be a 50-50 battle rather indeed, as both these teams are trying to fight for that P1, and obviously that mid-map is going to be pretty hard to step inside. But for now, C8 United, they're going to full up front, but only a small ingress.
Yeah, both teams now just going straight on, head on in to battle, and they want to just make sure they get as many points as possible from quite an impossible hardpoint out here. And if they don't throw each other in the way of harm, they're not going to be able to pull off any points whatsoever. But of course, you can see that they're not getting way too aggressive in there. They're just sending out one pawn, just one objective player to tease out some of those points out of the hardpoint, because they know they do not want to allow their opponents to to streak themselves up before we even get to P2. Now, at P2, if they do have those score streaks, things will get a little crazy. But because both teams are so patient out there on P1, we're still going to have a slow fight here. It's all going to be gunfight after gunfight. But C8 United really stepping it up now to shut down the players of VI T2P. But Yulo comes out of nowhere with his MAC-10, eats up 3 players in a row, and continues his streak.
Oh my goodness, that was just a nice break from VI T2P. And of course, now they're continuing to follow up with the play that YOLO just pulled off. But for now, C8 still got this good spawn, but that soon would change as this guy's gonna get taken down. So now the spawns has been flipped. And for now, C8 United is going to be inside his hard point. They got that 3 players locked down. Light losing this gunfight is gonna be huge for C8 as they continuously try to soak all these points in this hard point. 15 seconds left, and YOLO continues to put on the tear. Another multiple kill lineup for YOLO here at the second hard point, and you don't want this guy to build up that operator skill pretty fast. Now, final 3 seconds, we're moving on to new. Looks like C8 United will be setting up early. They got number 5 and number 3, Joshua and Arrow in early rotation, and they're also locking down this P4 spawn as well, so this is going to be a nice start for them. But you already know the attack in multiple angles from VI T2P to create the ingress is already in, and they will be successful. Though they will be coming in late, they will be here to surprise and spoil the party as they get the inside his hardpoint early.
And one small mistake by Ron, he steps off of the spawn and he gives it away to VI T2P. If only he had been a little bit more strict there, perhaps the comeback could have been stronger, but it doesn't really matter. They force their way through either way, through gas tank areas, and they flip out the spawns once again. C8 United, they lose control and they grab it right back. Can they now catch up with VI T2P before this hard point is over? Yulo wants to make sure that doesn't happen, but the MAC-10 is not going to be able to strike as Oro pulls out the Annihilator, pops one with the thumper as well. It is not going to allow anyone to step onto this hard point just yet, as those players do. MAC-10 still can't secure the situation for him. The players of VI T2P, they are hungry for this, and even that early setup on that P4 is probably going to get them a little bit further here, Callie.
Yeah, resilience is going to be the key here for both of these teams. No matter how well that the other team break, you have to bounce back. And for VI T2P setting up early, this is going to be a huge play for them as they get the numbers inside his hard point. But this time, this is going to be pretty hard because they don't have the good spawns. And C8 United, they're going to be much faster when it comes to reinforcing. And they're also locking down that mid-map control as well. But for Map, he's going to be here, getting that 7 in a row already fully streaked up. He's got that cluster strike already available. He's got 16 kills as well. Going to be very useful here against C8 United later on in the succeeding rounds as he continues to pop off with it. And now later, Showtime this continues to unravel. C8 United, final 20 seconds left here before we move on to new. But I must say, AJ, this is pretty close.
Yeah, I was expecting Map to pop off in that SnD, but the guy's starting off hot on Hardpoint in itself. Fully streaked up already. XS1 Goliath as well as Cluster can come back in here for the play. And you know exactly when that Cluster is going to be wrecking on all of those damage. And earlier on, you saw that both of the teams were a little hesitant to step on that first Hardpoint this time round. I don't think VI T2P is going to have much of an issue doing that at all. And of course, that XS1 Goliath for that final showdown to close the game off. VI T2P now, they take over the first Hardpoint. No need for the clusters just yet. Only when C8 United comes in here, hard-headed to take it over. But so far, they're just way too far away from this Hardpoint, falling before they can even reach it, Callie.
Yeah, they're quite falling. This is not really looking good if you're C8 United. Mav's already in 12 in a row. He's going to make that 13! Yes, indeed! And it's going to be in a Nook streak watch, and everybody from C8 United needs to cancel out this guy this instant. 79 to 110 is going to be the score of this game, and I think Map is going to add a little bit more onto that, make that 14 now for this guy. Fail yet to get shot down. This hardpoint number 1 is about to end soon, and VI T2P, they're going to be the first team to score the 100-point mark. And not only that, Map, he's got this score streak that can be usually very available on that next set of hardpoint. Now that cluster strike could be really useful in removing that anchor spawn for C8 United. But for now, they're looking to play this one really slow. 58 seconds. AJ, right now, C8 United trying to come back, but the 2 players from VI T2P is going to be in, and they will create the break inside his hard point. And this is not looking good for C8 United. They need to continuously do better. Double down that effort because we are now in the late stage, and Mav's got 16 in a row, AJ.
Yeah, it was a misplay on the cluster strike, if you ask me. He should have just positioned that just a little bit over the spawns that the players of C8 United were taking over, and they would have been able to spawn right in their place and take over the P2 very easily. Instead, the cluster strike gives the team absolutely nothing, and VI T2P have got now to deal 17. With C8 United making their way right back into this matchup. He activates the Annihilator as well, Marv. Second time in a row. Is he going to continue streaking himself up? This guy is an absolute annihilator, no pun intended at all. Mav, are you gonna slow down, my boy? 18 kills is not gonna be available as Joshua finally takes him out of the equation. And on that note, C8 United, they equalize as well. And I feel like Mav might have just gone on an ego trip here looking for that nuke, and he didn't really participate much in this matchup. And C8 United are right back in it, and they take over P4 as P3 as well.
And that's what happens when you try to play passive against C8 United. They feed on those mistakes. And right here, right now, they're scoring all the loads of the points inside this game. Arrow stepping up very huge, dropping one player all across the other side of the spawns. And this is where the Predator missile is going to be very handy. Shotting down Axis 1 to line is going to be huge. And there you go. The game continues. C8 Arrow stepping up once again, gets 3 players in a row, make that 4, and now 4 more points for the win. And they will be winning this game through a comeback. C8 United wins it 150 to 130.
What a play! What a game! C8 United! Today is the day where they take revenge. Today is the day where they make that stellar comeback and make sure they make it all the way through to the playoffs. VI T2P just... Dude, we opened up the show. I talked so much about ego challenges. I really wanted it to be out of the subject matter today when we take the story of all of these battles within Group C. But no, it just had to come out. Mav just had to go on a trip where he was looking for that nuke. And let me tell you this, right? His performance on this matchup was amazing, magnificent as an individual player. As a team player, on the other hand, I kind of feel like Mav could have done just slightly better with all of his actions towards the very end of the game. And I kind of feel like the cluster strike that Mav brought out could have been a game changer. It could have stopped the players of C8. It didn't.
Well, it's because of the positioning, AJ.
Yeah.
He positioned that cluster strike inside that second hard point where it could have been used to remove the anchor right beside that launch center. And for Mav, the moment he realized that C8 United is slowly coming back is the moment where he said, no, okay, no more nuke streak. I'm going to go and attack with my Annihilator. And that moment came in really too late because C8 United already got their momentum. And not only that, he tried to use the XS1 Goliath at that third hard point. And he did so activated it, but Arrow shuts him down with that Predator missile. And at the end of the day, AJ, score streaks mattered the most.
Of course. And, you know, not only the score streaks matter the most, the timing of those score streaks really, and I feel like, you know, C8 United, they make me feel good about myself as a shoutcaster, right? Because I call it, they go out there and they absolutely deliver it perfectly. And, you know, here's exactly what it is. The timing of those score streaks were just so immaculate in terms of, if at all C8 United, just like, you know, we've seen a couple of times in the group stage so far, had used the Preddy just as a source of getting a couple of extra kills, we would have not seen this immaculate comeback. But that XS1 Goliath annihilation with the Predator missile, the timing was just, my goodness me, breathtaking. C8 United, what a comeback, man. Literally on this match in itself where they were down and they just soared right back on par and took the match away from the players that unfortunately could not focus on the win, but focused on a little bit of ego play.
That first match could have been in the hands of VIC T2P, but again, the ego hurted them at the end of the game. And now we're moving into a map where it's going to be a map pick by C8 United and VIC T2P. obviously they're still going to be very phased coming off from that first map loss where eventually they could have won that. And now here they go. Will they be able to be resilient and to not worry about what happened earlier to win this map number 2? At the end of the day, every map counts and they need to worry about what's at present. Here we go. VI T2P, CH United, firing range, search and destroy. AJ, we're going to see CH United try to go for a very slow attack here on this first round.
Yeah, VIC T2P just choosing to play defensive, and Ron will punish them early with a sticky straight onto Light, taking him out of the equation. 5v4 numbers on the side of C8 United. Yulo will trade Ron out, and the numbers are all equal yet again. Kilo 141 in the hands of Yatoro, can go out for a spray, but plays it very passively. Yulo backstab, catches one, but Fluffy with the CBR4 sees him at the doorway. Oro backstab will find Yatoro, and this is very quickly falling into the hands of C8 United. A little bit of a shade of all where we expect them to dominate, and they go out and do exactly that, Gally.
Yeah, I love the confidence that they're showing here right now on this current round. When they get that first pick, they follow up immediately and they make sure that VI T2P continues to bleed. Now, Mav is going to be the only player alive, and we know what this guy can do. He is the player to watch for VI T2P with that scope. But here for the first round, he's going to find one dropping arrow. Now, here comes the reposition. Gonna need to find 3 more players. Net bomb is sticking, and this is going to be desperation call. Fluffy takes him out, and C8 United going to kickstart their SnD by winning the first round. Nice follow-up when they get the first blood, and hopefully they do continue up that consistency here at the succeeding rounds. Now it's time to see what type of rotation and adjustments will VI T2P use here this time. What will CH United do as well? Because right now, the first round, they attack pretty slow. And here this time, they're looking to do the same thing. But here comes the first blood once again, sticking VI T2P. We got an early 4v5 on this first 20 seconds.
Yeah, Mav was the greatest damage dealer in the last time these two teams met up. This time he's trying to be the exact same thing as well. Surviving long enough perhaps can be a great way to start, but he also needs the rest of his team members to step it up once again. With the player getting taken down very early in this round, is obviously not going to be too happy at all with his own performance. The previous matchup that, of course, is continuing into this SnD as well. And if C8 United manages to catch them in this SnD as well, it's the best way to break their confidence, don't you say, Gally?
Yeah, honestly, just one way to kickstart, of course, the victory party for C8 United as well, as they try to climb that ladder board on that second spot for this Group C. But still, we got a long day up ahead, and they need to continue. And here we go, Light going down, Fluffy with the takedown. Davies going to be the final player. He's going to have to face against 3 players all the way to the back trailers, and Ron takes him out immediately with that CBR4. And I think VI T2P is still phased about what happened to that first map. They need to keep it going now. CH United is slowly pulling away. 2 rounds already in their hands. We're moving on to round 3. Now's the time for VI T2P to get 1 round and, of course, swing that momentum to their side.
Mav's flicks just a little too slow this time around. I feel like he is a little nervous. Will he be? Whose baby brother is that? Cuteness, I tell you. Icy Pie. SVD in hand. Is he going to find anyone inside of auto repair? Yes, if he is patient enough, perhaps Light will show his face. Icy Pie repositions right after one quick cheeky shot. Good grenade. Is he going to find anyone? No. Player retreats off of that spot, so nothing for each of them. Great slide in for the plant. Av's not going to be able to catch the bomber at all. And of course, Fluffy's going to be happy with that. Pressure on the players of VI T2P. As the bomb now gets planted, they have to act.
This is going to be the first 5v5 rotation that we are going to see here at this firing range map. And Yatoro, they will be dealing the first blood. And now Davey going to follow it 1. Trying to get that second as well, all the way to that wood house. And he's going to take in damage, but not enough. But Yolo gets the final kill on that delivery. And we got this 3v2. CH United on the prowl. Not really looking at it better, but look at this. Fluffy gets 1, Toy gets 1, and Davey gets the clutch as well. Goodness gracious, mamma mia, VI T2P. Clutching it up, AJ.
VI T2P or Day B, because that play, that round was all this guy, right? Your personal MVP, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the one and only Day B. What a player, what a cracker. This guy's a little dynamite out there on the battlefield. Now, if he can continue that sort of a performance, he doesn't really need to worry about Mav's, mindset all that too much as they continue running on in here, because he himself should be able to motivate the rest of the players out of VI T2P to make this comeback against C8 United. One round down now. C8 United 2 wasn't a lot. They will be trying to add on more to their taking. C8 United now on the attack. The Bomber, of course, being a little patient, holding back behind Barracks Hut, whilst the rest of them go out for a hunt. Who's going to find the head of the VIC T2P players first? Or is it going to be the other way around? For the time being, both teams super passive on the approach.
Yeah, they're trying to make this pretty slow as much as possible, but to take a look at it this way, the defense of VI T2P, they're trying to put that bomb, get that pre-plant, and they will go for another 5v5 retake. This is where they're successful at AJ, and now 42 seconds, we are about to see this retake. We need to see the first blood happen first. Ron gets one, Dave gets the second, and that follow-up is going to get that first blood exchange. 3v4, here we go.
Dave, once again, man, just catching out all of the players on the side of C8 United time and time again. Is he going to continue to pressure them all on his own? Maybe now, as he repositions, should be able to catch the player up inside of the auto repair. Just outplaying them in terms of movement. Yulo catches one, Mac 10 does not turn around quick enough, and Ron punishes Mav as well as Yulo right back to back. And C8 United, they take the fourth round in hand, 3-1, and VI T2P, they've got one final chance in here before they take the bomb.
Yeah, they need to keep this one really close. Make it at least 3-2 before we switch the sides. But talk about how C8 United Ron continues to be the bane against VIC T2P. And now, for Mav, he needs to get this one at least almost taken down toward there, but that guy is still going to pretty much leave. And for now, C8 United still trying to make this pretty slow pace attack, and it's been working for them so far, and that's been traumatizing VI T2P for this first 4 rounds that we had. And now they're still putting up pretty passively, but slowly and surely they're trying to get in and of course get to that A bomb site. Rom taking down Mav, that's going to be his 9th kill for the day. They're moving on to this A site, and they will drop another player in Yatoro. 3v5, the pressure will continue with that bomb planted.
Yeah, all those thumpers are going to make sure that Light does not get super aggressive, and Oro catches him from the window. Ron finds another. Is he going to get the shot? No! Davey, what a play! The guy plays the head glitch, survives that CBR for such a distance, still secures the kill, goes out for the wild spray. Davey catches Fluffy again, and this guy, I mean, he's trying his best for the team, man. Davey, even if they lose it, I'm a fan already.
Davey, you are just carrying your team right now. Take a look at this. He's got 7 kills. The closest that the team has is 2 kills, and this guy continues to bring VIC T2P very close here against C8 United, but that's not enough. We need to see more as a team for VIC T2P. We need to see more from Yatoro, Light, Mav, and of course, Silo himself, as they've been pretty flat on that first half, and now we move into the second half where they will be attacking. This time they get to initiate and dictate where that bomb will go. And now looking at it this way, Ron will take down Light, and that's going to be his 10th kill for the day. And again, he continues to be the bane for VIC T2P. And for now, with Mav retaliating back, dropping IC5, this should cut down the bleeding. We got a 4v4. They're looking to put that bomb at this A side, and I love the defense here for C8 United. Still playing it pretty passively, but they're about to get aggressive soon.
Gunshots now heard. Toy will be passing that information right back. Holga player needs to back away. Thumper comes out to say hello, and he bags Davey. Davey manages to shut down Oro just before getting taken down. Toy, can he secure yet another? He does. Ron with a backup as well, but Mav will get that quick scope just to find Fluffy in front of him with the CBR4. C8 United on that secure revenge match point.
And not only that, AJ, they are on phase. The give back VI T2P, their own 6-1. And remember, day 4, CH United, they lost 1-6. And now this time, they're looking to get it back through. Get that 6-1, and then Give the medicine to VI T2P. And
Oh,
here goes the
yeah!
first blood. VI. Map is going down really fast. And look at this. 15 seconds in. And we are going to see them jump off by one. Yulo trying to stay alive. It's going to be the only play. But
GG.
IC5 shuts him down. Revenge season for CH United. Taking down VI T2P. Map number 2.
C8 United, that's what I'm talking about. My goodness me. The amazing revenge day to open up the second half of the group stages for themselves. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today is the day where the full second half will be played for Group C. This is not going to be the only match that you see C8 United as well as VIC T2P play. Each and every single team within Group C will be playing 3 series in here. And unfortunately for VI T2P, they are starting off on a bad note because they had just found a way to make the players of C8 United rage themselves up so bad that they wanted to secure not just a revenge, but the perfect revenge, Callie. Getting the exact same score to show VIC T2P what a comeback is all about.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared for VIC T2P now. C8 United, turns out they are the ones pounding the time to pound team. But you obviously see it here. After this search and destroy firing range, both of these teams now stands at a 5-map win and a 6-map loss. So now they are equally tied. And if C8 United gets to win one more at the following map here at Domination Raid, they're going to be standing at the second spot for this Group C. And that's going to be great place for them as they kickstart their comeback season here at this final day of their group stage at this Group C. But talk about the game first itself. I mean, Davey did himself wonders, but his teammate did not reciprocate back, AJ.
And you know what? Didn't we just see the head-to-head between Davey as well as Ron when we started off the match, or was that Davey and Oro?
It's Davey and Ron.
There you go. And I guess we see yet another head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where Ron steps up to the plate and says, I am going to be the MVP in this head-to-head every single time we step up. My goodness me, I tell you, C8 United, what a comeback in here today, man. But can they complete the perfect revenge? Can they complete the perfect comeback in here by shutting down VIC T2P yet again in another match? And you know, if you want to be pedantic about it, the players of VIC T2P technically did better than the players of C8 United because they only allowed C8 United to take 123 points away on that hardpoint match. And, you know, they've kind of faulted in here with those 7 points. But let's see if or not C8 United can complete the perfect revenge, the perfect comeback by shutting down the players of VIC T2P a little bit more neatly in that domination matchup. Because the last time where they did go down, that domination match was so close. Only 4 points between the teams.
Yeah, and it was too close for comfort for both these ends. But looking at the map right now, it's not going to be the same as it is because you're going to see a far better, wider map itself in Raid Domination. And not only that, you got to fight for every gunfight when you get down and spawn trap at that swimming pool into that basketball court. So honestly, for CH United, picking this Guerrilla Squad AJ is going to be a wise pick for them. Yes, they will start at the first half at that A flag, but at the Charlie flag, but at that second half, they will have that favored spawn. So that's going to give them even more advantage at the end of this domination. Once again, C8 United, they have won 2 in a row and they're looking to swing one more against VI T2P to give them their own dose of their medicine. Once again, VI T2P, C8 United, Raid Domination. Final map here for the series number 1. And we get to see C8 started up with that first blood, and now they're looking to stretch out in this inner circle. AJ looking quite solid so far for VI T2P. They're winning majority of the gunfights.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, when you talk about the different sides of domination, Raid, I'm just so 50-50 on it, right? Because some players, some teams, they absolutely love to start on the Special Forces base. They love to hold Laundry. They love to control that A and B flag just with the power position at Laundry. But we've seen teams like Smart Omega show us that the spawn out of the Guerrilla base, holding onto the C flag and holding onto the second floor of Gallery can be as effective, if not even more effective than the Special Forces base. It really depends on your own personal liking in here, and I feel like both of these teams, they're quite equal, 50-50 on it. And it is the Gallery players that are going to be placing their effect, placing their markers onto that B flag just a little bit more to secure it. But of course, C8 United, they hop right back in there. It is all in the balance still here. Neither team has managed to really take over control of that B flag just yet, Gally.
Yeah, and I mean, for now, for VI T2P, they're trying to reposition. And this mid-map control from Yathor is going to give them some time to get their players back together here at this B flag site, while IC5 continues to soak up and influence this B flag. They're about to get this one through to get this early 2 flags in play.
Oh, wow.
But they had a rough challenge share. It took them a solid 2 minutes and 20 seconds to get this one through. And obviously, speaking now for CH United, this is great. But look at number 4 in map, trying to create a play at this A flag site. Same goes for Davey, as they will be reinforcing players to fortify, and of course, this track. And there you go. 2 players hopping in, and they would get spongic, but still they win the gunfight. So they got these 2 flags in play. Here comes another Predator missile. Nothing. No one will get taken out, and it leaves CH United stuck in the middle. And this is going to be the perfect diversion for VIC T2P to retake that B flag.
That ready. Panic, bro. we don't laugh at the guy, because I know and you know we have all done that with a Predator missile. Oops, I hit the screen accidentally. 38-37, the players of VI T2P managing to find some control in this domination matchup. But C8 United now fighting back really hard. But look at this Yulo bringing on to activation the Annihilator and plays for that B flag. Is he gonna get those back-to-back kills? Yes, he will, but Ron out of nowhere, together with the assistance of Oro, take Yulo out of the equation. And C8 United now, this is their play for that comeback.
And honestly now, 5 seconds, 5 more points for them to get this one tied up, and they will get this lead. And now, as they try to line up their players, I really love how they stack one player at the back of their spawns in that A flag. Just keep that defended, and of course intercept any players from VIC T2P that will try to attack us. This first half is about to end. Still pretty close. The battle for the mid control, the mid garden, is really important for both these ends. As you see, it's going to be a lot easier for you to intercept players here at this B flag. Arrow gets one. IC5 with the beautiful thumper cancelled out the push made by VIC T2P, and they will be not successfully getting that done. 61-64 going to be the score of this game. I'm loving so far what CH United showed, but for VIC T2P, we need to see more from them in the second half. But they're looking to not stop here at all. They're looking to get the pressure by taking these 2 flags once again. But number 1 in run will try to get the prevention, get this flag split, but he's going to not. He's going to get taken down here. And okay, pretty close here, AJ. Too close for my liking.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Light needs to win this gunfight, but no, he drops it to Joshua, and therefore they will go ahead to lose that C flag. VIC T2P, are they going to get triple cap to the end? Almost did. 75-72, C8 United in front. And just as close as that domination match was on day 4, it is as close out on here in day number 5. Yes, the players of C8 United, they lost 3-0 to VI T2P, and you are about to see what could potentially be one of the best comebacks, one of the best revenge out of a team in a double round robin setup. And this is what we live for. 76-73 now. B flag on the tees by the players of VIC T2P, and they should be able to secure it unless this undoing from the laundry side backstab by C8 United.
Oh my goodness, that was just a perfect pinch play, and now they get to spawn out VIC T2P, and this is time for them to get this B flag, and they will be successful at it. Goodness gracious, and not only that, AJ, they got that score streak, that sentry turret located at that outskirts of the laundry, so they get immediate control right off this A flag spawn, so that limits the attack sites, the attack entries from VIC T2P, and now they're moving into this trolley flag where Light is going to kickstart one. Needs to get one more on this red guards, and they're going to subside one more player as they try to get this B flag or this trolley flag in their hands. They will not be that successful. Beautiful they played there from Ron as he gets one more, dropping Davey. There we go. The head-to-head players kicking it off, and Ron is gonna still win that gunfight. 14 kills to his name already. And we got a lot of time up in this game, and VI T2P just really intended to getting the Charlie flag, AJ.
Oh yeah, that was the GG, man, because the intention was right. VI T2P, they went in for the overextension because they could no longer access that B flag from that laundry side, all thanks to that great placement of the sentry. I've seen some terrible placements, but that was one of the supreme placements of that sentry just to lock down that hold on that B flag. All they needed was just one defender. The two other players or three other players were holding that B flag, and they only had one more overextending to make sure the C flag does not get taken away. C8 United now, feathering on the edge of a cliff here as VI T2P. They try to pressure them as much as possible. Three players now hopping on in for the takeover at the B flag. Freddy comes through, gets the double, and C8 United continue to show us how score streaks are used.
That score 6. I tell you, that Predator missile will be hunting VI T2P for the coming matches that they will have in today's series. C8 United just pounding them with those Predator missiles as they are way step closer to getting this victory. 106 to 137. They only need 12 more points to be exact at this point, and this just been the best comeback ever after dropping 3-0 against VI T2P on day number 4. They come here swinging. They come here with unnerving will, and they will try to take one of their own as well. 4 more points for the win. This is C8 United at their very, very best. They only need to defend one more flag, and they will do so as they win this map number 3 as well. 3-0 to kickstart the day. Revenge complete.
GG WP. C8 United. What a play,
sweep,
man.
Sweep.
Guy, man, I tell you, C8 United. I mean, you know, I expected this from a mile away. I was 100% shocked when C8 United dropped the series against VI T2P on day number 4. But, you know, you saw the fire in VI T2P. But you also saw a lot of points where, you know, it was open for the exploitation out of C8 United. Hence why the very, very educated guess as to C8 United making this strong comeback, taking this revenge, not just as a solid one, but a super solid 3-0. And remember, just that one question that I had for them. Can they outperform the players of VI T2P in this domination match? Since they did not outperform them, even if they did beat them at Hardpoint. They took that question to heart. And they delivered that point blank. 150 to 115, much better than the 150-146 victory that the players of VI T2P took off of them at the firing range on day number 4. Icy Pie stepping up as the MVP, but I have to say, you know, shout out to Davey, because this guy, not just in the first game, not just in the second game, but throughout this whole competition in the group stages, has been carrying the players, has been carrying the team of VI T2P on his back like the soldier that he is, and I am 100% a fan.
And Davey, this is what you want from a rising individual player. Consistency. That's the word that we could see. And of course, we could elaborate to Davey's personality and of course, with the way he delivered here for VI T2P. And unfortunately for them, they did find themselves looking down the barrels of defeat, but they still have 2 more matches here today that they could win to try and outlast C8 United for that number 2 spot. But again, if VI T2P wants to win, AJ, everybody needs to step up. It doesn't need it needs to be everybody, not just Dave, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, everybody needs to kind of step it up in terms of the gameplay. And in terms of what can they do better, I feel like VI T2P has been doing everything right, except for some of those decisions made out there on the battlefield by individual players in terms of what's the priority. because, speaking about how Mav just went on that crazy streak, it was very impressive. Do not get me wrong. Whatever he's achieved out there on the battlefield at this stage is not easy at all, going on such a streak in terms of kills. But it's not necessary. It's not needed. And on a hardpoint, you need to take a certain level of risk. And you have to put yourself at risk out there on the battlefield as well. The only reason why you might want to conserve yourself for is just to streak yourself up. And at one point, Mav was already so fully streaked up. The guy couldn't eat anymore in terms of score streaks, right? So he could have gone out there. He could have taken some of those, a little bit more riskier maneuvers because he could afford to fall. But he did not want to die. He did not want his own personal performance to drop. So I kind of feel like you cannot put your personal performance ahead of your team's performance, especially when it means that, the opponents are going to be making a strong comeback. And, decisions like that made it so easy for C8 United, who were down initially in that hardpoint matchup, to make such an easy comeback much later. And of course, C8 United, they showed the players of VI T2P to the T in terms of what those timings should be when your score streaks are played. I tell you, I cannot forget that Predator missile that took out the XS1 Goliath. Perfection, Cali.
Not only that, AJ, again, C8 United, they also use another Predator missile at this domination where VI T2P, they got 4 players in that B flag, and they used the Predator missile to shut them down. And again, constant clinic fundamentally said by C8 United when it comes to properly using those core streaks. And I feel like, AJ, the reason VICT2P lost these 3 maps overall is because of that map number 1, where it had a domino effect. They were starting off really, really strong at that map number 1. And I straight out assumed that they're going to win it. But then again, they were too complacent. They tried to slack off for a little, and they did so play passively, especially in Mav, which is tried to play it really, really staggered at the end, where it was him actually trying to just best his first individual skills over his team. He did not try to play for the win. But then again, C8 United, they just fiend on the mistakes that VICT2P showed up in the game, and that's what matters the most as they end this series 3-0.
Yes, I really want to agree with that, but, perhaps just 50%, and I'll tell you why, right? I agree that Mav could have made better decisions, but I don't think that his wrong decision that he made in this first match kind of trickled on into game number 2 and 3. I feel like, those were just separate incidences where Mav did not play his part. I mean, if VIT2P was good enough to shut down C8 United 3-0, a simple loss at that hard point shouldn't have made a huge difference to them, especially at the SnD, where we should have seen more out of the team. I kind of feel like overall, the whole team wasn't at 100%, especially at that search and destroy. And Mav just made that initial mistake at that hard point. In domination, on the other hand, all of the team members out of VIT2P, they tried their best to just I guess come or just survive the onslaught of C8 United and do their very best. But it is the experience that C8 United brings to this particular series that kind of had them undone towards the very end, right? And all of those experiences does go hand in hand as well with the decision making when it comes to using all of those score streaks. We have seen C8 United make their fair share of mistakes. They are just the ones who not only make the lesser mistakes, in fact, they don't make any mistakes in here whatsoever. And they were just hands down the better team in this particular fight between VIT2P as well as C8 United. Overall, once again, this has been one of the most stellar comeback that we have seen in a competition of Call of Duty Mobile within Garena. And I tell you, man, hats off to C8 United. Just amazing stuff.
Yeah, definitely. The resolve that they had at the end of the games, and of course, that map number 2 and map number 3 is basically more than enough for them to shut down VICT2P. And this was the play right here. This Predator missile shutting down that XS1 Goliath removed the chance of VICT2P winning this game. But again, I have to say this one, at this hard point, everything that could have gone wrong for VICT2P at the end could have it gone wrong. And everything that could have gone right for C8 United gone right. And that was just the breaks of the game. C8 United just far better with that experience, and we did come into this search and destroy where we expected a little bit more of a close fight, but C8 United start off as the attackers, and the fact that they did a pretty slow pace game threw off VIC T2P and they ended it 6-1. And now looking at this domination where things are a little bit too close on this first half, everybody was just trading their gunfights, everybody was just getting involved. Then we move into the second half where eventually C8 United had far better control of the game. They got that score streak. They got that operator skills to back them up. And eventually that center turret at the outskirts of the laundries gave them the opportunity to seal the deal here against VIC T2P. And that was just, again, proper placement and, of course, proper timing of the score streak. And now your soldier of the game, C8 United Arrow, averaging 14.73 kills, averaging 17.18 deaths, and a KD of 0.86. I do love to know your thoughts on this one, AJ.
I mean, the guy clearly has not been having the time of his life out there building the best KDs for himself. But in the defense of C8 United, they have got some, stacked teams within their grouping, right? They need to go up against ALMGHTY, who have been on a tear regardless of who they go up against. And they've been destroying everybody's KD within this group. And then, of course, they went up against the players of VI T2P, who they kind of struggled against on day number 4. So that kind of describes the initial struggles of that KD. But of course, today with them winning, I kind of see it improving as well as recovering a little bit from the negative situation. But overall, Oro has definitely been a guy that all of the other team members need to keep an eye out for whenever they take on C8 United. He's a slayer when it comes to those respawns. He's a slayer when it comes to those SNDs. He's a slayer overall on the side of C8 United. And I feel like at the end of the day, even though their gunfights were so good, C8 United truly took the cake here when they executed those perfect strategies against VIC T2P. It was just the IQ plays over the mechanical skills out there. But, the mechanical skills were quite deadly as well on the domination match, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, when you got score streaks built up at the end of that first half, that really says a lot of what the individuals from C8 United can do. And honestly, I have to agree with you. Strategies is going to matter a lot, especially in response. Not only is the gunfight, you got to balance it out. Make it 50-50 to be very successful. But once again, we're going to see more action coming right up ahead. I'm Cali Gaming down here with the Pistachio AJ. This is Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season 2, match number 2 coming right ahead after this break. Hello and welcome to Garena Master Season 2, coming at you live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Looking back at the first match, T8 United able to get a 3-0 victory against VI T2P, and for now, they will be standing at the number 2 spot. But we got another action about to go down in this series number 2. I'm Kala Gaming down here with the best of the best. Garena Call of Duty Mobile, the Mustachio AJ to bring you Almighty and Envy Doctors.
This is yet another potential revenge match, but I am not counting on it, right? It's not because I don't believe in Envy Doctors. It's because I believe in what Almighty brings to the table, and they bring absolute destruction, absolute annihilation. They bring Almighty skills as usual, representing the Lion City, the one and only Almighty. We've seen them since the inception of the esports category for Garena Call of Duty Mobile, and they have dominated their nation, and they've stepped out of the nation, and they've also dominated Garena for quite a bit. Dominating this group isn't going to be that big of a deal. But of course, Envy Doctors, they've got a lot to prove for themselves, and they know one thing for sure. VI T2P is 100% coming for the playoffs spot, and now they have to worry about C8 United as well. Winning at the very least one map is crucial here for Envy Doctors if they want to continue surviving, Cali.
And honestly, for them, the best case scenario is win 3 series here for today, AJ. And that's going to be quite the stretch because they're going up against the second best team in Garena and Almighty, who continuously racks and dishes a lot of wins. Again, coming into this second round robin, they are 9-0 in the map wins and they are 3-0 in the series. And again, they are the best team in this group, AJ.
Yeah, hands down, right? I mean, they have got the perfect streak so far in terms of wins, and no one has even been able to get close to beating them. And when I say no one has been able to get close to beating them, the closest that a team has gotten to Almighty in one of these respawn matches is Envy Doctors when they reached the 109 points on the Domination match. To finish off a respawn is 150, and 109 is the best that any one of these teams have done against them in respawns. And when you're talking about SnD, the only team to kind of push them all the way to the brink of potential loss is VI T2P. But even then, Almighty, they found a way to shine through the day, right? Taking that 9-0 record so far in the group stage has not been easy, but for Almighty, they've surely made it look in that way because they have got truly a star-studded lineup as usual, don't they, Cali?
Yeah, I mean, if you got Heaven, you got Shut Up, Irfan J, and of course, the quality in-game leader in Incendio and Jet Pro backing you up, it really says a lot about what AMT can do. You never know who's going to pop off and, of course, get those skills and create the plays for Almighty themselves. And you take a look at Envy Doctors, who's actually only having 2 players, I believe, would be Kai and Zen, who is going to be very absolute in the response itself. But that's not going to cut it against 5 star-studded players from AMT, AJ.
And, you know, all of these players on the side of Envy Doctors, I kind of feel like they do have what it takes to overcome Almighty in, at the very least, one map. And in order to do that, they have to stop relying on Zen. Zen has been potentially what Davey has been to VI T2P, the hard carry of the team. Zen always finds a way to rise up to the top. Zen always finds a way to deliver. And if at all we can see consistency out of Esfer as well as Pika, then Envy Doctors most definitely will stand a chance. Gary, Kai, Pika, Esfer, Yelpo, as well as Zen. Speaking of Zen, he is most definitely going to step up to the plate once again, but I want to see the rest of them back this stellar player up strong in here today, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. It needs to be everybody here for Envy Doctors. I mean, looking at it this way, Envy Doctors is sitting dead at the very bottom of this group. And right now is the time for them to surprise us and, of course, play as a team to overcome the powerful might of the Almighty squad. And obviously, speaking for Zen, it's really great. But we need to really see more from every individual that will play in the Respawn games. And the day's going to be a very different day, so they have a chance to redeem themselves. But they have to double down that effort, and they have to make sure that they will be outperforming Almighty in a best of three series, but that's kind of a really tall question to ask for them. But again, looking at the team that they're going up against with Team of Almighty, Heaven, Incendio, Irfan J, Shot Up, Jet Pro. This guy's continues to be one of the best in the community scene. And at day number 4, I kind of expected Heaven, Shut Up, or Irfan J to be that player of the game, but it turns out Jeffro will be able to steal that spotlight. He was just involved in every gunfight as possible, and he was pretty successful taking every player he sees, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. In domination matches, Jeff Pro truly is one to look out for because he's not just your slayer out there on the battlefield, but he's just very adept at playing those objectives for the team of Almighty as well. And that's exactly where Jeff Pro makes a name for himself, right? He is the dominator out there on those battlefield whenever a domination match is played. You know, when we look at the hardpoint matches, one would think that it would be either Incendio or Shut Up taking the medal in terms of MVP a lot, but it's not. It is Heaven. The guy just manages to put on a wrecking show out there each and every single time the team of Almighty steps up to the plate. But in terms of head-to-head, we will compare Zen as well as Jeff Pro, and we can see in terms of average skills, Zen does a little bit better, 18.56 versus 15.33, and in terms of the average deaths, 14.56 versus 9.89. Although he gets more kills on average, he falls a little bit too much in comparison to Jeff Pro, which is quite insane to think about. Because if you take into note what I just said, Jeff Pro's not just your slayer, but also the player that plays the objectives so much. But the guy, he falls so little because of the number of gunfights that he usually wins out there on the battlefield, hence that supreme KD.
And obviously, speaking for Almighty Jeff Pro himself, he's been so good from the start of this Garena Masters CODM Season 2, and now he's in that spotlight and everybody's taking a notice of what this guy can do, not only as an objective player, now he starts to win those gunfights, and I'm kind of pretty scared right now what this Almighty squad can do because everybody, Irfan J, Heaven, Shot Up, Incendio could step it up. But now that Jet Pro is slowly becoming one of the top players as well, it's going to be eye-catching for Almighty themselves. But then again, what really fascinates me the most here, AJ, is how Almighty gets to continue and, of course, have a far wider KDA overall when it comes to playing in that post-game breakdowns. But now we'll take a look at the maps and modes. Once again, it's going to be Envy Doctors winning that coin flip. So now they get to pick 2 maps here, and they will choose Slums Hardpoint and Rave Domination. And Almighty, they pick their own firing range SnD. But talk about the first map itself. Going to be a nice play, nice pick here for Envy Doctors. But I kind of think this one is 50-50.
No, what? 50-50? Why? Why would you do this? Why would you bring Slums into play after Almighty has not just shown but proven that they are adept at playing at that map? I mean, you need to pick the weakest play of your opponents, especially when you're going up against a team like Almighty, because you need whatever that you can get on your side in terms of advantage. And now, map advantage, I don't really feel the players of Envy Doctors have. And, you know, perhaps the other side, you might want to have a little bit of advantage when it comes down to the gunfights. But no, mechanically, the players of Almighty, you said it, man, individual stats, individual players, their KDs are stacked. I mean, I'm talking about Almighty. We've seen Heaven finish off a game of Respawn with 2.6 KD. We've seen him finish off a game of Respawn with a 4.0 KD. We've seen Shut Up just exceed this 2.3 KD. Gunfights is all Almighty is all about. So I do not know. I do not understand what's going through the minds of Envy Doctors. They better win this and prove me wrong.
Oh, now we get to start this second match. And of course, the first match between Almighty and Envy Doctors is we are going to see AMT start to kick things off with Heaven getting that first blood. And now they're starting to get it early, AJ. There you go. 5 straight kills coming in the hands of Almighty. And they will be soaking all this time. Meanwhile, Envy Doctors is trying to break the spawns. Not looking good so far for them. But for now, here this time, Heaven already 3 in a row yet to fall. First 30 seconds in the hands of Almighty.
I don't know what to say, bro. I don't know what to say, man. What do you want me to say? I'm just shocked. It's slums. It's on top of everything else. It's not like, you know, they are dominating this map all the time and therefore they pick this map. I do not understand this, NV Doctors. You guys better win this and then get an interview segment with me where you explain exactly why you made this decision so I can understand this better. Almighty, they break the hill once again and they pull it away from the hands of NV Doctors, and so far it has just been a dominant showing at a map where Almighty has clearly shown us they know how to dominate at. We have to flip on over to P2, and guess what? Almighty is there already early. They've got the spots, they've got the hard point as well.
And this is one of the hard points that's really hard to break, especially here at Slums. Everything is so one-sided, and ALMGHTY just making sure they get to capitalize in every entry, and they've been dominating the gunfight. Heaven gets 2 in a row, Jeffro gets 1, Zen gets the takedown Incendio, but think of it this way, majority of the gunfights is just being won over by Almighty. Heaven already 5 in a row, and the game just continues, and it's not looking good for NV Doctors. They're fighting themselves, getting dropped early, and you know what that means? Irfan J even getting himself 2P with that Chickum. 16 seconds left, and finally we get to breed. NV Doctors, they take the final 12 seconds, but Almighty already set it up for that next hardpoint rotation.
The Chicom disrespect. He did not go there. Almighty now. They've gone in for the early rotation into P3. Great decision being made because P2's very difficult to break and they held on to the spawns for so long. And the moment NV Doctors managed to get the break through all of those gunfights, they eventually started to win. Almighty, they make the supreme decision. Never ever double back into P2 because of what sort of a money hill it is. But NV Doctors now surprising everyone by breaking P3 as well. They have got the spawns here at Fountain, and it looks like the gods of RNG are on their side. Almighty, yes, they want to come in here and win all of their gunfights. This time they take a straightforward attack, but Gary holds his ground with the MAC-10, wins out a couple of gunfights. Backstab from Shut Up will not get it, but Heaven finally breaks the hill. But Heaven himself is going to get taken out of the equation as NV Doctors now try to make a stellar comeback against Almighty, and things seem to be working finally in their way.
This is what we want from NV Doctors. Though having a very slow start at first 2 hard points, they find themselves now initiating all the gunfights. Yes, Almighty will take this scrap time, but they've done majority of the time here. This P3 rotation, and now we move into P4. They're going to have this early rotation once again, so they get the early advantage. But Irfan J getting shot down is going to be huge here for NV Doctors. As they cut down the rotation, here comes Yalpo with that operator skill. No value off of that as he gets taken down early, and now here comes the big guns. Incendio using that, and now later will not find any value up there as well as he gets taken down too. And we're looking to see NV Doctors looking solid so far after having a really underperforming first 2 hard points.
And that's exactly what happens when the Mustachio trash talks a team. They wake up to prove him wrong. NV Doctors with a comeback now. 78 to 88. 10 more points between them and Almighty. Even the Annihilators in the hands of Shut Up could not do jack as they pulled out the SVD. NV Doctors now on the equalizer potentially in a couple of seconds as Incendio once again gets taken out of the equation. But Incendio had to get that done on his own because of the thumper. NV Doctors now finally with the lead. What will be the game as we call for a reset of the hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in 5 seconds? Will Almighty perform well yet again, or will we continue to see the comeback out of NV Doctors? This one's a shocker. Come on, NV Doctors!
We are about to move into this next hard point, and not only that, we get NV just winning all this gunfight. Really huge. Pika gets 1 spray transfer, but Irfan J shuts him down. But again, there will be a Dragonfire that will be used here by NV Doctors, and they will invest their own sentry turret as well. So no, we are going to see Almighty inside his hard point. Slowly and surely, NV Doctors is about to enter this hard point. Now they get to contest. They get the break that they need, and they will solve all this time. 30 seconds is still a lot of time to fight for, and NV Doctors is making sure they get majority of the time here at this next hardpoint rotation. And now, 25 seconds in, Jeffro is going to try to step up. He gets 1. 140 to 111 is still pretty close. This hardpoint is going to be the turning point of this game, and continues to be Jeffro and AMT getting all this time, but the next hardpoint is where it all matters.
And this is exactly what we were talking about when we were starting the series. Jeff Pro, not only is he a Slayer, but he's also your objective player on the side of Almighty that is just so hard to contain. But Envy Doctors, man, they're waking up. Zen now with the 2 kills back-to-back. Can he continue to secure more for himself? But unfortunately, Almighty's already at the spot, and once again, they have to deal with a hill that is so tough to break. None of the players on the side of Envy Doctors moving towards the archers. Only one goes. Predator missile, the Hunter Killer Drone tries to get the backstab, doesn't find it, but Shut Up shuts down Pika's approach. No spawn break for the players of Envy Doctors. They have to take a straightforward fight. Oh, spawn break. They've won the game. Zen now on the way.
Oh no, AMG able to get it through. They still got the cotton guns in their favor. This is the end. Envy Doctors needs to step inside a hard point, but Almighty, they end it. 150 to 118, just as we thought that Envy Doctors is about to get that flip spawn and they will get the hard point. Almighty somehow spawned right beside as well, and they get to secure that first victory. There we go, GG's. Great start here at this first map for both ends, but AMT played a lot better. Take a look at the stats. AMT have been dropping a 30 bomb with a 19 dead, and everybody from AMT showed up pretty great, but I did love the fight from Envy Doctors, AJ.
Oh yeah, love it. I am ecstatic right now. They woke me up, man. I mean, who needs energy drinks on a day of shoutcasting? You just need a squad like Envy Doctors to go out there onto the battlefield and really put on a tough fight, right? At one point, it just looked like they were about to make their way right back through the match. Everything was going their way. And when I say everything, I mean everything. And things just started through what people would perhaps consider as one of the toughest things to do, which is to break P2. They went through archers. They still pushed all of their way in there. They took a split push, which I'm not a big fan of, but they did manage to get that going their way. And they had the second half of that P2, and they managed to string that through into P3. And now that one was the biggest shocker for me, because the players of Almighty were already in there for the early rotation. And you saw the awakening of Envy Doctors in that moment. They just stormed the front. Not only do they get P3, they get the spawns of P3 as well. And they continue to chain that through into P4. I have never seen a comeback out of a team of that manner after they got pressured so badly by Almighty. But of course, towards the very end, as one would expect, the champions, the Almighty squad themselves, they bust their way through with those gunfights. Jeff Pro, as usual, proving that he's an almighty slaying objective player, steps onto the fountain of P1 and shuts down all of the approaches out of Envy Doctors, man. Crazy stuff out here in the opening match, and it looks like the perfect revenge might not be available, but one map is all Envy Doctors need.
Yeah, one map, and they would have the chance to swing it here. I mean, they got 2 maps that they could still win here. But again, Almighty, just looking back at that Slums Hardpoint, at that first set of Hardpoint that we had Almighty securing that first Hardpoint and that second Hardpoint, while Envy Doctors got that third and fourth. And we move into reset. Same thing happened. We did not see Envy Doctors get the adjustments that they needed as they dropped their bodies. The same thing that they had on that first set of Hardpoint, moving into P1 to P2, and they struggled. And now they're going to have to move into a map number 2, Firing Range Search and Destroy, a map picked by Almighty. Arguably one of their best maps overall since Crossfire is out of the competitive map pool, and we get to see them now in action. Now, first round about to start. Incendio gets the first blood, and that's how you start this Search and Destroy Firing Range. Here we go, AJ. Almighty getting that first blood.
Not even shocked that they did get the first blood, but Incendio getting traded out. That's exactly the highlight point here. Kai, what a quick scope. Jeff Pro shut down, and that's exactly what Envy Doctors need out of a round like this. Now they've got the numbers advantage, but the bomb, is it can continue its path towards that A bomb site? Yes, it will. Zen on the approach, and he does have a little bit of backup in the one and only Pika. He's already on form with the early takedown. Spots out one player, repositions now. Teaser shots out of the CBR4, won't get anything, but Zen shuts down, shut up from afar. Irfan J, Clutch Kings, not going to be able to get anything. But Kai, backstab. Kai doesn't spot him. Information, Kai, what you doing, bro?
They're covering only 1 and 3. That's not efficient. And now we got this game tied up. The number is all up and even. Kai needs to get this kill, and he's missing all the shots. We got a 1v2. Clutch King IrfanJay made this one work, and we got 25 seconds left. Clock is ticking. He's going to get punched, but he gets dropped one. He needs to stall out more time. He knows what's happening, but IrfanJay will try to clutch this game. Here goes the Chickum. He repositions. He finds the player, takes him out.
Lord.
Goodness gracious, Clutch King IrfanJay with the Chickum. Plenty of time to get the defuse, AJ.
Now y'all know exactly why this man got dubbed the Clutch King by the Mustachio. It is because he steps on up to the plate every single time Almighty needs him. But I just want to ask Kai, where's the communication? Kai saw IrfanJay walk through the white warehouse. Not only does he not shoot him, he does not pass that information on. And Envy Doctors just end up losing that round thanks to Kai's unresponsiveness in that, or the lack of response from Kai in that situation. But 4v4 now, perhaps it's a situation where Kai can help them, but no, he's gotten taken down early on, and IrfanJay still alive for the unfortunate situation of Envy Doctors. They are down in numbers as well, Gally.
Okay, now, Almighty, they got the numbers. Envy Doctors, they need to bounce back after suffering a huge defeat on that first round, where Kai and Gary just had a little bit of a miscommunication. And right now, Zen able to make amends, dropping shot up. Now we got the numbers all tied up in equal, but yet we see that bomb getting pushed. Looking to play one more kill here. Zen spots the player on that barrel's pick, and you'll be dead. No connections made whatsoever, but that A-bombs at AJ, it's going to be pushed here by number 3, and that's going to be Gary now. All they just have to do is put that bomb in there, and they're about to come in. 42 seconds left. They need to make a move now. And IrfanJay, he knows that there's going to be a player in that bomb site, and they're doing whatever it takes for them to get that kill. But no, not just yet. Here we go. Nade coming through. There's no players going to die with that nade, but we got some actions here in this trailer, AJ.
Oh, Gary shuts down IrfanJay, but Jeff Pro trades him out instantaneously. Good backstab by Pika, and the number still on the side of Envy Doctors. This has to be their round, but you look at who's standing up here, man. The one and only Heaven. He goes out of his scope at the worst timing ever, and Pika will be able to steal an open plant, but Heaven repositions, catches the back of Zen. Pika not tagged up just yet. Quick scope out of Heaven. One of those very rare situations where he doesn't hit it, and Pika manages to help Envy Doctors pull one round back. Almighty, they falter in that one round, but that's exactly what Envy Doctors need, and they just need to hope and pray that happens a few more times.
I do hope so that would happen, but you know, Almighty, once they make an error, they will not repeat the same mistake twice, and that's what this team can offer when they try to play search and destroy. But now for this game, for this round itself, Incendio getting that first blood once again. Envy Doctors needs to get that first blood exchange. But for now, there we go. Zen able to step up once again. And for Envy Doctors, I love how their dual sniper setup is going head-to-head against Heaven and Shadop itself when it comes to opening up the picks here in this search and destroy firing range. But now we get to move in through Envy Doctors, trying to play this round very slow this time. And you do see Almighty just taking what the offense can give, reciprocating back. You try to play slow, we try to play slow as well, and this is what you want for your search and destroy gods from Almighty. 4v4 situation, we still yet to find any kills there, and that bomb yet to be pushed.
That's why Shut Up is just so annoying as a sniper when you're taking him on, man. He's just too fast. Those flicks just too solid. Shut Up. Oh, he misses one at the corner of his crosshair, but he doesn't get punished. Shut Up. What a flick yet again. 2 in a row. Shut Up. Is he going to continue eating up the players of Envy Doctors so far? Done more than enough. Kai now on top of the roof. Is he going to be able to take him off of that second floor of the barracks hut as well? Or will he allow the kills to get stolen away by the rest of his team members? Because after all, it is a 4v2. The numbers on the side of Almighty and Doctors. Only with Pika. No, not even Pika left in there now as Jeff Pro finds him. Kai with the bomb. Is he going to find one? Finds two. Heaven and Shut Up taken out of the equation already. Both the snipers. And Kai making a play for himself. But Incendio crushes our hearts.
Yeah, the number is just too much here for Envy Doctors. He did so take down 2 players, but Almighty's got 2 more, and SnD from the backstab able to get that kill, enough for them to get this round number 3. So that's going to be nice play from Almighty, but KyKy with those scope. Again, ShotUp's quick flick. That was just the highlight of that round number 3. Again, the scopes is one thing that we really need to highlight in this search and destroy. You never know what the snipers could do in this game. They could turn it around, and we get to see more. Round number 4 opening up. We get to see smokes on that mid street, and we're looking to see Envy Doctors trying to put that bomb at A.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest issues when you're taking on Almighty in an SnD. You not only have to worry about one of the best snipers in heaven, but ShutUp is also the guy who pulls in those highlight reels for himself again and again and again through his crazy plays out there on the battlefield. And overall, that just makes Almighty such a tough team to beat. Heaven now finding KyKy early. Pika teasing up a player. Esper shuts down Jeff Pro in the backstab. It will be on his side, but Incendio manages to recover the situation instantaneously. A stun will be tossed as well, and Clutch King Irfan J with the thumper forces off Pika from his position, and Incendio will pick up the pieces. Amazing combo out of Almighty.
We talk about how ShutUp and Heaven will be that main players to get you those sniper kills, but let's talk about Incendio, Jepro, and ShutUp this time. When they're winning all these close range engagements, they've been so reliable here this first 3 rounds, and they're reciprocating back what Heaven and ShutUp has been doing so far in this search and destroy. And now they only need to pick 2 more players here, but it's going to be easier said than done. But now Incendio will lose this gunfight. We got the numbers now equaled up, and that A side is pretty open, but number 1 in Heaven, he's going to spot the player, but not just yet. Number 3 in red is going to swing at this mid-map in Heaven, trying to reciprocate back. Look at the quick flick there, but Gary wins that gunfight. Very, very huge. He's about to find one more. Clutch King, Irfan J, playing a 1v2. Let's see what this guy can do.
Takeoff Clutch, I don't think so, man. I don't think he's going to be able to get this. If he gets it, Irfan, I tell you, bro, he'll throw a party, man. Irfan gets Gary. Guy goes on a mad Takeoff spray, but now it's going to be Zen. Quick scope doesn't find him. Thumper doesn't catch Zen off. Irfan J reposition in through the window, teases a shot, and the Takeoff will not be able to best Zen, who pulls out his secondary. 2-2 now as Envy Doctors pull themselves equal.
Yo, I love that play there for Zen. He did not use that sniper on a close range. He tried to play for win. Uses the gun that will give him much higher percentages of converting a kill. And with that pistol, able to secure that kill against your Clutch King Irfan J. And now they get to kickstart this round number 5 with that first blood, with that nade. And that's one thing that Envy Doctors needed. They have kept this game close. They just need to do this one continuously. Right now, with Incendio down, they got the man advantage. And Spur able to do one more damage there. Able to get that follow-up, dropping Heaven. 3v5. This is what we need from Envy Doctors.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And now, can Spur get yet another? Just around the corner! And Irfan J just a little too quick. Once again, the G-Com hits, and it hits hard. Thumper out of nowhere. Is he going to be able to bag one out of this? Does not get the hit mark out of the first one. The second one will not connect as well. But Irfan J, as he tries to reposition, ShutUp finds one in Zen. ShutUp once again around the corner. Irfan J, can he get a double? Doesn't he? Tags one up. Jeff Pro steps on in, shuts down KyKy. That combo still stellar. And ShutUp and the Thumper finishes things off as Envy Doctors struggle. Almighty picked that round either way at the switch of sides.
You know, Envy Doctors close, but no cigar. Almighty, you take a look at the combination they did for that retake. Oh my goodness, I can't just see it. ShutUp with the sniper, Incendio with the follow-up, and with the help of Irfan J in that white warehouse, they get the kills that they need. And it was more than enough to propel them to win that round number 5. And now, this time, Almighty is going to be the attackers. But take a look at the difference here by Envy Doctors. You got number 4 in KyKy. With that scope all across the wood warehouse, this is going to be one of the most offensive take here. Aggressive one for my liking. But he's going to back away. This is going to be a very smart move. The first 30 seconds already spotted out. And Spur needs to win this gunfight. But not just yet. But ShutUp getting the best out of Gary. We got this 5v4 situation. That bomb yet to be pushed. But for Incendio, in the wrong angle. He's in a situation where he's stuck. But Spur will not try to get that challenge. And ShutUp continues to get more kills here, AJ. We got a 5v2.
the longer the round drags out, the more kills Almighty seems to pick off. And Envy Doctors now only has Fer, who opened this round up, but he will struggle. But he finds Incendio 1v4. Can he get a full ace clutch? Starts things off with Incendio, but of course, Heaven shuts him down with a headshot. And as expected, Almighty now slowly taking control of this matchup. Even though I have to say, man, Envy Doctors have been doing stellar so far.
Well, they really are. Just keeping this game close is utmost the best so far for Envy Doctors. But looking at that last round, Almighty, 4 of those kills made from Heaven, and of course, Shut Up Sniper. Now this time, Shut Up will find 2 Earphone with a follow-up, 1 more, and that Americans. But they're not going to get that one easily. Now for Spur, he needs to get this kill against Shut Up, but he gets shot down. Goodness gracious, the snipers continues to hurt Envy Doctors, all down to Kai here, AJ. 1v4. He's surrounded, and Irfan J, with that Chickum, he's got 10 kills already. All right, so now we get to start this game once again. We're going to wait for AJ himself to be back, but for now in this game, Jeffro gets 1 kill. And we're going to get another here for Jeffro, following up with F2Ps, opening up that A-bomb site. You got a 4v2 here, AJ.
Yep, Incendio now, CBR4 as he wraps around. Gary finds Irfan J, making it a 3v2. Now the numbers not on the side of Envy Doctors, but Gary needs to strike again, but instead gets caught out by Incendio. Esfer on a streak. Can he now catch off the players that are trying to pressure him? Incendio, Shut Up, already has that angle, misses the player ever so slightly, and now Esfer, as he repositions himself, needs to get the defusal on the bomb and also find a way to shut down both Heaven and Shut Up, the 2 supreme snipers on the side of Almighty. Talk about a tough challenge.
Truly indeed. Heaven and Shut Up with that scope, but Spur get a far better advantage when it comes to close range. But Shut Up with a thumper is going to bring it pretty late, and Spur gets 1. We get a 1v1, 17 seconds for that bomb. Evan waiting for the opportunity to strike. He gets it. And they end it here in just 8 rounds. Almighty, they take map number 2 as well.
That's an unfortunate thing to see. Almighty, what a play. As Fer, on the other hand, together with the whole of Envy Doctors, they got quite close, I guess, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, towards the end. You know, they had to falter either way as Almighty rose right back up in terms of dominance. They found all of their kills, supreme positioning, double snipe setup. Firing range was just way too easy for Almighty to conquer and dominate. Zen did step up quite a number of times. We did see those perfect snipes out of Kai, but it just wasn't good enough to shut down the Almighty.
And I really have to touch up on that point. And that first 2 rounds that Envy Doctors did, Kai and Zen was able to damage Heaven and Shut Up early, and that's why they were able to get those rounds. But then we move into the succeeding rounds where AMT slowly pick up their momentum, and that's where Clutch King Irfan J continues to step up with that Chickum. And not only that, Heaven and Shut Up continues to put in the damage with that scope, and it truly hurt Envy at the end of the game, because not only they're getting attacked from that long range, they're also getting damage at the close range with Irfan J, Jeffro, and of course Incendio backing the team up on that close range engagement. It was a total team package here for AMT, and Envy Doctors, they fall once again. They need to win at least 1 more map, and this domination coming right up next, they should at least take it, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. One would expect, one would perhaps want the players of Envy Doctors to take one away from Almighty. In fact, that is exactly what, that's the minimum of what they should do in here if they want to survive through to the playoffs. But as one would perhaps guess, it is not easy. And as one would perhaps guess once again, they're probably going to fail. But Envy Doctors, they've shown us at Slums that they are capable of winning some of those engagements. They are capable of devising some of those strategies to take the match up to Almighty and make sure they don't get thumped out too strongly. So hopefully at this next domination map, we will see a little bit of life in them. The last thing that we need out of Envy Doctors is for them to give up at this point. They've already come this far. They've shown us all of those crazy good plays that they have. It should be a game where we see a little bit more out of them. And I feel like if they do if they do squeeze out that little bit more, they might just have what it takes to take a map away from Almighty.
And now, though taking a map away from Almighty is going to be very hard, where especially at this point, they currently stand 11-0 and the map wins. 11 map wins, 0 map loss. And Envy Doctors, they're going to have to play their map pick here. So this is one of their strengths. So they have to do whatever it takes for them, again, to squeeze out Almighty and, of course, get the best out of them. And obviously, speaking here at Raid, I think this is going to be a better map for, of course, for Envy Doctors to win. But it's going to be a tall order for them, especially when Almighty's got this 2 map wins swinging on their side, moving into this Raid domination, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, at the end of the day, one would expect Envy Doctors to step up. But in a domination match, Almighty will find ways to dominate. And the problem here with Raid is it's just way too big of a map for the players of Envy Doctors to continuously run around, maintain map control, and at the same time focus on winning all of their gunfights, because winning gunfights comes extremely naturally to the players of Almighty. Envy Doctors, on the other hand, they need to work for it. So managing 2 things at the very same time, I feel like might just be a little overwhelming. So I'm curious to see exactly how Envy Doctors will go ahead to do this. Winning 3 gunfights from the get-go and getting those first bloods on their side, most definitely the right way to start things.
And it is one way for you to start, especially against Almighty, as we get to start this domination of Raid. Envy Doctors, they're going to have their doctor checked inside that B flag side, and they will be successful right from the start. They're teasing it now. They're going for that influence, but Yelp losing this gunfight. His teammate is going to die. There you go. The backstab from Shut Up is going to work. And now they're slowly and surely getting in deep into this circle. But Spur wins that huge gunfight. ALMGHTY, the only player alive, needs to get eradicated. And there they go. They only need a little bit more influence here to be flagged. But they're going at it. Alpha and Charlie in the hands of Almighty. They created a diversion and Envy Doctors put on the spot. How do they react?
Yeah, and they cannot split themselves to both flags, but they do exactly that. They are going in here for the split push. At the very same time, one would expect them to get punished for this move, but they are successful in pulling away that C flag. Not as successful at the A flag, though, as a very good prevention comes through from the side of Almighty, and they take over the spawns off of that garden as well. But look at this, Envy Doctors, amazing play as they just rush into that B flag, using the gallery as they quick shortcut in, and they pull away the B flag. Yes, they do lose out all of their gunfights right after as they meet the players of Almighty. But this is exactly what we want out of them, right? To continuously swing the hold of those flags back and forth, regardless of the domination that Almighty attempts to secure within this game.
Yeah, right now, all Envy Doctors, they need to be keeping the same thing here. They need to be resilient. They need to keep bouncing back whenever Almighty will try to give them a dose of their old medicine. Yelpo is going to get taken down, and obviously for Almighty, they got the control at this A flag, and Jetpro is going to score a 2-piece there, but for Envy, they're making sure that they get this laundries. And with Gary losing that gunfight, that make things a lot harder now for Envy Doctors to enter this B flag itself. Now what they're trying to do is get that mid-map control, try to rotate at that A flag, which is going to be very tough for them, especially when Almighty is going to spawn at that mid stairs. And obviously speaking, Almighty, they're doing majority of the time now at the B flag as they got these 2 flags in play. But Envy Doctors is still very much alive. 20 more points before this first half ends. And this is what we want so far. The B flag is getting attacked by Envy. They will be successful. They get the Alpha as well. If they do get this, it's going to be a triple capture, but Heaven cuts one down. But they still get this B flag, which is very, very needed. And Spur winning 1 gunfight is going to be huge, but it's going to get shot down. I mean, AJ, Almighty, just making sure they are 2 steps ahead.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But I just, just loved the play out of Sphere there, catching out the one and only Heaven with the prone shot as he tried to back away from that engagement. I mean, those are the very small moments that shows NV Esports is not only alive but very capable of outsmarting Almighty and taking this match away from them. Irfan J now almost fully streaked out, but he doesn't need to be there, doesn't need to get the cluster to be able to pull in a lot of pressure into this match. 75 to 59. Yes, that Freddy is not going to be used in the first 70 seconds, but it doesn't really matter because for the flag control of that B segment, yes, you know NV Esports will be a little late to the party, and that's exactly when that Freddy can do the most damage.
Yeah, Predator Missile is going to be very, very cheeky later on, as we do see Almighty use that when things suddenly fall into the hands of NV Doctors. Now, as we move in through the second half, obviously speaking for Irfan J, he's got this 2 yellow light available for use. Heaven is going to get taken down. And for now, NV Doctors having a very rough time trying to win this gunfight. Almighty, they got that mid-map control, so they're controlling the spawns at this point, and they're buying some time. They're delaying the push, and they get this B flag. Huge play there, and then Sandio, time to pop off that annihilator, but it's going to get taken down. And NV, they're not going to get that B flag first. They're going to strike at this Charlie flag, wherein they're going to be successful. And now the diversion has been created. All they just have to do is get those 2 flags in play once again, and maybe for sure get this B flag.
Amazing plays out of the players of Almighty as they managed to secure that B flag once again, just to mount on the pressure on the players of NV Doctors. And I have to say, performance-wise, NV Doctors have most definitely outperformed the other teams in terms of how well they've taken the matches against Almighty so far. At Hardpoint, NV Doctors are not one of the teams, but the team to have scored the most against Almighty within a Hardpoint match in the group stage so far. Can they do that as well at Domination, as Almighty seems as strong as ever as they continue taking this fight up to the players of NV Doctors? If at all NV Doctors just surpassed that 109 mark, they would have most definitely outdone not just the other teams but also themselves. 89 to 106. Yes, it is a little bit of a downside to compare if or not they can outdo the scores but just not win. But NV Doctors, that's exactly what they have to count themselves at, right? Because Almighty is not an easy team to take a win off of. But 96 to 110 now. They're doing an amazing job playing a catch-up, Yagali.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding time. They're buying time for themselves to recover here at this B flag. But now AMP strike. And now they're going to be here swinging. And with that B flag just taken easily, NV Doctors needs to create another push for them to get diverted. And now for shut up going down, going to be huge. But Heaven is going to make sure that the perimeter is going to be very safe for his teammate, as he's going to be in a 4 in a row. Intercepts one more towards galleries. Irfan J shuts that guy out. And the game looking dire now for NV Doctors. Almighty slowly pulling away. Now is the time for them to make a move if they do want to win. Almighty only needing 20 more points. Meanwhile, NV Doctors needs a little bit more than that. The only way for them to win now is initiate that triple capture, and it's going to be very impossible with the way Almighty is playing the gunfight. Department is just them for their slaying. 115 to 136, 16 more points for Almighty AJ, and they're going to get this victory.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. A 3-0 as usual. Almighty will be able to pull off of their opponents, and a cluster strike just to put that little cherry on top of the icing to finish off the matchup against NV Doctors. Yes, most definitely NV Doctors. They performed well against Almighty, and they most definitely are the best performing team against Almighty. But even if that is so, they still tank a loss. 3-0 loss on top of everything else, just like every other team that has stepped up against Almighty in the group stage so far. And the perfect record stays perfect.
And yeah, and so now the total count for Almighty so far, 12-0. That's the way you want it to be. Almighty still looking ever consistent and still looking ever mighty with the way they have been playing on this group stage so far. But do take note of this. NV, they're able to best their personal record against Almighty. From 109, they go to 122, AJ, and that's going to be enough. But for NV, they did really a great job in that gunfight department. But at the end of the day, AMT is just a lot better overall as a team when it comes to controlling the map. Thus, they get to get this victory. I mean, having
Yeah.
continuously, we talk about him being one of the players overall to be really great in response, and he continues to prove that here, winning the MVP for this domination raid, 25 and 16 stat sheet with a 6 flag capture, more than enough for him to get that rightfully so. But again, everybody did their thing here, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And on that note, congratulations to Almighty for being the very first team to make it through to the playoffs. Yes, they haven't even finished the group stage. They have not even played the final 2 series of the group stages, and they've already qualified. That's exactly how dominant they are within the group stages of the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2. And no one has been able to touch them here, but at the playoffs, I'm pretty sure things will get very, very dicey for the Almighty squad. Yes, this is a high time. Yes, they do not need to be on constant alert, but when they move on to the playoffs, the game time does not start from then. The game time already has started from the first day of the group stages in itself. And when I say it started at the first day of the group stages, I mean just going in there and analyzing exactly what the other teams bring onto the plate, because we've got not just one, not just two, quite a number of titans in this competition, Gally.
Yeah, I mean, we got the big 4. Of course, Almighty is part of that. AMT, Smart Omega, Blacklist, International, Ultimate, and Emperor 20 Low Kings. And of course, 4 new teams that will try to set on the Kings of Kings at the playoffs. But then again, AJ, playoffs is just really a different ball game compared to that group stage, because of course, yes, there's going to be that double round robin, but the pressure is highly different. So when you play playoffs compared to a group stage, everything, there's a lot of stakes in that playoffs, AJ, and we did see that. Almighty, every time that they play the playoffs, they somehow fall at the first or the second stage of the playoff brackets.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, we've seen that bitter run by Almighty one too many times already. And that's exactly what you have to face when you allow yourself to drop into the lower brackets. Regardless of anything else, Almighty has continuously forced their way through the competition, even at the lower brackets, you know, one time too many times to get to that number 2 spot. But I'm very sure they're not looking to do that once again this time round. They are looking for that number 1 spot. It's not going to be easy to pull off because they are aiming to take down Blacklist International Ultimate from that throne. And if anything that we've realized as well as learned in the competition, not just in this, but of course in the competitions of past as well, is that Blacklist International Ultimate at this moment is quite untouchable. You may be able to take a map away from them, but taking away a series is just something that nobody has been able to do in a long time.
Yeah, especially here at the Garena MSP, AJ. I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate. You did say it before. We don't know what the managers, what the team feeds to the players, and why they are performing so really well. I guess it's just the hunger that lives inside of the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, and that's why they continuously been able to really play it great. But then again, that's going to be a topic of discussion for another day. We move into the highlights where we question Envy Doctors with their map pick here at Slums. They did so underperform at the first 2 hard points, but then that P3 rotation, that P4 hits, that's where they actually took a lead. And that's where Envy Doctors showed some fight, and we got hyped. We almost thought that we could see an upset here at this game, but Envy Doctors, they face the Wrath of Jethro, who plays the OBJ and of course play and slay. And the guy just outperformed every player from Envy Doctors at this point. Yes, Envy, they did so play pretty close. But when AMT got the best out of them, and when they start to win those gunfights again, that's where the opportunity is lost for Envy Doctors because of how well the rotation, the map control, the gunfights has been it for AMT here at this Slums Hardpoint. Then we move into this Search and Destroy. We thought this game is going to be extended, pretty extended, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But shut up, just being shut up, right? Quick flicks all day long. No one's going to be able to touch this guy. He was just flying through the map, just hitting each and every single one of his scopes. We did see a little bit of life out of Kai as well as he tried to respond with all of his own supreme quick scopes, but it was just nowhere on par because of the setup from Almighty. I mean, long range engagements, they've got Shut Up in Heaven, and you already named each and every single player. Close range engagement, they had Incendio, they had Clutch King Irfan J, they have their newest edition Jeff Pro, who's a slayer, who's an objective player out there on the battlefield. They're untouchable, man. This is Almighty at their best. But of course, untouchable in this group, like we already have discussed. Over at the playoffs, is usually where they stumble just a little bit. But I'm curious to see if or not that is the case this time around as well. Heaven picking up the soldier of the game, the title that he most definitely deserves, takes a little bit of impact to the KD because of how well Envy Doctors managed to stand up against them. But of course, overall, he still manages to finish off well. And here's the impressive thing about Heaven as well. Just like Jeff, he goes in, he slays, he manages to perform on SnD, manages to perform on the respawns, and usually picking up the MVP title. And at the same time, he plays his objectives for the team. I don't know how. I just do not know how.
I mean, that's how good Heaven and Jeff Pro actually plays and, of course, invest for the team. I mean, we did see a similar player in Whoopi actually did that in Garena Master Season 1 and CGI 2022, where he's the main slayer and, of course, is also the main objective player. But again, the responsibilities is quite a lot, but still, they are able to deliver, AJ.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. And Almighty always delivers. Let's see if they can deliver this time around as well in the upper brackets instead of the low brackets. We're going to take a quick short break. When we do come back, it's going to be series number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, day number 5 of the group stages. And today, it's all out Group C in performance. And of course, we've seen exactly what each and every single team out of the group has got in store for us in here today. We saw the ultimate comeback from C8 United, and we also saw the Raging Almighty continue to keep their record as clean as ever. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and to join me for the next 2 series will be the one and only amazing Beef Mommy.
Oh, what a great day to start off everything. It's just a complete and utter sweep. We saw it in the cams a while ago in the C8 United boys. Just a little bit of walis on the screen. If you don't know what a walis is, it's basically a broom in Filipino. I feel like it's not going to be the same case here, though, going in for our third matchup, VIC T2P versus the NV Doctors, AJ. NV Doctors looked really promising against Almighty. I feel like that domination round could have easily gone into them, but at the very end of the second half, they were just losing their gunfights.
Absolutely right. And VIC T2P, no matter what they went out there and tried, at the end of the day, they had to go up against quite a solid team. But look, at the moment now, we have got the very, very solid NV Doctors stepping up to the plate once again. And VIC T2P has already taken the fight up against them and managed to get the W as well. And we are talking about a 2-1 victory. Yes, they did falter a little bit in that SnD, but it was a 6-4 scoreline, which also shows us that VIC T2P does have exactly what it takes to perhaps pull away a few rounds off of the players of NV Doctors, and a potential 3-0 here is not too crazy to perhaps predict.
Absolutely. And especially with these two teams, they really want vengeance because from a really great day number 4 for VI T2P, absolutely just swept out the floor. And now it's going to be a different situation, obviously, today for them. Maybe it was just an off day. Maybe they were having a really hard time. But for NV Doctors, they still need to make some sort of brilliance really shine from them because everyone else from this particular group has been doing so well. It's really just NV Doctors that had a little bit of a struggle. And now, speaking of, this is the schedule that we had for today. If you did miss it, we see C8 United versus VICT2P having like 3-0. That is just absolutely crazy coming in from that comeback from C8U. And now from that second matchup, AMT obviously having that 3, having the perfect scoreline. But this is the question that we want to ask. Is going to be enough for the NV Doctors to go in at least to get 1 point and maybe even give a sweep up against VIC2P, obviously having a really tough time today?
Well, C8 United, they've already started off with a great reverse sweep, I guess you could call that, if you want to compare their performance of day number 4, where they took the final matchup against the players of VIC T2P and unfortunately faltered as they got shut down 3-0. And that ultimate comeback in here today, perhaps that momentum can continue on a little bit later on. But NV Doctors, as they meet the players of VIC T2P, they need to find the exact same momentum that they found against C8 United on the day 4 of play day. If they can perhaps pull off another outstanding performance against NV Doctors, that keeps their hopes alive in the group stages. But of course, NV Doctors with the lineup of Gary, Kai, Pika, Esfer, Yelpo, as well as Zen, I can say that they have taken Almighty and their matchup as a training ground to make sure they beef themselves up and pump themselves up as much as possible before they take on their next champion or the next competitor, VIC T2P, because the last time they went up against each other, that wasn't an easy matchup at all. In fact, they struggled at both of those respawns, Beef.
Oh, yeah. It really was a great deal for them, though, going into that search and destroy, going into a 6-4, obviously, with NV Doctors winning. But I feel like with the response now, especially with the guidance of Esfer, can really go and hold up on their own. Because against Almighty a while ago, this man absolutely shredded. He definitely went in there, got a lot of kills. But it's really more than that, especially going up against Almighty, where they're just such a well-rounded team. And now they can definitely take advantage of VIT2P, where they kind of had a rough day today. So with that in mind, that is a good start for them. But obviously, it is going to be a different matchup, and I feel like VIT2P, speaking of the man themselves, we do have them representing Koi, Dave, Light, Mav, Yatoro, and Yulo, trying to get points for today. It's not going to be easy because from that lose a while ago against C8 United, but against the NV Doctors, this is going to be a new opponent that has been struggling, and they did beat them 2-1. But with the NV Doctors, let's see how they're going to perform.
Let's see exactly how they can step up against NV Doctors, right? Because overall, I guess NV Doctors, even though they have performed the best against Almighty overall within the group stages itself, within the grouping, they have taken the most number of losses in comparison to any other team within the group. And VI T2P, already with their win over the Doctors, should be quite confident to go up against them and take that shutdown gameplay all the way through. Another 3-0 potentially here on the setup for VIC T2P, just like what they took over C8 United. I mean, they built up enough momentum to do that. Hopefully, whatever that has occurred earlier on today does not shake them off of that confidence, Beef.
And now, taking a look at what happens next. Who is going to lead their team into getting the win? We do have our head-to-head over here. VI T2P, Dave, having an amazing kill streak over here. 17 kills, that's not too shabby. But take a look at who's beside him. Zen from NV Doctors, having an average kills of 18.56. Just a little bit of an edge going up against them. So looking at the KDAs, what they have right now, they're pretty even on the kills. So this is what I like to see, just because we don't know who's going to win it. And yes, we do get to see a little bit of a difference when it comes to the KDA, 1.27 for Zen and 1.12 for Dave. I think at this point, it doesn't really matter because you already know that these guys are going to slay out. I think it's everyone else's job to try and go and assume their role. And we've seen it before. You can stick to your roles, yes, but we get to see teams that don't get to be flexible. That's when we get to see them a little bit falter, especially on the respawns.
Absolutely. And Davey as well as Zen, these two are the solo carries of their team in many of those situations. Zen is always your prime player, your number one representative of NV Doctors, and that's exactly what Davey is as well to VI T2P. Their scores, their stats are eerily too similar to one another. It's most definitely going to be one heck of a game out there today, quite equal. I will not be surprised if this time round that SnD goes all the way to around 11 and we do get dragged out in the hardpoint as well as domination. Both of these teams, they do have what it takes to reap the best out of each other, which will keep the series alive for quite a bit. But with Hacienda and Slums out of the mix, we get to take this on those OG maps that we've had in rotation for quite a while in the competitive scene. NV Doctors winning the coin toss allows them to pick Takeoff as well as Standoff for the respawns. Hardpoint at Takeoff is going to be quite the wrecker out there. And, you know, we've not seen NV Doctors go in to Takeoff as confident as ever just yet in the competition. Let's see if or not this match will be it.
This is going to be really exciting because Takeoff Hardpoint, you already know that VI T2P won that against C8 United with a really convincing fashion, 150 and 115. But obviously, it's going to be different because you are going up against another map, which VI T2P chose where they lost against NV Doctors, Range SnD. They look like they want to have a rematch here. Obviously, it went 6-4, and now they want to prove themselves like, okay, we're going to take you on in this map. And it seems like a really big challenge for both of these teams where they know the strengths of each other, yet they're still trying to go in there for the maps that their opponents won. So I guess it all boils down into standoff domination, where let's see what happens there, because they haven't played here so far against each other, where you already know that VI T2P and NV Doctors firing range was the name when they did see each other, but you get to see VI T2P absolutely just pop off here. But in NV Doctors, it feels like they can probably go and win this. They haven't won a domination just yet, but let's see what happens here.
NV Doctors, their team cam, everybody's all ready. The exact same thing with VI T2P as well. We are going to be kicking off this particular series with the cracker on Takeoff Hardpoint. Let's see exactly who manages that very first hardpoint well. Earlier on in the series, we saw that teams were very hesitant to step onto that hardpoint, not allowing each other to streak up. But this time around, NV Doctors as well as VI T2P, they hop on straight into that hardpoint. Two objective players on the side of VI T2P allows them to very quickly take over those initial points. And Davey with the power plays as usual, but as he turns around, Zen shuts him out of the equation. And Esfer very quickly takes over the hardpoint just for a few seconds. NV Esports as well as VI T2P. This is one hot start for both sides.
Absolutely. And now you get to see a lot of the engagements going through. They're trying to sweep the floor first before trying to go and step in the hard point. That's a really good sign. So again, you get to see Envy Doctors still doing a very impressive job at holding this very open hard point where you have such a hard time when it comes to the defense. You need to have that high ground, especially going into P2. That rotation is key. And speaking of the rotation, VI T2P already set up and trying to go in there for the second hard point. Now that launch base is a very important part because not only do you have sights in P1, but also going into P2 as well.
Envy Doctors now really going on there. 26-9 as VI T2P now manages to take over the hard point for just a little bit, but it's mostly because Envy Doctors, they've already focused on the very early rotation into P2, and it's a great break for VI T2P because the very first move that they execute is they take out the guy who's holding on to the spawns for Envy Esports, and their very first move is to break the spawns. They use that to gain momentum in towards the hard point, but nobody's holding on to the spawns for VI T2P. So although it was a great move in, I'm feeling that they might be making a mistake here. Let's see if Envy Doctors take advantage of this mistake.
No map control whatsoever from VI T2P. And yes, even though they're stepping on the hard point, they're just struggling just a little bit, especially since Envy is already going in there for the infiltration. Gary loses that gunfight, so that's still a good point for VI T2P. But guess what? Just like that, Envy Doctor is already in there for the kill, but a really good response, a really good, I think, a recovery coming in from VI T2P, still winning their gunfights. And there you go. It's all evened up into score, and yes, it's only going to be a 10-point difference. That's still going to be a very big deal, especially going into that rotation where you get to see both teams already in there. It's 1 against 3. That is Zen versus none other than Yatoro.
Yeah, they go unpunished because they win a majority of their gunfights all through that scaffolding entrance there, catching out the players of Envy Doctors a little off guard. Into P3. This time it's VI T2P with a supreme early rotation in. Nobody's holding on to generators, so Envy Doctors will very gladly take over control of that area before they hop on into the hard point. But look at this, VI T2P, they immediately bring in these adjustments. They hop on over to generators to make sure that they will continue holding on to this supreme spawn as they continue to take on the fight against Envy Esports at the hard point, commanding all of the points in here now through the management of the spawns. But now Envy Esports, here is their momentum as they push through. This might be their break if they can pull it off though, and yes they do for just a fraction of a second as Yulo steps on in with the purifier. He makes sure that VI T2P has got the power plays. Yatoro hops on in with the thumper, wins out a couple of gunfights, and VI T2P, they are just as dominant as they started things off.
Margin already slowly increasing for the favor of VI T2P. They had a solid generator, and that is going to be very important because not only do you have a really good spawn going into P3, but the rotation going into P4 as well. So rotation definitely going to be really key here. And Envy Doctor is looking like they're having a little bit of a hard time when it comes to map control. They didn't even get to go and contest P3 really well, and now they have the prime spot. They can finally go in for the pinch pull. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Envy Doctors, they struggle as they do manage to push through though. Gary brings out his Purifier, wins out a couple of challenges, but now repositions Supreme as he takes the backstab. As he repositions Gary, amazing takedown onto Yulo, understands the map really well, understands P4 extremely well, uses the Purifier just to tease the players off of that hard point, and this is the moment for Envy Doctors now to make the Supreme comeback. Gary, as he repositions himself this time, gets double challenged through both sides of those entrances, and final takedown by the side of VI T2P. 13 seconds on the hard point should get them over the 100-point mark and supremely ready for the finisher at the next hard point perhaps.
And now the rotation needs to come through into P1. Again, very hard to go and pull off, but it's a good thing. Really big pred going in from Yulo, getting one player. Pika goes down. And now the rotation not only goes in the favor of VI T2P, but the cluster does go down as Envy Doctors tries to go in there one by one. That is a really great utilization of a score streak, but let's see how long they can go and pull off because only there's 2 players into the hard point, not really quite stepping on it just yet. Tries to see if VI T2P can go in there for the kill, and finally, I feel like that cluster strike was just called a little bit too early.
It was a good play either way because they did manage to pick off all of the points. It would have been a bad play if they brought out the cluster strike early, plus on top of that, pick up absolutely 0 from the cluster strike play. It just gave them that extra bit of defense, but I do agree with you, Beef. They perhaps did not need that early, but even if that being said, they do make a comeback in here. 85-109, VI T2P. They find Envy Doctors hot on their tails once again.
And now 90 and 109, and that's going to be a good way to pick up the points, but you know they're really good going into P2. So going in for the rotation though, you get to see a lot of the VI T2P members going in there very early, but like what we saw into the first half, where you got to see a really early rotation coming in from VI T2P. But look at this really cheeky spot from Matt going up there.
Oh, but XS1 Goliath now, nope, ready to take it out. Davey does have the Thumper. Thumper comes out at the wrong time. It's just a challenge by the players of NV Esports. XS1 Goliath not making a mistake by rushing on in there, but Zen loses on too much of that HP on the XS1 Goliath thanks to the Purifier that was brought out by VI T2P. Amazing plays, but NV Doctors now, they need to find a way to make their way back through in here. XS1 Goliath was brought out, but really quite wasteful overall as it barely produced any points for the side of NV Doctors.
Absolutely. I feel like that was just a really great strategy on paper, but when it comes to the execution, it really was the timing of the score streaks coming into the side of VI T2P was just absolutely amazing. Now they can definitely close things out here in P2, and especially with the help of the Purifier from Yulo, can definitely go and stop the push coming in from NV Doctors. 146.94, let's go. VI T2P really wants to end it here, but then the contest comes through. Just one more point, and there you go. VI T2P come in strong, but NV Doctors really gave what they have, almost getting a lot of points going to P1, and almost getting that, especially with the timing of that absolutely amazing XS1 Goliath. But it's just really unfortunate. VI T2P, they won this takeoff. It looks like they still win it.
Amazing plays, man. I mean, we have to say it, right? The credit goes to VI T2P in terms of just being the smarter ones all around in that map, in terms of the score streaks that were played, in terms of the decision making as to when to go in for the push. I mean, you know, we many a times see players just rushing on into cluster strikes because they panic, right? They panic that the team that they're going up against manages to catch right back up, but not VI T2P. They allow NV Doctors to play catch-up gameplay because they knew that the spot where they are going to be managing to pull back a few points is not going to be at P1, but at P2, as well as the rotation into P3. In fact, second time round, they didn't even need to go over to P3 because of their sure set gameplay at that P2 on Domination. Amazing stuff out of VI T2P, and Yulo picking up the very well-deserved MVP. Great gunplay from him, outperforming Davey this time round.
It looks like every time we actually switched off to Yulo, he was always using a Purifier. It makes me think, how many times did he actually get that 1 minute into the hard point? Plus 29 kills. That is crazy points right now. But obviously you get to see Zen. Let's give credit to the man. But 25 kills, that's going to be good. But with just 4 seconds, that is definitely going to be very hard. But obviously his role is going to be a Slayer. And this is where we kind of say you need to assume different roles. But especially for a map like this, that's so huge and Takeoff, he can definitely go and slay out. But again, it's just really hard because you know that the guys like, let's say, Yulo, which can get a lot of kills, but can also step on the hard point when he needs to. I think this is the kind of readjustment that NV Doctors just needs to go and get, even though, yes, you might not be a slayer, or you might be a slayer, you can also play OBJ as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And that's the kind of player you most definitely want on your side. A slaying objective player is as good as they come because it's not easy playing those objectives. You constantly fall. And if you've got a slaying objective player with a supreme KD, just like what you see on the side of Almighty, then yeah, you are all set to go for that hardpoint and domination setup, right? But look at this, NV Doctors picking up Takeoff, which was quite the curious pick for me, right? Because I was just so confused as to why they would do that to themselves. No reason whatsoever to direct this game in towards a Takeoff play. They haven't really shown us what they can do or dominate out there on the battlefield. And even with the games that they have taken in here so far, I don't know, man. I'm just so confused with the Takeoff pick. And with them not even being able to go in for such an aggressive play, the strategy was quite all over the place, if you ask me. VI T2P kind of held onto the map control so much better, in my opinion. And this was just the side of NV Doctors picking a failing map from the get-go.
And well, speaking of picking a failing mat on the get-go, now the tides have turned as NV Doctors will have Raid as their search and destroy. But obviously, VI T2P chose this map. So maybe it's going to be like an ego child going up against NV Doctors. But we already know day number 3, like what we reiterated a while ago, VI T2P did lose this 4 and 6 against NV Doctors. So this is, I feel like, a revenge run, really wanting to prove the Doctors that they will still win this fight. But obviously, with the Doctors having a really good sniper with the name of Kai can definitely get it. Speaking of, gets one, doesn't really quite get the shot. Yulo takes him down.
It's the kind of things that you don't want to see on an SnD. APO turns the corner, but Light punishes him with the CBR4. Light now back up. It's not going to get taken down any easily now as NV Esports. They very slowly approach the situation. On Raid has got one player taken on two at the same time. Gary does manage to shut down Yatoro before getting traded out by Yulo, but it is damage done enough. 2v2 now as the players of NV Doctors very slowly recover the situation in terms of their gunfight. They take a headshot through Yelpo. Mac 10 in hand as he steps on up to the plate. Marv shuts down Zen just to pile up the pressure onto the players of NV Esports, and it was a good round played overall. VI T2P, they secure the first one through as the attacking side.
Envy Doctors probably should have slowed things down once the bomb has been planted, because what you saw there, it was a 1v1 situation. A little bit too tricky if you are on the defense, just in case you do lose that gunfight. And now we are going into round number 2, where VI T2P started really strong. And obviously, they're stacking mid so much. And now for Envy Doctors, you're giving a chance for VI T2P to go in there for the kill going into A.
See what they can do here. Speaker bags a double for himself, and we Doctors with the advantage now. Yelpo spots one out. They know, they send that information right back through. They've got the eyes on the bomb, and they also have all of the players of VI T2P cornered at the swimming pool now. Yes, they can back away towards Garage, but they do have an overextending player in the name of Zen, just keeping an eye on that backstab. If at all VI T2P does wrap around, Yatoro catches out a very aggressive Yelpo, but Gary trades out Yulo from afar. Yatoro goes in for the chase. Can he catch out another player? Backstab by Zen shuts down that play out. Zen spots yet another, but Mav, what a quick scope out of it, and he takes out Zen with a headshot.
And that's going to be very difficult because the bomb is going to go down. And just like that, Kai finishes the job. I feel like for VI T2P, especially from the side of Yatoro, probably should have had a little bit more gun discipline because he already spotted the player, but the player didn't spot him. But the fact that he actually shot his gun gave his positioning away, where he could have just went in there, went around, wrapped around, and waited for his teammate to go in for another readjustment. So let's see another aggressive push going into poolside, where they had a little bit of a hard time because they couldn't control mid so far. So it's a good thing that Envy Doctors really just stack mid, but then Pika has an opportunity to go in to get multi-kills, but there you go.
Gary, opportunities breaking, gets a double for himself. Light trades him out, but Envy Doctors, they have got this good, all thanks to Gary now, as he manages to get that spray and pray done right. Light, as he holds on to the locker room now. No one's going to be stepping up in front. If anyone does, it is going to be Pika. But he plays his game of patience. Backstab. Yelpo finds Marv's back. And then Mac 10 will be able to deliver as usual. With the distraction now, Pika tries to step up onto front. But Yatoro takes him out of the equation. CBR with Envy Doctors having the numbers advantage here. 3-2. They need to defuse this within the next 25 seconds, Beef.
It's very doable for them to do so, as they do have the numbers advantage. But speaking of, I just take it back because Kai does go down, especially with a thumper play going in there. Yatoro making a lot of noise. And now Light going in for the back end. Yelpo doesn't really quite spot him just yet. And just like that, call timing at its finest as he looks away. VI T2P gets one more round to their name. And it's really just a back and forth. And finally, a really good response coming in from VI T2P.
Let's see exactly what they can continue to pull off in here, because the pressure from VI T2P needs to be stacked. They cannot allow any space for Envy Doctors to start making this comeback. But you know what? At SnD, even if you do take this 5-1, an opportunity of a comeback still is there. If at all your opponents do have the hard point as well as the gun skills. It's all going to be about strategy here. Yatoro trying to spray out the safe, but it's not going to find anyone in just yet. Gary, on the other hand, with the scopes, not going to find that kill as he does go in for that shot. But Gary now, as he positions himself, Yatoro takes out Pika from the equation with a good thumper. Yatoro repositions CBR, double on for the kill. Can he streak himself up just through this SnD? If he continues this way, most definitely they be. With all of those pressure shots, Light shuts down Gary, and VI T2P find life out of nowhere.
Wow, that was such an amazing start coming in from VI T2P. I feel like that was probably the weakest round from Envy Doctors, and now they need to find a way to reposition themselves. And now for VI T2P, they keep going in for A. They know it really works. And now I feel like the rotation going to A is definitely going to be really impressive, but it looks like Bravo is going to be the name of the game. But the read from Envy Doctors is going to be right there, stacking it as well.
Let's see what they can pull off of here. And Doctors once again, they struggle, but Pika gets a great grenade onto Davy's head. Low traded out by Pika, and this is Zen stepping up for the team as well. Light will trade Gary out, but Kaika is there to punch the lights out of Light himself. 3-1 now. VI T2P only has Marv to depend on. Quickscope will not tag one up, but information gets given away. Let's see if he can make this play. As one steps on through kitchen, all three players on for the hunt. And Marv has got his hands full here. Quickscope will take Kai out of the equation. You don't really want to rush a sniper like Marv.
I guess they didn't realize that the bomb was going to be going down here in gallery. And now for Mav, he tries to scope out where the enemies are. He has 1 minute, so he has time. And especially with the sniper in hand, that's going to be very dangerous. But one head trying to go in out of angle, and Envy Doctors will be in trouble, because at the least you can really worry about here is try to boil things down into a 1v1. And now they try to go in for the bomb, so that's a really good sign here so far. The rotation comes through, and Mav didn't quite see Zen right there. That's going to be very impressive, but with the Mac 10 in hand, that is going to be very impressive for him. Oh, that's such a cheeky spot. There you go, Zen. Finally takes out Mav. There you go. Like I said, it's a back and forth, a conversation that we like to see from the Doctors.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, I don't know if you want to have a lot of back and forth with your Doctors, but if it's the Envy Doctors, you most definitely want to have those back and forth and be ahead in the conversation, as VI T2P is right now. And it's a good defense from VI T2P as they go on here for a 2-1-2 split. The bomb is just stacking up B. Very slowly approaching the situation now as they try to take out player after player. But Zen's not going to find anyone just yet. Not patient enough as he pulls away from the scope. Would have been able to tag one player up or even take him down there if he was a little bit patient. But the stalking of the VI T2P squad on the B side still continues here for Envy Doctors beef.
Now, I feel like they were just a little bit too passive. They were trying to read the room, not really quite getting the information, because like what you said, you need to be a little bit more patient when it comes to looking through the scope. And now the rotation finally comes through. They're trying to go and pick up what kind of information they can have. Stun check going in. Doesn't really quite get it. No, smoke check actually. And now for Yator, doesn't really quite get an information, but gives him a little bit of leeway to go in there for the look-sees going into the cubby. And now, again, really slow push. And I'm not quite sure I like the fact that the bomb is so forward.
But the bomb now, is it going to make a mistake? Nope. Gary does not. Checks all of his corners. But if the bomb does rush into that A side right now, and if they can take down Light quickly, this just opens up the game for Envy Doctors. Very patient play still here from the bomber. Light steps on up fourth to take the shot. Good slide in. Oh! But Pika makes a huge mistake. Thump!
And there you go. That's what you get for going in there for the rush. Light gets one more. Finally gets that 4-piece. Light with an amazing blaze of fire going into the next round. And that is just absolutely crazy stuff. Round number 6 was definitely the Light show. That is going to be clipped, absolutely. And that's what you get for rushing in there a little bit too slow. Probably should have went there 4-stack. Yeah, a little bit aggressive, definitely. And I feel like it's just not really going into their favor. But you know what? Let's see what happens. You get to see a little bit spread out. Bomb Planter is going to be a little bit alone here. Yatoro gets 1 kill, even things out. But just like that, trades after trades. And now we get to see another conversation here. Doctors finally go in there for the response. And 3 and 4. Really good start here for both of these teams. And it really just gets to have one more big push coming in for Envy Doctors. It seems like they're having just a little bit of a hard time going in there for the plant. Good start here so far. And going in there very slowly. Trying to get that information on. 3-1-2 split. 2-1-2 split rather. Going in for the side of the VI T2P. And now very slowly, they try to gather the information going into gallery, which they have been doing here so far. And now going in there very, very slowly, like what you keep saying, a passive round. It didn't really work out for Envy Doctors, right?
Let's see what's going to be pulled off here as Marv goes in for those wall bang shots. Doesn't pick anything off. Attacking side of NV Doctors. Let's see them as they go in here for the approach towards the B-bomb side. Turns around. Zen misses that very, very crucial shot. Misses the second one as well in a row. You cannot be doing that. And NV Doctors might get punished for this approach. Pika tries to recover the situation. Goes in. Does not play the head glitch. Gets taken out way too easily. Kai is alive and kicking as he goes in for those shots. It's a 3v3. So NV Doctors now. Bomb on the ground. They can play this slowly. Picks it right back up. Kai has got the Mac 10 in hand. Might be able to make a play here if they can equalize those players who are inside of Laundry Beef.
And now Laundry Control into the side of VI T2P. All they need to do is wait for that sound cue, but it's really difficult because you get to see Kai definitely with one more shot. Yen and Zelpo, very big kills of 1v3 situation. One more down, Light. But you already saw a while ago he was able to go in for a 1v4. No, actually, he got 4 kills, not really 1v4, but it doesn't really matter because you know he can definitely go and really just pop off. Doesn't really quite spot it. COD timing at its finest, and now Zen, especially with the sniper, it doesn't really matter because Light gets those kills. Now 33 seconds, that's definitely still a lot of kills for him. Gets to peek out one player. Now it's a good thing that Yelpo went out there out of his way, but obviously Kai with the sniper. There you go, finishes it off.
Kai managing to catch off Light. Made quick work of him. NV Doctors, see if they can make this play and pull a win off. They desperately need one. But even if NV Doctors do manage to get a victory here, I don't know. I just don't know if or not the playoffs is something they can make through to. Kai shuts down Mav. Can he get yet another? That one was an easy open scope for Kai that was just given away by VI T2P. But now, as they reposition themselves, one player inside of Kitchen will be able to catch out Yelpo. Davey drops Pika, and VI T2P on the way to a comeback. But Zen shuts down that momentum by taking Yulo out of the equation. Zen now has to take down yet another player, but does not aggress outside of the Kitchen. Stops to check that backstab. Gary catches Light, and NV Doctors still have got this momentum on their side.
Really good momentum, and it's a good thing for them that VI T2P, they're a little bit split. So especially coming in there, Zen finally gets a big kill, gets rid of Yatoro, and now we get one more person going in there, but Kai yet again finishes the job, and we get to have match point 5 and 4. As we saw NV Doctors kind of struggle into the beginning, they finally went in there for the readjustment as the attacker's side, and now for the defense, VI T2P seems like they're struggling.
NV Doctors, they most definitely had the win on their side the last time they went up against VI T2P on an SnD match. But the respawns did go to the side of VI T2P. NV Doctors trying to make the difference this time around. Yes, of course, they want to pick up their victory yet again, but a victory overall in the series is what they seek for. Pika trying to go in and make it a little bit difficult for VI T2P. Yet again here, match point for NV Doctors. Gary might be able to catch out Light. Light with the prone is not going to be detected all that too easily, but Gary's just taking that aggressive approach on up forth, and the information will get sent forth to Marv, but Gary bags Marv out!
Let's see if history will repeat itself as NV Doctors go in there for the kill. Light gets that kill though, evening things out. Really good trades here so far, but Yelpo obviously getting a really good hold here. And now a 3v4 situation. VI T2P struggling to go in there for the kills. Gary, amazing timing here. Let's see. Turns things around, gets one more kill, but then gets traded out. So really good trades here so far by NV Doctors. Let's see if it's going to be another 6 and 4. As we see here, 1v3 situation as Yatoro goes down. And now we only have one person, Dabe. What can you do if you're the only person left here? And there you go, gets one more kill. Is it going to be a monumental win here? A really big round going in for VI T2P if he does get to clutch this up.
Let's see what he can pull off here. Guys just below him. Thumper's not going to find anyone just yet. Information gets sent right back through. NV Doctors don't need to aggress. Gary just needs to hold his position. So does Kai. And Dave has got no play to make whatsoever. Has to go in to the bomb site to ask those big questions. Swing around to the left, he must do, but gets tagged up first, and the finisher from Gary, who holds on to that acute corner. Mac 10 for the win, and NV Doctors once again take an SnD away from the players of VIC T2P.
Like what we said, history repeats itself. Envy Doctors getting 6 and VI T2P getting 4 in the same map that they went up against in day number 3. And now these two teams really are choosing such an interesting map. They are losing the Ego Chal that they chose because this is VI T2P's map pick, knowing very well that they lost, getting the scoreline. And now it's the same thing for Envy Doctors, where in Hardpoint Takeoff, they know that it was such a good map for VI T2P going up against C8 United in day number 4, and they lost that map as well. So now this is going to be an interesting pick because we are headed off into standoff domination, where we haven't really quite seen much of these teams really go and play. So that's going to be an interesting pick because honestly, I don't know who is going to win here.
Well, with VI T2P now making sure that they don't really fall back all that too far in this SnD. Yes, they do lose, but like you said, if history did repeat itself and if history does properly repeat itself, then VI T2P can rest assured that they will be picking the win off next. Because the last time they did meet on a series, all of those respawns went to the hands of VIC T2P. Envy Doctors only could afford a 6-4 win at Raid, which they repeat exactly as is a 6-4 win on Raid once again. The Ego Challenge just does not seem to be a winner today. I don't know exactly why are we still seeing Ego Challenges in here today, because the first time in the first opening series we saw it, wasn't a great idea. We see it here again. Truly not a great idea. If anybody wants to prove me wrong, bring it on out. We'll laugh at those Ego Challenges all day long.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they have more of a lose rate in Raid Search and Destroy. And granted, yes, they did win that 6-1 against C8 United, but they did lose it twice up against ALMGHTY and Envy Doctors. So again, I feel like they're trying to get better at this map every single time, but it's not working out. Maybe you need to go in for the scrims, but when in a tournament like this where every single point counts, you just need to play a map that has been a little bit more towards your strength. So now a really good start going in from Envy Doctors, always giving out the wins when it comes to the Search and Destroys. Really close games, and obviously they're really talented when it comes to SnD because they did give a little bit of a hard time going up against ALMGHTY, obviously, but Gary, especially with this guy, even though yes, you get to see Light having 13, everyone else in his team kind of struggled just a little bit. So now for Gary, that is really good kills coming in from that 9.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, this time around, they didn't really need to depend on their sniper Kai all that too much because Gary did step up for the team. But will Envy Doctors manage to fight back through in this domination matchup? We already have the data, and data tells us that they struggle at the respawns. They struggle at the respawns, especially against the players of VIC T2P. And if they want to make a difference, if they want to stand a chance of moving through to the playoffs, they need to win each and every single match from here on in.
Absolutely. And now Standoff Domination will be the name of the game. Let's see if who is finally going to end things off. Who is going to be in the 2-1? Who's going to be 1? Who is going to be at the second point? Because obviously, like we keep mentioning, it's a round robin. It really is important to get 1 point, and that really means a difference between you and your opponent going into the playoffs. And now going into the side, we get to see Envy Doctors going into the more favorable side. Obviously, see a little bit hard, but if you are a really excellent team, you can still definitely go and check that. But the rotation coming in through, that is a really good start here from the Envy Doctors, winning a lot of their gunfights.
Let's see what they can pull off here as VI T2P go in to set up that C flag quick and very slow on the approach for the B flag. They don't really want to rush all the way through because they know there is a formula to stand off, and as long as you can execute that formula to perfection, you don't really need to struggle or worry all that too much. And they execute this formula quite well. Overextension in towards that A flag to give that momentum and opening to the rest of their players, but the rest of the players cannot really perform. Why? Because of Yelpo. Yelpo just flies through the mid segment of the map, winning a bunch of his gunfights. And yes, that overextension was played, but there was just no advantage taken at all from the rest of the players.
God, Light had a 3K, but unfortunately for him, gets shut down by Zen. Almost had a solo cap going into Alpha. And now you get to see Doctors overextending, trying to go in from boxes, now going up here. Now that is going to be very good for Bakery, having those sites, but then they are flipping up the spawns, and that's going to be very detrimental because you know that A is the stronger side, but maybe for them, C is definitely going to be better. But let's see, going in there for the take into Bravo, finally gets the shots. Not really quite solo capping, and now that's a really good deal here. Kai gets in, but then gets stopped really quickly by Light.
Let's see exactly what this Light of Day can do, as 15-22 is the score as NV Doctors pull away their own flag. B flag still on here for the T's by VI T2P. Can they close the deal off here? Yulo wins his gunfight. Backstab by Yatoro makes sure that they can still have a viable play at the B flag, but NV Doctors now pull in the double and they force VI T2P off of the B flag. But once again, as these teams go in for the overextension, they don't seem to realize that there is a follow-up to that overextension gameplay. Somebody needs to be at the mid flag ready to cap it, because if not, there's just 0 point of an overextension and you're wasting out all of your lives.
Absolutely. Bravo not touched by any of these teams quite yet, and now an AC hold while coming in from the Doctors really just gets stopped just like that, because there's no kind of presence whatsoever in mid. And finally we get to see VI T2P try just for a tiny bit of a second. And now for the MD Doctors, they're doing a really great response going in for the defense, but as soon as you clear out mid, that's when you can go and pick up the pieces in Bravo. And no, you don't even have to go and finish it off. But there you go. Now is the time. Definitely. VI T2P utilizes that, takes advantage of that smoke. And that is a really good start here so far for VI T2P.
Yes, really smart play this time round. They don't bother going in for the overextension. Instead, a straightforward play through those tacticals. They throw the smoke down mid. They obscure the vision of the players of NV Doctors and they pull away that B flag. But look at NV Doctors and their response immediately for the overextension to pull away the home flag of VI T2P. And they do not get traded out. But all of that pressure, once again, no advantage taken at the B flag. And just when I thought they would go ahead to lose that C flag, Cluster Strike is brought out. But is that a move of desperation? Is this too early for a Cluster Strike? It is not, because Kai has himself streaked up as well, and NV Doctors have got more from where that came from, and they triple cap VI T2P.
And now VI T2P just struggling there, almost getting that alpha flag, but Zen stops it, winning that 1v2 situation. And just like, it's just so difficult. Kai getting more kills into the Predator missile. Not only that, giving a lot of hard times going in for the score streaks. And now they have no flag whatsoever. This is like one more. They're trying to go in for one more flag, and Charlie tries to go in for the triple cap, but then obviously gets stopped, but still really big kills. And now they need to find a way to stop, because you have the Charlie flag, which is going to be really difficult. That's why you want alpha. That's why it's the favored side, because you get to have a better rotation, a better view going into Bravo.
NV Doctors making that comeback play in the second half of the double round robin group stage. Amazing stuff out of them, but let's see if or not they can bring this all the way through, because it's only been one half in this domination matchup and anything can happen in the second half. VI T2P, they are on alert now. Thumper comes out, but just a little bit too early. Kai can bring out the cluster in a little bit, but will choose to not bring on the damage just too early, because they need to go in and secure that second flag for themselves first. Inside, Yatoro, he does have the Prairie, he does have the Sentry on standby as well. VI T2P can bring in those power plays with their own set of score streaks in a little bit. Things are gonna get hot and heavy here in a bit, Beef.
Really good usage of score streaks here so far from both of these teams, and especially going in there for VI T2P into the second half, where you get to see the Predator missile doing its job and also Sentry Gun going in there for the defense. And now they have a really good hold here, and there you go, triple cap. Speaking of a really good hold, 84 and 72, it's still very doable for VI T2P to go in for a comeback.
75 to 84, triple cap by VI T2P. Davey just lighting up the fire, the playing field with the Purifier. And it's just back-to-back kills from this guy. Is he going to secure another one? Yes, he will. I mean, he's just on a non-stop streak with that Purifier, and now brings out the CBR4, misses that opportunity of a takedown, but has got the Hunter-Killer drone in his possession. Predator missile as well. Backstab for him, but the Thumper comes out to his dismay. Yelpo catches the backstab onto him. But here's the problem. Triple cap held on for so long on the side of VI T2P, gives them a strong lead, and now NV Doctors, they continue to struggle. They haven't pulled back a single flag since that triple cap happened, Beef.
This makes me think if the play of VI T2P was just a trial run for a new strat going into the first half, because obviously Bravo wasn't really taken But with VI T2P, they immediately went into Bravo, knowing very well that the Envy Doctors don't want anything to do with that early game. And now they paid the price. 120 and 84. Envy Doctors were at such a great lead. And yes, maybe granted it wasn't a big lead, still a lead nonetheless. But now you get to see them struggle just a little bit. Now Pika tries to go in there for the kill, but obviously gets taken down here in Bakery. They need to have a solid hold because number 2, take a look at number 2. Yulo goes in there for the solo cap.
Solo cap triple will come through once again. Cluster strike brought out way too late, and the players of Envy Doctors, they go ahead to lose their home flag. But a double cap coming through here, only to be prevented by VI T2P. They do not need 2 flags anymore, but they still hold on to 3. A triple cap all the way through to victory in the second half of this domination at Standoff. What a play by VI T2P, truly proving themselves out there to be the supreme brand, not allowing Envy Doctors a moment of play in the second half for one heck of a comeback at Domination.
That was the longest triple cap in this competition so far. That was an amazing display of map control. And now VI T2P really proves that even though, yes, they didn't really have a good time in that first half of Domination, they just proved everyone otherwise into the second half. Not only are they winning a lot of their gunfights, the usage of the score streaks, the timing that they have, not only that, but also with Dave going in for the Purifier kills, the operators, that's where it also really boiled down to. And now for VI T2P, this is such an amazing win. Like what we said, history repeats itself. 150 and 88. We already saw this coming, but we really wanted to be proven wrong, especially when we saw Search and Destroy, especially when we saw that first half of the domination. But now they already look like that. It seems like they're really being stopped not only by the teammates, but also by themselves.
Yeah, man, 15 to 15. Zen really couldn't cut it this time around. Pulls a 1.0 KD and doesn't really get a lot on his side as well in terms of slays. But Light truly lighting up the competition out there on the battlefield, plays the objectives fantastically as well alongside Yulo, who was just wrecking the competition out there. Davey just provides all of those kills that is just so very much needed by the team of VI T2P. And through the end, man, goodness me, what a comeback. Second half all purely dominated by one side, and it just wasn't the side of Envy Doctors. They could have taken this win, but VI T2P just a little too hungry this time around.
Mastery of this map definitely was over to the side of VI T2P, and it was the map choice of the Envy Doctors. It seems like every time Envy Doctors tries to choose a map, they go and lose it in this particular matchup. But going into Search and Destroy, though, yeah, it was going to be the pick of VI T2P, but it just really seems like they're really good at those respawn games where you get to really see them shine. Again, I really want to see the highlights here. I'm so excited to get to review that, because that display, that's probably one of the best domination matches we've seen here so far because of that solid hold. Not even ALMGHTY has had a long, straight hold just as much as this.
Oh, yeah, right. And, you know, the players of Envy Doctors, although they did perform quite well in the first half of this domination, all of those efforts just got undone by VIC T2P and their amazing plays in that second half. So dominating, no pun intended, in this domination matchup. And I don't even know how they pulled that off. I legit do not know how they pulled off the triple cap. It was just so chaotic out there on the battlefield. They were just so fluid in terms of their movement from flag to flag. Because you need to not only go in for the attack, but you need to be constantly on the defense, and you need to be on the defense on all 3 flags. But I guess the saving grace here was the fact that Envy Doctors, they didn't really pressure them on the B flag at all whilst they were getting triple cap. They just kept going in for their own home flag as well as the home flag of VIC T2P, which made things a little bit easier for VIC T2P to kind of manage the situation in terms of numbers. Yes, we did have the 1 or 2 attempts on the B flag, but, you know, they didn't really have the numbers behind that. All of the players were quite headstrong on pulling away their own home flag or the home flag of VIC T2P, which unfortunately led to their downfall overall in this matchup.
Yeah, you made a really good point that they went in for the AC. Really didn't want anything to do with Bravo, and we kind of saw that in the first half as well. But that was when VI T2P wasn't also looking at Bravo. But when they finally gave attention to that Bravo flag early into the second half, that's when we get to see VI T2P absolutely the shine. And I feel like, to answer your question, how were they able to just hold the home flags and everything when it comes to the triple cap? It's because they use the score streaks to perfection to keep that triple cap. Not only that, the operator skills as well. well. And now you get to see Dave going in for that solo hold in Charlie with the Purifier. That was detrimental for the side of Envy Doctors.
Thanks for bringing up that point, because also shout out to VI T2P for the amazing placement of that sentry on that B flag, because that also made sure that towards the ending of that triple cap of that second half, Envy Doctors, even if they did want to tease that B flag, they wouldn't have an opportunity, because that was something that VIC-T2P realized towards the very end as well, that they weren't really going in for the supreme defense on that B flag. They realized that the attack of Envy Doctors, the objective was mainly to take that home flag or their own home flag. So they just focused their men there, threw the sentry onto the B flag, and everything else just became so easy from then on. But Davey as well, right? Highlight plays for the guy on the Purify in the Domination matchup. But let's catch up on the highlights of this hardpoint as well, because this was quite the stellar opener of a game between both teams, and VI-T2P really putting the hurt onto Envy Doctors for this takeoff pick that they brought in.
Yeah, and going into, I feel like the first half, that was definitely going to be very impressive for Envy Doctors in P1 and P2. They had such a great hold into P2, but everything kind of just faltered in the rotation going into P3. But yes, they did make a little bit of a comeback going into P4, especially even knowing that VIT2P had a little bit of a hold there, because they did get generators as their spawn. And especially going into P2, that's where everything kind of faltered for them, especially with the XS1 Goliath not really doing a lot of damage like they wanted to, not really quite knowing that, okay, we have a Purifier on the enemy side. And especially with Yulo here, going in for the defense definitely was the most important part here. And not only that, the usage of his score streaks as well. So again, I feel like with the time with Envy Doctors, they're just doing a little bit of mistakes. But this is where they absolutely shine, not really making any mistake, having that really dominant search and destroy.
Yeah, right. And the players of VI-T2P, they wanted to come on into this matchup and just take a win, and nothing but a win, after they had already stepped into the matchup against C8 United and got crushed, because they thought that they would have a good day in the competition for the second half, because they already got a bulk load of the heavy lifting done in the first half of the group stages, where they did take an amazing 3-0 victory over C8 United on the 4th day of the group stages. But all of that effort got undone in here. So this win over Envy Doctors is huge for VI-T2P, because it keeps their hope, it keeps their dreams of making it through to the playoffs still alive in here. But here is the predicament. The predicament is VI-T2P now desperately needs to pick a map off of Almighty later on if they want to stand a sliver of a chance. And they also need to hope and pray that C8 United does not pick a single map off of Almighty and Envy Doctors, which you and I know is going to be quite tough, because C8 United against Envy Doctors might just fall into the hands of C8 United. But of course, the soldier of the game, your MVP, the one and only Light, he brought forth that light which shone upon everyone on this matchup, man. KD average of 1.45. This guy was quite the cracker out there on the battlefield, Beef.
Yeah, and plus that amazing play in Search and Destroy. And yes, granted, they did lose that, but his 4-piece was just absolutely French. Oh, I was going to say French kiss. No. I mean chef's kiss. Kids, don't do that. 21 average kills here. KDA of 1.45. Chef's kiss, absolutely chef's kiss, because his performance is absolutely great. Hey.
I can't beef. I can't. Never mind. I didn't realize it until you corrected yourself. I was like, wait, what?
Brain fart.
Chef's kiss indeed. Light was a crazy player out there on the battlefield. And yes, a lot of the efforts out there, not just by him, but he most definitely contributed a lot in this matchup against Envy Doctors. And VI-T2P, their hopes of making it through to the playoffs stands in the balance because of the unfortunate defeat that they had to take in the hands of C8 United earlier on today. Even if they had managed to sneak off one single map from C8 United, things would be different right now, Beef. But here's the problem. They didn't, and now they stand toe-to-toe in terms of points with C8 United at that second place, with C8 United still holding on to the second placement because they have lesser losses overall. And if C8 United does manage to win out both of their series later on, it's a GGWP. But what happens later, we'll leave it later. A quick short break now before Series 4.
And welcome back to the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2. And so far, we've had such an amazing matchup here. 3 matches down and 3 more to go. There's still such amazing gameplay here, and we've seen a lot of things here so far. Obviously, a sweep going into the first 2 games, but we get to see a lot of light coming in from at least one player called Light, really just blazing through the competition for his team, VI T2P. But we are talking about a different kind of beast here. AMT versus C8 United. AJ, this is going to be a really good matchup.
It's most definitely going to be a solid matchup, and one that the other teams, mainly the team of VI T2P, is going to be hoping and praying goes down to almighty 3-0, right? Because if C8 United does manage to take a single map away from Almighty, then we can pretty much confirm that C8 United is going to be making it through to the playoffs. So it's not going to be a very sweet deal for VI T2P later on, as they have to go up against Almighty themselves. But if C8 United goes down 3-0 and later on VI T2P can muster up some sort of, I don't know what sort of play, because you are trying to take away a map from a team that has maintained a perfect record so far in the competition in the group stages, then they stand a chance. But I don't know, man. Hope.
This is going to be very difficult. I want to be hopeful, right, for this team, because C8 United, you know they can be good, but from their map a while ago, from their matchup up against you know what, let's forget about the first match, because I want to have a reset. I want to have a reset here. Let's have a clean slate against C8 United, because you know Almighty is definitely going to be a bigger fish to fry, and now you don't take that loss, you make it into a win. So now you have that loss a while ago, you need to pick up the pace, because you're going up against the mighty Almighty.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And, you know, C8 United picking up that 3-0 victory earlier on today, just to make sure they start today with a good momentum against the players of not just VI T2P, but also the other teams in here. Because today is going to be all-out Group C day, and C8 United has only played 1 out of 3 series. The second series is what you are about to witness as they take on Almighty. And of course, today is the day where they showed us that they are the masters of their own fate, because on the final day of the first half of the group stage, VI T2P shut down C8 United 3-0, so they executed the perfect revenge today. But they need to continue that momentum against Almighty. The question is that going to be possible? This is 2 teams stepping on into this next matchup with a lot of momentum behind them, but Almighty with the consistency in their momentum. C8 United, on the other hand, they only built it up today. All out on the table here, Beef. I don't know. Do you perhaps have a prediction as how this is about to go down?
It's going to be down to the map and modes, like we all get to say every single time that we watch this, because we saw it a while ago, the map choices, we already kind of predicted who was going to win what. And it stayed true to its name. And now let's see who will find the luck of the draw here. Will it be C8 United? Because they need every kind of advantage they have up against a team like Almighty. And now, speaking of the opponent of the Almighty, we have C8 United, Aura, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, and Toy trying to go in there for another win here. But let's see what will happen, because coming in from the previous matchup against Almighty, they had a 150-7 in Hardpoint. They were absolutely just having a difficult time, but obviously with their win today, hopefully they will finally get to pull things through.
Yes, Almighty did beat them 150-7, but they also were taking on a team of 4 players on the side of C8 United. Yes, 1 player did not manage to connect in. I believe it was Ron. And, you know, it was just a walkover victory for Almighty, that 150-7. And we thought that perhaps C8 United would make a strong comeback in the SnD, but that was not the case, because they got beaten down 6-1 at Slums. And that was a situation where C8 United thought they had outsmarted Almighty by making sure that Slums is going to be at the SnD. And of course, a finisher of the 150-99 at firing range Domination. Ron, he managed to find his reconnection, but he couldn't find the KDs that was required to settle the feed on the battlefield. Heaven, Incendio, A1J, Shut Up, as well as Jeff Pro. I have not seen a lineup better than this in this group so far.
Yeah, it's a beefed up competition that United has to face here. There's a reason why they're number 1. Yes, number one in the competition. If you haven't seen, if you're not updated with the scoreline, they are the number one team that has 0 losses. Even Blacklist International and M420 Low Kings have 1 loss apiece. And so now Almighty definitely going in there for the streak. They want to keep the wins up and coming, especially with the likes of Heaven really going in there for his teammates, always being that MVP. Not only is he excellent with the sniper and the search and destroy, but also he can slay out one of the players that has been produced here, not only in Garena, but in the world. And now, when you have that psychology on, you're going up against such an amazing team, such an amazing player. How are you going to go there? Especially the man's literally lying down on his bed.
Clutch King Irfan J taking a page out of Heaven's book. Heaven's sleepy as he waits for this match to start. You know Almighty is ready to step on out there. Irfan J has been waving at the camera since we set our eyes on him. The guy is just an absolute joker out there. But of course, on the battlefield, he's not a joker. He's an almighty slayer. Clutch King himself. It will be the worst day of your life if you think that you've got a man advantage on an SnD, but then you realize, wait a minute, Irfan J is still alive.
Yeah, it's really an amazing set of people because especially with the addition of Jeff Bro, really going in there as a solid man, tries to slay everyone out. And now, let's see. I'm actually pretty curious if they're going to bring up the Chickum, especially going up against United. But you know what? Let's take a look at the head-to-head before we have a conversation of what guns they will use. And obviously for United, Ron will be definitely that slayer that you really want to see. And Jeff Bro on the other side, going in there for the 15 kills. So Ron has 14. So that's pretty good stuff here so far. But the KDA, that's where things get a little bit differently, especially with the average score as well. So you know that Jeff Bro already has the upper hand. So it's an even bigger pressure going in from the side of Ron to try and go to spearhead his team into a win. And you already saw it a while ago. We mentioned it, especially going up against Almighty and Hardpoint where he disconnected and it was just like a 4v5. Everything just absolutely fell apart with this man missing.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, the comparison to Jeff Bro, I mean, anyone who gets compared to Jeff Bro will have a hard time because this guy is just positives all right round. Average kills 15.33, giving him that KD of 1.74 because his average death is below 10, 9.89. Also, always managing to find the objective, always managing to do one heck of a good job on the objectives just makes Jeff Bro truly a formidable opponent out there on the battlefield. Once again, the lineup on the side of Almighty truly one to fear within this group.
That is the most essential thing that we can think about right now, which is going to be the map and modes, because you already know that United need everything that they have here to win it. And yes, they do finally get to have the luck of the draw, and firing range hardpoint is what they choose. Standoff domination as well. Now, that is going to be a really good start, but Range SnD, that's going to be very trippy, really typical, because it's a really trippy thing because Almighty, you know that they're good in raid, and it's a very scary map to be up against this team. So, United, I feel like they might have a good advantage here because going in for Hardpoint, they haven't had much of a choice here because firing range, I don't think they've played here so far.
Yeah, I don't think so as well, but it doesn't really matter if or not they've played there before. You know they should be able to a certain degree, manage their way around firing range, the most basic of maps. And, you know, when we pull it in for Hardpoint, it's all going to be the focus on those power play in terms of the power positions, right? Who's going to be able to pull off the better side? And it's most of the time going to lean on to whoever who holds on to the Special Forces base. But you can see Almighty choosing to start on the guerrilla side. There is a potential here that they might just want to hop on over into the barracks hut and then shut down the white warehouse, but later on flip the spawns so that they can continue to hold on to the second half of the first hard point and then just string that over into P2, because obviously you want to hold on to the spawn out of the Special Forces base, or worst case scenario, that warehouse number 4, the other bomb site, if you want to have an easy way into stringing it into P2. But C8 United now, as they open things up, it will not be the power position play. They are rushing straight on in for the hardpoint gameplay.
Hardpoint already up against a really good spot here. C8 United gets to have a really good hold, but obviously with Almighty, that's not going to last very long. As we see here, going down Ron really easily. They do have a really good power position though. Steel House is going to be really good. But then you get to see Almighty kind of struggling with winning a lot of the gunfights, and they finally slowly push in. But we do have just one more player. ALMGHTY tries to go there, but Oro goes in there for the response. So far, so good for C8 United going in there for P1 control.
Yeah, amazing stuff out of C8 United, because the first thing that they do is instantaneously hop on in there, take the backstab through auto repair, and they command that power position and also hop on into straight to that hard point to play those points. Almighty got caught off guard in that situation, and they just couldn't find that momentum to recover. And C8 United, they are going to be running away with this pressure. Irfan J, still with the GCOM on the strike, will be able to recover the situation just a little bit, but it's a little too late, isn't it? It's already moved on to the second hard point now. Almighty does have one player on standby, but the break of the hill is just a few seconds away. Hey, what a play! That flash saved the game for Almighty.
Yeah, that was such a good break from Almighty. You could have seen C8 United go in there very easily, but a heavy stack coming in from Almighty, going in there, 3 players into the hard point. They don't have any Slayers going outside, so they might get to have a little bit of a hard time for C8 United, but let's see what happens here. They obviously have a really hard time going in there for the defense, but just one. It could have been a really big kill, but unfortunately, ICPI doesn't win it.
Hunter Killer Drone being sent out far, and it's just a little too far to come back through for the... Oh, here it comes! Hunter Killer Drone does not get anything, and Incendio, he bags out 2 players before going down. A little too cheeky, Incendio, but of course towards the NC8 United lucking out a little bit, because if that Hunter Killer Drone had come back and hit its mark at the very right moment, that would have been quite an epic defense by Incendio. I live for moments like that. Almighty to C8 United, 45-46. C8 United finds their way forward at the very last moment. But of course, as P3 opens up, Almighty, they are the first ones to pick up all those points.
Incendio already with the Annihilator in hand. That's going to be very difficult for C8 United to go in for the break. And now the rotation needs to come through for the side of C8 United. They need to go in there very aggressively, but still Incendio just stops them every single time. This man has been a tank into the hard point. OBJ is his skill. He's been so good at the gunfights, has been so good at all of the retaliation that C8 United tries to go in there. And just like that, the gap is widening just a little bit. As C8 United not winning a lot of the gunfights, it's going to be very hard for them, but it looks like they don't want to go and touch it. They don't want to go in for the contest. They instead go in there for the early rotation going into wood, which I don't think is going to be a good thing.
Let's see exactly what they will pull off here, because Almighty, they have wrecked all the points on the board by holding a supreme sort of a defense on that P3. White Warehouse has got Almighty written all over it now, and if they want to, they can finish things off at the barracks hut. And C8 United started things off hot, but they find themselves in a pickle right now after they lose out a majority of those gunfights, giving away that money hill to Almighty and not being able to recover that situation at all. But this time at barracks hut, it's a different story. C8 United, they've got a stronghold now. They win out a bunch of gunfights on the outside. Irfan J, Clutch King finds a win on his gunfight. Either way, sneaks out of the situation. But C8 United, they move on in with the shutdown gameplay as they hunt down the Clutch King himself. They find the hard point for a little bit, but Almighty, have they done enough damage in here, Beef, to close the game out?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty possible for C8 United to go in there, but as soon as I said that, they were able to flush out all the C8 United. Almighty doing such a great job at the defense here, and even though, yes, it's still keeping a coming, it's still being attested, but C8 United needs to go in there for rotation going into the next hard point. They don't have a hold of it. They don't have a hold of the power points, the power positions that we really like to see. Only one person goes in there. A 1v1 he faces, but then one more down. ICPI wins a really big gunfight. That's going to be important, and that gives him a chance to go in there for the position going into trailer, which is a really good sightline going into P1.
Yeah, 121-60 as the players of C8 United now open up this first hard point. They did a stellar job earlier on, but they're not holding on to the auto repair second floor this time round. Freddy comes through, Shut Up shuts down Ron, and they hop on into the hard point itself to take the fight, but it's all smoked out. Amazing defense by C8 United. Joshua's just going in here for the spray and pray, and his prayers do get answered as he wins his gunfight and gets taken down at the very final moment, but enough damage has been done by that one player alone. The rest of them now need to step up to the plate, and they do exactly that. Joshua for the backup brings out the Annihilator this time round, and C8 United not giving up against Almighty just yet.
Oh, that's going to be difficult as the XS1 Goliath is already in proper form where the defense will definitely be solid, especially with the rotation going into American, which is by all means a really, really good hardpoint to hold if you are C8 United. But Almighty, that's their baby. P2 is where they turn things around that you can barely even touch it. So if you can do that, if you can take that, especially with a double XS1 Goliath setup, this makes things even harder for C8 United to go and hold.
The players of Almighty now are just being cheeky. There's no reason whatsoever to bring out a double XS1 Goliath, and they get one loss just as easily to the one and only Toy. Shut Up shuts down Toy instantaneously, 133 to 99. Almighty, they retake that hard point. They wanted to get a cheeky win. They don't get it, but a win indeed is exactly what they'll seal by the end of this game. 144 to 99. C8 United has found that there's nothing that they can do to stop the onslaught of Almighty.
That is such an amazing run from Almighty. Didn't even let C8 United hit the 100-point club. What an excess use of an XS1 Goliath, but we love to see it absolutely just asserting dominance to whoever they see, and that's what we love about Almighty. Whoever their foe is, they will absolutely give 110%, and obviously the Chickum, a really great gun apparently for the side of Almighty to go and use, and no one else in the competition is using that as well. So really good start here from Almighty. You get to see the points here. Heaven having that 24, really loving the scout tower, going in there for a really good time. Even though he only has 2 seconds there, he's always out there slaying and knowing the positions very well. Irfan J as well having that 28 really big kills, and Incendio having that OBJ. I feel like a highlight for him is that really good hold, the solo hold going into P2.
And Heaven once again picking up the MVP title for himself, and as usual with a stellar KD on his side. But outperforming his KD is your one and only Clutch King, getting 28 kills and only going down 13 times, a KD total of 2.15, outdoing Heaven himself, who picks up the MVP. That's the problem when you go up against Almighty. You don't just go up against one strong player, you go up against a squad full of talented Call of Duty mobile players out there on the battlefield, and they've got the synergy like no other, and they get to wipe out their opponents in the blink of an eye. But C8 United, they did hang on longer than that blink of an eye, and at points it did look like they could take that match away from Almighty, but they just did not have it in them to hang on long enough. I really love the ideation, because when we opened up the hard point, it was just so dominant out of C8 United, but the P3 monster hole by Almighty was just a little too much to hang with.
99 and 150 is the scoreline, and the last time they saw each other in firing range, that was in Domination in day number 3, which is also the same scoreline, 99 and 150. So again, there's a lot of things that are repeating today that have been done from before, and hopefully we get to see a little bit of a turnaround going into Range SnD, where C8 United, let's see if they can handle the fire that Almighty has been bringing since day number 1, and to stop the push, to stop that momentum. Raid, that is the place where they can probably do that. We need to see a response from the snipers, because obviously Shut Up in Heaven will be very difficult to stop in the double sniper setup.
Range SnD is the next matchup for C8 United to do whatever they can to find a victory. And they choose the side of defense first. I do not know if that is the best decision possible, because you are going up against Almighty. And on defense, you cannot stake all of your bets on just one side. You have to split up. You have to go in for a 2-1-2 split, a 3-2 split, a 4-1 split. It doesn't matter. But what matters is you're going to go for a split. And every single time you take a bet, if Almighty brings in all 5 players onto a site, onto a bomb site, you are going to be outnumbered. Even if you do match them up man-to-man in a gunfight, it's probably going to be a loss. And being outnumbered in an SnD matchup is the main reason why a lot of teams are just not able to hang with a team like Almighty. And on top of everything else, the double snipe setup that they usually bring into the SnD equations make it so much more difficult. But let's see exactly what C8 United has planned for us at this raid matchup.
And now finally starting the matchup, we get to see a 2-1-2 split. C8 United going in there for the defense, and Almighty also split up as well, getting that information. So it's all up to Shut Up to try to go and get that. Gets to see a scope, but then the timing. Get to see the head, and there you go. That's the price that you pay for just showing a little bit of your body into a sniper like Shut Up. We've seen that particular sight line going into the A bomb site. It's been so popular now, and they were able to utilize it very well. Shut Up gets to spot one more, doesn't quite get it, gets stopped.
Let's see if or not the players of C8 United can make a comeback here. They do have ALMGHTY and Fluffy. Fluffy managing to not get tagged up in that situation. ALMGHTY on the other hand gets the beautiful strike onto Jeff Bro, but the plant's already there. And an aggressive Irfan J and his Chicom finds him with his pants down. ALMGHTY pull round 1 in.
ALMGHTY doing a really good job at gathering information first, getting the kills, and then going in there for the push. That is how you play Search and Destroy. That wasn't even too aggressive. That's a really good type of push. And now we get to see the same kind of thing where Shut Up goes in for the sightlines. Doesn't quite go for the same angles he took a while ago. But then, hopefully C8 United doesn't really make the same mistake. There you go. That's so scary for me to see. Number 4. Aro, you have to be careful.
Let's see if we can. Shut Up now. Good positioning. Everybody should be able to spot him out, but the guy goes in for the stuns. Doesn't get a stun check yet though. But there is a player inside. Irfan J gets punished because there was no stun check. I'm very sure that information got sent right back, and they get caught out by a technicality. Incendio now shuts down Fluffy, a 3v3. Ron, can he spot out this player inside of that central garden? He does, but he GG's himself by moving behind a boulder, and he sprays up the boulder instead of Incendio. Incendio staying alive, gets Ron right back after taking out ALMGHTY, and things are just going from bad to worse for C8 United in this SnD.
Oh, that was not pretty to see. Ron had the upper hand with Incendio back turn, gets that information, knowing very well someone is behind shooting at him, goes in for the reposition, and Ron just went in there for the bait. You don't give that kind of mistake, especially going up against ALMGHTY, knowing very well you're being played up against their hand. And now, a really aggressive push going into Alpha. No, not really. You get to see the bomb planter. Tries to go in there very, very quietly. Jeff Pro won't make the same mistake again. And even though, yes, C8 United had a really big start, ALMGHTY just slowed things down, which they are so good at.
Yeah, let's see if or not C8 United can perhaps get them to make a couple of rushes in here and those mistakes as well, because earlier on they were having that numbers advantage, but things did turn around quite quick. Toy, he got tagged up quite a bit, but he wins out a majority of his gunfights. And now the players of C8 United in front. Toy does not slow things down, picks it up a couple of notches and damages more of those players and makes sure he repositions Shut Up so ALMGHTY can take that good shot off of him. 1-2, C8 United finding their way back in.
C8 United is now learning from their past mistakes. Now that's a really good readjustment. ALMGHTY needs to do a different play because they've been doing the same one for the last 3 rounds. And let's see if they'll do the same thing over here in round number 4, which seems like that might be the case. ALMGHTY goes in there, throws in the stun check going on. Really knows that there's 1 trophy system there, so he knows that there's probably 1 or 2. So he needs to go back away from the situation because being in there very open in mid, that's going to be very difficult. But 1 person going in there, that is going to be very difficult. Run goes down for C8 United.
Let's see what they can pull off here. 5v4 numbers on the side of ALMGHTY. It's a tense game because C8 United desperately needs a victory here. If they can get 1 more map, they will, in a way, secure their move towards the playoffs. Boy, eggs up! Irfan J, or at least tries to tag up Irfan J, but Irfan's the one that gets the proper tag through that thumper. ALMGHTY, good snipe. Incendio trades out Oro, but the number's still in the hands of ALMGHTY. 4v3 now. Toy still trying to go in with the pressure with a Holger, but Shut Up through all of that information out of those shots. Manages to get a good strike with that sniper. And now spots out the laser. Irfan J makes quick work of Toy. Incendio takes out Fluffy, and that puts ALMGHTY 3-1 in this SnD.
ALMGHTY really makes sure that all angles are covered. Incendio will always going to be in the back end, trying to go in for the defense, making sure that no one rear ends them. And for the relocation of Shut Up going in there very deep, trying to get rid of 1 person that gave them a little bit of a hard time in the last 2 rounds is Toy. He was really good with the Holger, and now getting rid of him was the best thing that they can do. And now very passive play going into ALMGHTY, and seems like they might go in for the B rotation. But then the heavy stack going into the mid is going to be very difficult for the side of ALMGHTY because they might just challenge that. And now they're going very deep. C8 United gets that information. It's going to be a Bravo plant.
Lun and Bravo. Let's see what they can pull off of this bomb on the ground. Amazing attack by C8 United out of Oro. And now this is the start that they need. Toy still with the pressure. Super aggressive. Wallbank's not going to find anyone just yet, but Shut Up with a backstab. ICPie goes down. Toy takes Shut Up out of the equation with that information. And the Holga player is just on a rip right now as he takes down player after player. Can he find another? Heaven shuts down Fluffy. Toy still alive. It's a 2v1. Toy for the play. But Heaven takes him down, and that shot is illegal. Heaven, can he get yet another? Oro timing as he catches Heaven to pull one round for C8 United before we switch sides.
That was such a tricky play coming in from C8 United. They went in there very aggressively, almost paid the price, and obviously leaving Heaven out. You already know that Heaven will definitely clutch things up. It was a good thing that the COD timing was in the side of C8 United, where you just see a really good shot coming in. And now Almighty, they don't want to have this much of a close deal here. They're heavily stacking B. That is a really good shot here so far. One person down. No, two people down. Heaven is on a rampage.
If C8 United does not take a single win in here, they will still have one map advantage versus VI T2P. And if VI T2P, by some miracle of God, manage to win over Almighty later on, maybe they'll stand a chance. But we have to remember, C8 United still has the match against NV Doctors. And that might just be the end of the line for the rest of the teams in here, because against NV Doctors, we know for sure C8 United is capable of pulling away those rounds. So overall, C8 United, they don't need to feel that heavy pressure on their shoulders, even if they do tank a loss against Almighty. But you know, you don't really want that on the score sheet. You want to show that you can take up one of the best teams in the competition and shut them down as well. But of course, it is quite the struggle to get that done, Beef, clearly.
And now number 3 goes in there for the back end. You get to see Heaven having a really good sideline, but a good readjustment coming in from both of the guys that are still left in C8 United. ICPie goes down. You get to see, no, one more. Irfan J gets 2. Almighty, up 2. C8 United needs to go and pick up the pieces. That was a really good response from Almighty. You got to see a diagonal line cutting straight through the map, and they really love to do that because they cover all of their bases, not giving C8 United just a little bit of leeway to try to go in there without any information. And now they're going in there very slowly, knowing very well that we need to stop Shut Up, we need to stop Heaven, because they only have one really good sniper, and ICPie can't do everything alone.
Let's see if he can perhaps turn that statement around. Let's see if he can get a lot of this done all by himself. The sniper on the side of C8 United can play a huge role here, unless he gets caught out by Irfan J, who's already holding on to an acute angle, waiting for him to show himself. And ICPie, as he repositions himself, you can see the positioning held on by Irfan J just makes it so hard for him to be spotted. And Heaven punishes ICPie as he has the faster reaction. Irfan J holds on to his position, punishes Toy with it as well. I tell you, this is just a no-win for C8 United if Almighty continues playing all of those positions perfectly. Jeff Pro shuts down Ron, and the numbers just all on the side of Almighty as usual.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Oro finally gets to have one more, and they have to really go in there as a team, as a duo, knowing very well the numbers advantage already for the side of Almighty. So they don't have to worry about one more person, but 4 more people still need to go down. And now, Alpha needs to be planted on. Obviously, they're trying to go and check first who is going to be there. But at this point, they need to just start going in there for the plant. Oro doesn't really quite get the kill. And now it's all up to Fluffy to go in there, not only getting into the pinch, but unfortunately loses the gunfight. And obviously for them, that was going to be a really difficult situation to go and win. And Almighty, match point. C8 United needs to go in there for a different play. They're too slow into their attack.
But I think we might just be asking for too much out of C8 United. And, you know, it's not that they can't win an SnD matchup. It's just against Almighty, it's a little tough, if I can say the least. Heaven, Jeff Pro, they find one each for themselves. They did have Jeff Pro traded out by Fluffy, though, so that's going to give a little bit of an advantage to C8 United, but they're still down in terms of numbers. Final round, potentially against Almighty. They need to remedy the situation immediately. Holding on to the bomb at open stairs. Heaven makes sure he drops it like it's hot. 4-2 now. Almighty, bomb on the ground. ICPie has his eyes on it, but he might not have the opportunity to pick it up as Heaven is now guarding his position and has got the clear line of sight to whoever who tries to pick that bomb up.
When the pimp's in the crib, drop it like it's hot. And now, see it United. You have just 2 players left in here. Almighty goes in there for the 4K. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. Oro goes in there. He needs to find one more to even things out. And it's very doable for him. But with IrfanJay right there around the corner, it's going to be very hard. Especially trying to go in there. I see Pi having a CBR in hand. But you know that he also has a sniper in hand. 1v3 situation. The best way for him to go and plan and win is probably going to be in that B bomb site. But obviously, it's not going to be very easy as IrfanJay is right there. But there you go. Whoa! The timing! IrfanJay wins that. And there you go. Almighty wins at 6-2. That was so unfortunate. The moment he scoped out, that's when IrfanJay caught timing. Not really for the side of C8 United, but still a very raw performance coming in from C8 United where they still need to do a lot of cooking, especially coming into search and destroy against Almighty.
Oh, yeah. I mean, crazy stuff out of Almighty as usual. But we did expect a little bit more out of C8 United. But unfortunately for them, they could not squeeze it out against one of the supreme teams on their grouping. Almighty as they have ever been. And Incendio this time around picks up the MVP title through his 9 slays. They were all popping off left, right, center. And C8 United just really could not get much of a control over that map, be it on the defensive or the offensive. But here's the thing. Once again, I would like to reiterate that C8 United does not need to fear all that too much, because even if they do lose each and every single game against Almighty, they still have got one more series in here, and taking on the fight against Envy Doctors later on is not going to be as big of a challenge. And they already have an advantage in terms of point over VI T2P. Yes, VI T2P still has a matchup in here, but in the exact same predicament that C8 United is in, they will be in as well, because the final match that VI T2P has is against Almighty. So if C8 United couldn't do much, I really don't think VI T2P is going to be able to pull anything off unless we see them wake up again, unless we see the type of VIC T2P we saw on day number 4, where they took that crazy 3-0 victory over C8 United. If we can see that team again, maybe one map away from the players of Almighty might be possible, just to shake things up a bit, because that might just put us into a tiebreaker situation for this group.
And we really love to see that. It really is up against VI T2P, C8 United, and Envy Doctors, trying to get that one slot in their particular group to go into the playoffs. And now, speaking of, Standoff Domination will be the next one. And if you are going to the playoffs, you need to master every single map that you go and get. And for C8 United, Standoff is, I feel like, a really hard map for them, because they did lose this against Almighty in Hardpoint. But obviously, there were just 4 men, so viable. But it's still very difficult to go and make an assumption as to what will happen here, because obviously the cards are into the favor of Almighty right now, especially with such a dominant start, 2-6, 99, 150. But it doesn't mean that we didn't really get to see a fight from C8 United. And yes, they had a really good start. And hopefully we get to see the same thing happen here. I hope that they didn't really lose any kind of confidence going in there. I hope they just learn every single time. And now for Standoff Domination, we saw really just greatness a while ago from VI T2P, where we get to see a lot of the plays coming in. And yes, they lost that. That's the confidence that they need to get from that game number 1 and really just transfer it over here.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Beef. But, in order for them to take that and transfer all of the momentum over into this, if there was no 2 losses prior to this to Almighty, maybe it would have been a little bit easier, right? But, we are asking for a lot out of C8 United now. But maybe that's exactly the kind of situation that is required to get the best out of C8 United. Just when their backs are up against the walls, maybe we will get to see C8 United play the best game of domination out there on the battlefield. Well, it is all left in the balance. Let's see if they can pull one away, because if they do, then it's guaranteed that they make it through to the playoffs. If they do not, there is still that one odd possibility that VI T2P might still be able to stand up against Almighty in one of those maps and make this competition so much crazier than it already is.
And now, going in there very aggressively, C8 United goes in there for the Bravo push, but Almighty goes in there for the readjustment as well. They stop it, and that is a really big gunfight, especially coming in from Heaven, knowing very well that they get to win that. But Joshua tries to go in there for the solo hold, doesn't quite get it. Incendio goes down as well, and now the Bravo push. That is one thing that we saw a while ago from VI T2P versus Envy Doctors, where they didn't even want to do anything with Bravo in the first half, but it's going to be a different case here, as Almighty is struggling just a little bit. Not only that, A slowly being captured right now by C8 United.
Let's see what they can do here as C8 United managed to hold on to that C flag for a little bit, and now the players of C8 United, although they get their home flag ripped away, they trade one away out of the hands of Almighty. Amazing approach so far in this domination matchup. They're not fearing Almighty at all. They're taking the fight up to them, and even the Almighty Irfan J, he goes down very easily this time around to the players of C8 United, who very clearly are on fire. They have managed to reignite that confidence that they had in them. 29-19 now. 10-point lead might not be a lot, but in domination, it can make a huge difference. C8 United now, they maintain all of that pressure through the hold of Grannies, but now the teaser comes through from Almighty at the B flag beef. Let's see how they deal with this. Oh, Ro gets the job done solo.
Oh, but the taking of solo, Ron does a really good solo hold into Alpha. The defense really strong. Still, A and B coming in for C8 United. Really good response here so far. And even though Almighty tried to go in there for the push, it was absolutely just stopped. The rampage keep on going on. Icy Pie as well, getting that double. Really beautiful. Now, this is the kind of defense that we really like to see. But just like that, the presence of Irfan J here in mid, trying to flush out everyone here, just gives him a shot. But then again, really good defense here so far by C8 United. Just stops the push. Just one more second, half a second even. They still don't have a hole there. Almighty struggling to get Bravo.
Yeah, let's see exactly who is going to be able to get this off of the players of C8 United. It will be the hold that Heaven assists in there very heavily with his shots together with Irfan J to pull away, but Joshua trying to make a play for himself. Mac then will be able to secure one, and Almighty, they unfortunately struggling against C8 United. B flag now on the T. C8 United on the way back in there to continue that pressure. Can they pull it away before we get to that halfway point so that they can stack up as much as possible against Almighty? Yes, Almighty is trying to undo it, but Joshua manages to get the job done, and yes, C8 United will be in front. By the way, we hit that halfway point. It's still very much still alive in here in terms of hopes for the C8 United team to finish things off even in this matchup against Almighty and not need the final series for themselves.
Beautiful start by C8 United. They were doing everything perfect. The defense, the positioning, the gunfights, they were winning those. And although Almighty kind of overextended themselves going into that later half of the first, they definitely retaliated and fought fire with fire. And C8 United, now that they have the better option of getting the Alpha flag, goes in there for the push. But obviously Heaven is going to be really difficult here in Granny.
See if they can pull things back here. One flag apiece, and Almighty now going in for the very aggressive push for that B flag. None of the C8 United players are there for the prevention, but they played very, very carefully either way. Fluffy finally slowly steps on out in towards the second floor of Granny's, annihilates the two players who were trying to pull away that B flag, steps on downstairs. Teaser comes through. Fluffy doesn't get the kill, but repositions with his life, and as long as he's still alive here, should be able to still play Granny's to the T, and the rest of the players of C8 United unbelievably pressuring Almighty to make sure they do not pull away that B flag early. Heaven, on the other hand, overextension, manages to catch out the players of C8 United who come back in there for that rotation, and a triple cap on the attempt by Almighty, secured in the second half to play catch up.
And now catching up with all the points here. United tries to go and catch a flag, but then the Pred missile doesn't really quite do the job. Let's see if we can stop this. Shut Up tries to go in there for the stop, goes in there for the hold, but then Fluffy goes in there for the readjustment, wins that gunfight. Finally, they get to have a flag Alpha, really good for them, but Gas Station, they keep on just spawning off here. They need to get a hold of Tracker. That's one way they can go and win it. They try to go in for the Charlie push, but obviously it won't work out. They need to go for Bravo. They need to play how they played the game into the first half, but it looks like Almighty already catching up with the points.
86 to 92 now. C8 United, yes, they do have the lead, but they have got the hot almighty hot on their heels. 89 to 93, very slowly coming back through. Clutch King here, Funjay cannot pull off the triple cap once again as Fluffy this time round punishes him off of the point, and Ron will pressure in all of the other players on the side of Almighty back in towards the second floor of Granny's to make sure nobody can come through for that backup to make sure that triple cap is secured. C8 United now, they've already undone the triple cap by the players of Almighty, but now they themselves need to go in for the overextension at the C flag. Joshua trying to get the job done. Macton Supremacy will be able to win that fight against Shut Up. Heaven! Annihilated takedown onto Joshua at the final second. Unders the cap. Triple cap once again for the side of Almighty as they lose their home flag. All out dominance in this fight, but it will still be neck and neck as C8 United just refuses to let off steam here, Beef.
And now you can see here, Almighty doing such an amazing job, but with 119 and 107, C8 United still very possible for them to go in there for the comeback. And now AC looks like a really solid hold, but they need to go and stop the push going into Charlie. They need to go in Bravo right now. Only one person will try to stop that. That is going to be Irfan J. And now Bravo push going in there. Everyone else from Almighty trying to go in there for that catch-up gameplay. But let's see, every single one of the players are going in for Bravo. 127 and 113. C8 United have A and B. That is a really good start. But then with the Dragonfire, that's going to be very difficult as the information coming in from Almighty already sent to them.
130 to 117 now. Almighty, they do have the lead, but C8 United slowly on the catch-up gameplay. Joshua shuts Heaven down with the Annihilator. Irfan J, Icy Pie on for the takeover, but it's not going to be easy now as he goes in for the overextension. There is one player inside of the Grannies, but Incendio and his Annihilator shuts him down, and they very easily take over the home flag of C8 United. That's the kind of chemistry we're talking about that Almighty has, that all of the other teams struggle to keep up with. Incendio, Jeff Pro now both annihilating player after player, back to back. Triple cap on standby. 150 perhaps on the move in for Almighty, almost capping that B flag, but they will not be able to finish off the job just yet. And no matter what C8 United does right now out there on the battlefield, victory is impossible as Almighty reach that 149, make that 150. C8 United, valiant effort, but Almighty gets that triple.
Almighty broke a sweat in that one. And that was such a great play. They could have went in there for the Bravo push, but instead went in for A, knowing very well Bravo will be a little bit harder to defend. And that is the kind of IQ plays that we like to see Almighty go and play. Really solid hold. But then C8 United was so close to tasting one victory against Almighty, almost pulling a map off of this great team. But it looks like they still need to have a little bit more readjustments. But I give props to C8 United. I feel like that is probably one of the hardest maps that AMT has played here so far.
I have to agree. I mean, Standoff is one of the many homes of Almighty in Call of Duty Mobile. But C8 United, they took the fight to Almighty and they almost ripped it away. And if it was not for the crazy triple caps that ensued in the second half, I don't think Almighty would have been able to obviously grab this victory. But, you know, I don't know what happened to that early on momentum that C8 United managed to build for themselves in this game, because it was not just a good start, it was an amazing start out of the Filipinos.
Yeah, I feel like it was just really hard for them to go in, especially when they go spawned off into gas station. They just broke off really flimsily where they didn't defend it well enough. They couldn't defend Bravo well enough because Almighty just knew the map so well. There were so many instances where Almighty was pushed so high up the map going into the spawn of C8 United, and which definitely, that's how you know you're in trouble, when you are concentrated into an area. They basically swarm. Almighty swarmed up against C8 United, created the traps, and eventually got the home flag, hence the triple caps after triple caps that Almighty just pulled through.
Oh yeah, and you know, I cannot fault the players of C8 United for dropping the ball against Almighty in the very last moment, because Almighty, they stepped up the heat, and Heaven once again picking up the MVP in a respawn just makes me admire this player so much more. He did mention in one of his posts that this could be his final run in the competitive scene as part of the Almighty squad. I hope that is not the case, because I feel like Heaven has done so much for Almighty so far. And Almighty themselves as a team have been keeping the MYSG hopes and dreams alive so far. Not only have they carried the hopes and dreams of Singapore, but also Malaysia alongside them. Thank you so much for letting us tumpang, guys. But, they truly have been quite the solid team out there. And losing Heaven as one of their main players might truly, truly hurt the performance of this team if that were to happen. But of course, at the end of the day, we do know that there are some, responsibilities that Heaven needs to go in and satisfy as a citizen of Singapore. And we, of course, will give him that time. But hopefully, Almighty will not suffer all that too much in his absence, Beef.
And Almighty, just to give you kiddos a little bit of a history check, they were the favorites of Garena, or even in the world, to win the Eastern Championship. So if you are only getting into Call of Duty Mobile esports now, this team has been favored to win since the beginning. And every single time they were stopped. And it seems like third time might be the charm, especially with the absence of Heaven, maybe later on into the next year. Definitely going to be a very important year. 2022 might just be the year. And even though they lost up against Blacklist International last year, they were still really positive going into that loss. And now that you lost with greatness, with such grace, that is such a great sign of such a mature team. And we really are seeing it here in Garena Masters Season 2, where they just keep taking a lot of the fights, taking it as seriously as whoever they're seeing. And we keep saying that because they really deserve to be here. But obviously, CA United also deserves to be here. But it looks like with the amount of points that they just lost into the games that they had here so far, maybe a little bit undercooked when it comes to the performance. But again, really bright spots coming for CA United, especially going into that domination matchup. But speaking of Hardpoint, this was a completely different story where Almighty just doubled down on it.
Yeah, and they most definitely did, right? Just all-out domination. Initially by C8 United as they picked up a few points, but Almighty, they found themselves in that P3 for one heck of a run, I have to say, because almost every single point out of P3 ended up in the hands of Almighty. We had to go to P4 and then for the reset as well. And on the reset, C8 United just could not play their power positions in the same exact manner because, you only get to pull off those tricks once against Almighty. And once they learn it, you're not going to be able to execute the exact same plan again. And the adjustments that Almighty brought into that hard point obviously gave them that victory. But, I have to give C8 United the shout out in this domination matchup. They truly did so much to get the lead initially. And they were doing one heck of a job out there against Almighty, not allowing them to really run away, consistently trading those flags, overextending, surviving to overextend. And that's the biggest thing here because, a lot of players, a lot of teams, they usually go down the moment they meet these Almighty players out there halfway through the map, but they managed to get those overextensions. They managed to pressure the Almighty squad until the very final moments where Almighty just went on a tear, triple capping C8 United time and time again to the very end. And it was most definitely a heartbreaking loss here, especially in this domination for C8 United.
And now, the man that led his team to victory, Soldier of the Game, shut up, average kills of 18. Now, this man is just so impressive every single time I watch him, especially going into that search and destroy where he just knows the angles very well. And especially in that hardpoint, you get to see him. He's so quiet. And that's why he's called the Hokage, right? He's called such a ninja because you forget that he's there, but he does so much damage. In hardpoint, he basically solo held P2, P3 rather. He just did so much damage there where they couldn't even touch and contest it. Search and destroy, you already saw that. That's where he basically just shines, where you get to take every single kill. And now going into domination as well. And that's the best part here with Almighty. Every single one of their members just deserves to be MVP because of how good they are. And it rotates every single time.
And you see the consistency, the mind-blowing consistency of all of these players. We've seen, and all of these statistics are based on all of the games in the competition so far. We've seen Jeff Pro, we've seen Shut Up, and we've seen Heaven take the player of the game title. And all of them have got more than 2,000 on average points from each and every single game. And all of them have got those KDs close to 2 or even beating 2 most of the times out there, right? Almighty is a stacked team. Nobody wants to go up against them, at the very least in this group stage. At the playoffs, we have seen them stumble one too many times. Hopefully this time around, it will be a run in the upper brackets once again because, it can be quite tiring in those lower bracket runs that they keep doing time and time again, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, we have such pressure here, especially from C8 United, because they have one more shot to try and go in
Yes.
there for the next slot, because obviously VI T2P is right in their tail. But anyway, we'll see that in a little bit as we see C8 United versus NV Dr. Citri and see how they can perform well into the playoffs. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2 presented by Garena. The fight is still not over between VI T2P and of course CH United. The battle for the number 2 spot still in line. CH United and VI T2P still have the time to make amends in the final games they have. Once again, I'm Kelly Gaming back here with Beef Mammy to bring you the match between CH United and NV Doctors. And Beef Mammy, if CH United wants to make sure they play second for Group C to advance to the playoffs, they have to beat Envy Doctors 3-0 after suffering a defeat against Almighty.
That was such an intense matchup. C8 United versus Almighty, especially that domination where you thought C8 United can pull Almighty from under the rug, but Almighty just proves to be a little bit more IQ plays for their end. And now we get to see Envy Doctors. They have been struggling here so far. And now, Gally, I feel like the question is, like what you brought up in your intro, right? Is VIT2P versus C8 United. It's going to be very hard because VIT2P obviously will go up against Almighty later on. And now for C8 United, Envy Doctors might be a little bit of a weaker matchup, but one little mistake can definitely cost you.
And if you're CH United, you have the opportunity to win now. You have the chance. The stat says that you're going to win 3-0 at this best of 3 series. But then again, for sure, Envy Doctors, they will not go home without giving a team a very tough time. And now for CH United, for sure, they're looking to get this win. But it won't be that easy, especially with Envy Doctors trying to prove a point in this game. And now, are about to see the schedule. We have finished 4 matches already. We got 2 more to go. And here we go to look at this one. Let's do a quick recap. CH United, they take down VIT to be at match number 1. And they were able to step up to the second place earlier at this schedule. But then again, for AMT, they take down Envy Doctors. And they still remain at the top of the leaderboard. But then here is the catch. VIT2P, they lose 1 map against Envy Doctors. So right now, the stats are not quite looking good for VIT2P. But then again, C8 United, they lost against AMT. So CH United, VIT2P, they still got a chance. But the first on the bat, Beep Mammy, CH United, Envy Doctors. How are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, I'm so nervous. Like honestly, before the break, guys, when I was in the break, I was eating my food because of like how hungry I was. Because the players are very hungry right now to win, especially for C8 United and VIT2P, like we keep saying. So for VIT2P, you can see here they're going up against Almighty. They need to pull at least 1 map from Almighty to try and go and make a difference. And C8 United needs to play a perfect game against Envy Doctors. But you already know that Envy Doctors will be really good at that search and destroy. That is the map that they pulled against VIT2P. So for C8 United, they just need to get their chin up because going in for that lose over against Almighty, you get to see such a really big spectrum because they have that 3-0 against VIT2P and now for Almighty having that 3. But speaking of the men themselves, C8 United, we are going to introduce them time and time again with such finesse. Aro, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, and Toy. This is their make or break moment because these boys definitely can deliver, especially with the guidance of Ron. And yes, maybe even though he struggled a while ago, people like Toy and Icy Pie can definitely go in there for the kills as well.
Yeah, I mean, CH United, they got the total package. If Ron cannot be able to step up, his teammate will try to support him as much as possible. And that's one thing that separates CH United against Envy Doctors at this game. They make sure that they support each other. They make sure that there's going to be communications in between them just for them to make up for the underperformance of one of their individuals. But then again, for CH United, they win 1 against VIT to feed 3-0. They lose 1 against AMT 3-0-3. Now they are about to approach their 3rd game for the day, and for sure, their mentality, their mental state, the endurance is going to be affecting them at this point. But they can do no wrong error. They need to have a perfect game, a perfect pitch for them to remove Envy Doctors and make sure they get a 3-0 just to secure their spot for that 2nd place for Group C. But then again, they're going up against Envy Doctors. Gary, Kai, Pika, Spur, Yelfo, and Zen. And you talked about this one earlier, Beef Mammy. Envy Doctors, one of their main thing is really that search and destroy.
Yeah, Search and Destroy is their favorite. But you already know that for C8 United, they'll definitely take advantage of that. They know that SnD might be a little bit of an easier game too because they're a little bit more consistent when it comes to SnD. But for Envy Doctors, this is their strongest suit. Best believe, I feel like for the respawns, that might be difficult for them. But I have without a doubt, maybe they can still pull something, especially if they work together very well up against Zen. They have to play around this man because he's been doing so good. But again, Yelpo also is really good as well with the gunfights. I feel like with the guidance of Pika and Yelpo into the respawns will be good, and then play around Kai and Zen into the search and destroys. And now we need to see the representation of both of these teams. And speaking of head to head, Ron and Zen will respectively go and represent their teams as the top players. We've seen this man before. We saw them a while ago, and Ron having the average kills of 14 just looks like a little bit less going up against Zen, where, like I said, his team needs to go and play around him because this man is really, really good with the kills. Not only that, the average score. So it's not even that close when it comes to the points.
I mean, take a look at it this way. Envy Doctor Zen has far better attributes compared to Satron when it comes to that average skill, that average score, and that KDA. And Envy Doctors, they really need to play and let Zen involve in every maps and modes that they play because he's going to be that main guy that will give them that victory. He is one of the key to player for them to win a respawn or a search and destroy. But you then take a look at C8 United Ron, who's going to have a bit of an underperforming statistics, but still he makes up for it by crucial plays at the end and at the start of the games. Is going to make sure that his team is going to have the opportunity for them to win. And yes, the stats do say that he's going to have a negative KD, but what he can offer for the team is exceptionally well. And so much for this. Once again, to those who are watching right now, this will be your head-to-head. C8 United Ron and Envy Dr. Zen. But what's at stake here right now is C8 United's chance to play and place the second for Group C to advance to the playoffs. But for sure, Envy Dr. Zen is going to try and stop them. Envy Dr. Zen and his team itself. And it's going to be really an interesting day here today, Biff Mammy, because we now see the maps and modes.
Oh yeah, speaking of the maps and modes, we get to see C8 United winning the coin toss, which will be so hard for Envy Doctors because they just needed every single point. And yes, even though Envy Doctors is not going to make it, it's still difficult because C8 United, basically the role of Envy Doctors now is to stop C8 United to get a lot of the points that they needed to get into the playoffs, right? And now Takeoff Hardpoint will be the name of the game, where you already know that they love this map. C8 United, even though, yes, they lost this actually going up against VI T2P, maybe is actually a really good thing for the Doctors. But let's see. If it seems like C8 United wants to choose maps that are a little bit difficult for them right now.
They want the challenge, as per se. C8 United, Takeoff Hardpoint, firing range domination is going to be a very interesting respawn map, as per se. But one thing that I really love from this best of 3 series is the map exactly at the middle. Envy Doctors, they pick slums, and that's something that C8 United is going to have trouble into. But now we are about to start the game. Once again, give it up. Envy Doctors versus C8 United. Map 1 is going to be at Hardpoint Takeoff. You got that P1 all the way across that mid-map. And you got this P2, P3, P4 that's going to be really one-sided. It's going to be a toughly contested series and a toughly contested match. But hey, here we go. Envy Doctors, C8 United, Hardpoint Takeoff, beat back, take it away.
Here we go. That's going to be very difficult. As we can see here, C8 United definitely going to be at the better side of the map because you do have a hold of P1 and P2. So let's see if they can finally get a hold of it, because a while ago, they had a difficult time up against VI T2P. But let's see if they finally learn from their mistakes. And now one by one, they do drop like flies, especially Zen with a really big 2-piece. Takes down 2 players. Now, that is a big deal for them. Really proves Envy Doctors can go in there for the push. But just as that, they actually step out of the hardpoint, which is going to be very interesting for me. They step out, no one's going to be stepping in, and every single point counts for you, especially since you're up against C8 United, where they will take advantage of every single point that they can get.
And not only that, they step out of the hard point. They did not take any power positions at all. And now they're starting to trade the prize as CH United will have a slightly pull away lead here before we move into this next hardpoint rotation. But Envy trying to get this early setup as well. Kai winning this huge gunfight against C8 Ron. And now they're starting to open up and soften up the defense that CH United has here at this next hardpoint. Now for number 3 and number 5 in red, they're going a good job at just making sure the spawns is in favor for C8. But to open up this hard point, the initial time will be collected by Envy Doctors, and they're looking to score a lot of points here, but say Joshua now already on rotation, trying to get the flank coming through. Kai will be spotted, but he's the one that's gonna take him down. And obviously speaking, a pretty 50-50 range rotation here for both these ends, but you obviously know Envy, they're gonna step here first.
Good thing Envy Doctor is really solid with the rotation and the response, but just like that, the scrap goes into the side of C8 United, where you know the Envy Doctors, they went in there for the pinch. It's a really good play, and yes, they did have the advantage of the spawn going into special forces, but it doesn't really matter right now because they're just being outgunned by everyone in C8 United. That's a really good shot, which honestly kind of gives them a little bit of a lead, but hopefully the rotation that Envy Doctors is going to prioritize right now will pay off very quickly as 3 players really stacked into the next hard point. Not only that, they're also spawning off of generators, which is going to be a good push into the future into P4.
I mean, they got the favorite spawn, they get inside the hard point, they get the numbers, and everything is now in their hands. All they just have to do is stand the first line of attack that CH United is about to pull off. Here comes the Annihilator, takes one out, run. Going to open up this Predator missile as well, gets that activated, takes one player, and again is going to delay the players that will be rotating here for Envy Doctors, and that's going to be huge because CH United, they're gonna find 2 players inside the hill now, and they're going to continue to chain all the hardwoods that they have accumulated inside the game, and this is just perfect for them, Beef Mammy.
C8 United really took the break really well. Not only that, with the assistance of the Envy Doctors, they had the Dragonfire, but then the information really wasn't there for them. And now the pinch, not only that, but also the spawn still in the favor of Envy Doctors, where they can definitely go and rotate early enough, and now the scrap points can definitely give you that. So you don't really have to go and rotate early because it's literally right there beside P3. And now the rotation needs to come through right now from the side of C8 United, where you finally get to have a lot of points. Now let them fall into your trap, which we don't really get to see C8 United play. That really just gives Envy Doctors a free rotation going into P4.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be an early rotation once again by Envy Doctors, but they need to sustain and maintain themselves inside this hardpoint. They gotta stop getting dropped here by CH United once the break comes through. Now, 55 seconds for that P4 rotation, and you obviously know this is going to be a money hill, but split spawn situation for CH United. This is going to make things harder for Envy Doctors as they're now trying to find the way to sustain inside a hardpoint. They will find themselves bullet out of the hardpoint, and if you are here early, you can't just manage to do and execute something like that. So now they're going to stop and flood. And they took the time for them to attack inside his hard point, and now they're going to soak in the time. 30 seconds is still plenty of time to fight for, and they're doing whatever it takes to come back, B-Fammy.
C8 United doesn't even have to go in for early rotation because they know they can break really easily. Envy Doctor is struggling to go in there for the gunfights. The defense really just weak on their end. And now 131 and 43. It's very possible for them to go in there for the rotation for Envy Doctors. I mean, they need to prioritize that. And now we don't really get to see much. And I don't really like the placement of the sentry gun. Probably should have saved it into P1, and now you have to go and readjust it, and it's basically killing nobody. Envy Doctor is making such crucial mistakes at a very crucial time where they're only at 44 points, where CH United, they only need 13 to go and win this.
Yeah, 13 more points for the win now for CH United. This is it. This is the end for Envy Doctors. They need to pop off and make sure that they get all the skills that they need to come back inside this game. Pretty much 90-point plus lead here for the boys of CH United, and they are soaking this time inside this hard point. One big push for Envy. They need to stand strong, and they need to use every score streak, every operating skills that's going to be very much available for them, and they're gonna use it to buy some time and delay, and that's going to work for some time. But now C8 is about to go for the flood once again. Multiple angles push. C8 Josh is going to get taken down, and Envy, they take a stand one more time. 13 seconds before we move into new, and CH United pretty much spawn all across the map, and this is just time under the belt of Envy Doctors. The fight is still in, but can they sustain as we move into the next hard point? P2 opening up, they get the early break, they get the numbers inside. Will we see them come back?
Oh, take a look at that. Envy Doctors doing everything right when it matters. 5 more points for C8 United. But then you see Envy Doctors having such a solid hold. And now the pinch play comes in for the side of C8 United. Finally goes to put through. It takes one person, but then goes down. Gary, one more push. The contest really goes through. 82, 147. It's still contested for both of these teams. Pika, you need to go and step there right now. One more push, but it doesn't really quite work out. C8 United, 150 and 83. Envy Doctors had signs of life into the very end, but then unfortunately for them, C8 United just pulled the plug, and eventually we get to see the Doctors flatline.
The Envy Doctors, they need a defibrillator to just suddenly revive them once again to play another match. But obviously, they're going to play another match, and they're going to play Domination as well. And honestly, 83 to 150, not a bad gameplay and not a bad performance for Envy. They played great. They showed signs at the end, but C8 just had a far better start compared to Envy Doctors on the early set of hard points. And again, though we got Arrow, Joshua, and Ron combining for 20 plus kills, and of course, that's going to be more than 70 plus kills there combined for both these top 3 fraggers for C8. ALMGHTY and Toy did kind of underperform, but then again, the teammates really had the chance to cover each other up, and thus they get the win inside this game. Joshua going to be that key player for them. 1 minute and 45 seconds in the hard point while scoring 23 kills as well. Great gameplay for him. Meanwhile, we take a look at the left-hand side up this post-game breakdown, Biff Mami. We see Zen, 27-19. We see Kai with 20. Pika, 22-21. Gary with 13. Yelpo with 13. We could assume that this game could have been closer just by looking at the stats alone. But when we look at the hard point time, that's where it's all different.
And the difference is not really that much. You can see the kills, but obviously the rotations coming from C8, such a solid hold, and it really goes to show that, yes, you get to have a lot of the gunfights, because obviously, take a look at that. Zen has 27, Oro has 24, and everyone else there is a little bit even on the points, except for even people in C8. You see Gary and Yelpo having more kills compared to ALMGHTY and Toy, but it doesn't matter because they're doing their job at stopping the push. And that's going to be very impressive for C8 because it doesn't really matter if you go and slay out a lot as long as you do your OBJs, and that's where you'll go and shine. And for Envy Doctors, though, I feel like that is going to be a really good way. Yes, you are even when it comes to the gun skills. So that's why they shine so much in Search and Destroy, because they can take those 1v1s. It's just the rhythm. When it comes to those respawns, that's where they kind of have difficulty with.
Yeah, respawns is like their kryptonite. And again, SnD will win a championship, as what Coach Jericho would say. But in a best-of-3 series, it's going to matter that you win at least one of the respawn games. And that's something that we haven't seen from Envy Doctors for these 5 days that we had in the group stage. Every win that they get it at this Search and Destroy. And now they have the chance to win this. This is going to be their map pick, which is going to be Slums SnD. And it's going to be a chaotic here. And I feel like they have the chance to get this victory because they picked the map. This is where they're comfortable at. And this is where they are successful at the most, with Zen doing majority of the damage. But again, if C8 United wants to advance and play second to qualify for that playoffs, they need to win it clean, Beef Mami.
They need to make this count. Slums SnD. That is going to be very difficult because you already know that Envy Doctors can do so well in Search and Destroy. But since they did choose this map, maybe they're very confident in this. I'm hoping they are. But this is close quarters. You need to be sharp. You need to have those snipers because there are really long lines of sight. And yes, even though it's a smaller map, you need to find a way to peek it. And when you have an advantage like that, it'll definitely give you a really big change. Take a look at that. Zen has a really good shot here. Really good sight line so far. Now that's a really great start. Bricks, let's see. Who will win this? Because you get to see one really amazing sniper from the side of Envy Doctors. From C8 United, that's definitely going to be Kai.
Yeah, Kai is going to be the devastating sniper that could pick you every time if you pick the wrong angle. And you already see him dropping Flappy there, but Boy will try to trade him. And so now, first blood exchange, but a far better result for CH United as they take 3 players compared to 1 from Envy Doctors. And obviously speaking, the mid-map controlled now by CH United, the defense continues to pressure. IC5 taking down Pika. It's all down to Yelpo at this point. Has to play with 3 players, and he has the chance to win all this because the entryways are a lot more compared to other maps. So he could try to sneak one and relocate and could get all these kills by himself, but he needs to have a proper positioning, a proper execution, and a proper timing. And here comes the first one. He takes Ron down, but IC5 gets that trade. Beautiful suppressing fire there, of course, to suppress Yelpo. CH United, they take first round.
Envy Doctors couldn't really catch a break because Zen didn't have a pick. And now that is going to be very important. The spot that he was taking, that's a really good spot. But unfortunately for him, they didn't really quite get any. And CA United knows that very well. So it looks like CA United is very well versed with Slums as well. So that makes Envy Doctors in a little bit of a hard time. Kai sees ahead. Doesn't want to get the shot. Kai accidentally kills himself. That is going to be unfortunate. But one apiece, CA United goes in for the trade. And even though they brought down Kai, Envy Doctors are also at a man disadvantage.
Oh, goodness gracious, Yelpo, he needs to win this, but Arrow punch him to the face. He gets a black eye. Sent to the next round. Down for the count here at this current round that we have. 4v1 Pika goes down, and as soon as we try to start the trades, it's where C8 United will get the most out of it. We did see it here. Envy Doctors, they initiate one, but they lose another player right up next when C8 United gets that follow-up, and that's where things suddenly somehow fall for the hands of Envy Doctors. Mami, as we move into this third round that we have, we need to see some light for Envy Doctors, but Puffy making things a lot harder for them as he gets the first blood, and Arrow following up once again. Everybody from Envy Doctors is falling to pieces, and Arrow's the next one against them. Beautiful timing, and Toy turns to the right side. He takes him out clean as well. The first 3 rounds has been C8 United so far.
Fast rotations coming from CA United and fast reactions as well, as Zen cannot catch a break. And this is where they rely on him. This is the reason why they chose this map. And you'd think that they'd have really confident sightlines when it comes to the sniper, but it looks like CA United knows it very well. And now Zen finally gets to have a break. Fluffy goes down. The first advantage that we see Envy Doctors have, and Kai going to be at a very cheeky spot, but Gary goes down. Going to be very, very even when it comes to the body count. And now Envy Doctors need to go and slow it down, which they are. But the number 5 goes in there very aggressively. I see Pi. That's a really good shot here. But obviously for him, Zen is a little bit too fast with his scope.
Zen is going to be that main player for Envy Doctors. And he continues to prove why he is that main player for Envy. But now they have found a solution to counter C8 United's ongoing onslaught. They have managed to stop the bleeding, and they get to plant the bomb for the first time after 3 rounds. And for Kai needs to get this connection. He's getting damaged. He has to back away. But I do love the map here. A lot of corners for you to get taken down. And speaking of that devil, Arrow gets Zen. One more on that mid statue. He connects for the 2 Ps. There we go. C8 United taking another round, diffusing it here at this B-bomb site. Doctors, they're flatlining once again, Beef Mammy.
Come on, we need to revive him. Dr. Stat, come on. Just do it. One more push, please. I feel like that's going to be the hashtag for Envy Doctors. It's just one last push, one last breath before they go in flatline, which I think might be just a little bit too far if they don't readjust to the sniper that is Aro, because so far the man is unstoppable.
And then we go to continue this one. The snipers, once again, is plaguing Envy Doctors. And to say it that way, the Doctors are getting plagued with this scope. Kind of pretty serious note there, as we are going to see some activities here at this Brokens. Toy and IC5 gets 2 Ps for C8 United. Zen, again, making sure his team gets to exchange. But Ron made sure he inflicts more damage in the gunfight. And of course, in the round itself. 2v1, Pika can get this clutch as long as he gets to deliver one first. The bomb has been dropped and it's not going to be very friendly at all for him. A 1v2.
Pika needs to go and take a little Pika into mid. Needs to take advantage of that sightline over there. Very well versed into how the map works. And obviously he has 2 kills for himself this round. So Spots one. Doesn't really quite move again. Toy really quick with a flick, especially with a Holger. Now we are at match point where this is supposed to be the pick of the doctors, but C8 United really strong with the heart, really strong when it comes to engagements, and now Envy Doctors looking like they have a weaker pulse.
This is not looking good. Get the IV. Get the IV.
Callie, I love our doctor jokes.
Let's continue back to the game. We need to see doctors come back to life as we need to get them to get this connection first. But there we go. Kai gets one kill there with this scope. Pretty much needed as they drop 3 players from CH United. Now we are starting to see life. They need to continue doing this. Then drops IC5 all down to Fluffy 1v4.
1v4 situation. There you go. Zen finishes the job and we see signs of life here. Envy Doctors really moving fast there with the readjustment, especially with Kai with a big wall bang. And C8 United went in there for the rush. And obviously, yes, that is definitely going to be a good thing for them. But they just couldn't readjust because they know they only have one more round, right? But it's really hard to close out a search and destroy like we really like to say. But here we go. Readjustment, pushing really in deep into bricks. But then you can see here, they're all just losing their gunfights. Envy Doctors loses too. Zen goes in there, but then he really doesn't quite get the picks. But then Pika goes in there for the readjustment, but then goes down as well. 1v3 situation. Fluffy needs to go in there for the backstab as well. But we only have one more person left here. It's Kai. But if it's a man that can go and do his job well, it's this man. Speaking of, Oro goes down really quick with a scope. And now he needs to go then very slowly. He needs to go and pick him off, and he's at the prime position to do so. Very slowly goes in through arches. Tries to go in there for the look-sees, and doesn't really quite spot anyone here. But then, Toy, take a look at that thumper shot! Doesn't quite get it. Kai a little bit too fast with his scope. And now he has the advantage. Tries to pick up the snipe again, but then guess who's behind him? It's right there. Fluffy finishes the job. And now C8 United with a beautiful 6-1 Envy Doctors with Kai almost going in there for the clutch, but then the COD timing was just a little bit too much for him and just favors C8 United.
Envy Doctors, somebody give them a body bag. I'm just kidding. CH United, that was just plain execution. They get everything right. And at that point of the game where I tried to count them out because this is a map picked by Envy Doctors where I thought this would be their element. It turns out C8, this is one of the maps where they will be very involved. They get this win 6-1. I mean, taking a look at the stat sheets here, the kills are evenly distributed from the top 1 to top 4, 8, 7, 7, 6. Meanwhile, for Envy, yes, they did so great, but the kills itself is where they struggle the most. And especially at Search and Destroy Slums, where everything could either be a long-range engagement or a short-range engagement. They're not really able to show it here, Beef Mami.
Definitely. Zen struggled into the first half of the game, only got a kill, I think, into the 3rd or 4th round. And Oro definitely just pounded every single round he was at. And not only that, Toy as well, with the presence of mind and that Holger knowing very well he can go spam the wall. So that's a very good sightline for him. And unfortunately for him, and I feel like he could have gotten that thumper shot, but then it's just really good for Kai, really just having the readjustment. So I think that is probably one of the highlights in one of these games. And yes, they only had one round, but it's just unfortunate to see that they chose a map that they weren't so well versed in, which they thought would be a really good map for them. But I feel like if they chose a map that was a little bit wider, because the moment that I saw Slums into the board, that's where I found out, okay, C8 United, that's probably going to be their map because of how close it is. And yes, short range is going to be very present, but I didn't realize how Aura would actually have such a great aura when it comes to the sniper gameplay. And now Envy Doctors, with their own map pick, just loses that. And this is how important you can think how well the teams are, where when you choose the maps, that is the most important thing, because I feel like if this was Raid, but obviously C8 United banned that, knowing very well that Envy Doctors do so well here, probably chose a different map. I feel like for Envy Doctors, probably should have chosen a different map, but obviously that is done, that is in the past, and now we try to look forward into the future where firing range domination. Let's see if Envy Doctors can go and pull at least one here.
Okay, Envy Doctors. Now to touch up on that map, at that Search and Destroy, they could have picked either a Standoff or a summit map where Zen could actually be more efficient at, especially with the angles that he could use in that map itself. But again, here we go. Map number 3. Game is still not over for Envy Doctors. They can still make things harder here at this firing range domination. And obviously, speaking for them, they have to at least try to stop CH United and exit the group stage with a win and held their heads high. But looking at the storyline so far, CH United, they have won twice already. They need one more to kind of make sure that they get to secure the top 2 spot for the meantime over and against VI T2P at the Group C leaderboard. But I love the map pick here. CH United, again, this is where they get to pick the map. They both pick both respawns, Takeoff Hardpoint and Fire Range Domination. And I believe CH United, they operate best when they use firing range at their domination. We obviously know that one of their player in Arrow is going to secure that white warehouse for them to get that spawn trap enabled right off the early game. But let's come and find out because it's still 50-50 here, Beef Mammy.
It's still, yeah, honestly, 50-50. I mean, honestly, when it came to Slums, it was kind of 50-50 because obviously C8 United lost Slums SnD against Almighty, but it's Almighty. And now we thought that, Envy Doctors, with that knowledge, thought that they could win it. Let's see if that's going to be the case here because C8 United did lose this 146 and 150 against VI T2P. Envy Doctors knows very well that this might be a struggle for them. And now, Envy Doctors goes in there very quickly, but unfortunately for them, loses of all of their gunfights. And now it's all blue all across the board with Gary and Yelpo making the exception. And now it's a control for Bravo where you get to see Envy Doctors have a very good spawn. And obviously here you'd want to have that Charlie flag just because of that steel house.
And obviously, when you get that still house, you get auto access for that tower position. And looking at the game so far, Envy Doctors, they're doing a great job just controlling the map itself. They're meeting all the gunfights with Gary taking down 3 players already. Going to be huge here as he tries to continue to get more, building up that score streak that's going to be pretty much useful for Envy Doctors themselves as they are looking and they're finding themselves successful for the early stage of the game. A little bit more step on this B flag and they will get this now in their hands. So there we go, 2 flags in play, but CH United looking to get this through. Number 5 in blue is gonna get taken down towards mid-map, but for now, we got control from Envy.
And now Envy Doctors, this is probably the best map that you can play for domination because I feel like for C8 United, they just struggle here so much. They did lose this twice already, so for them, they just want to prove to everyone, we can win at least 1 firing range domination. But Envy Doctors, even though, yes, this was a map pick of C8 United, it really just goes to show that they really want blood. They don't want to lose one more map, and now they're proving that they're doing so well here. Envy Doctors having B and C, having a really good advantage here. Not only that, the Charlie push, not only that, it looks like there might be an actual triple cap. Alpha, let's see what's going to happen. Number 5 is Fluffy, and let's see if he can go in for the defense. He finally does, stops 1, only having 1 HP left.
Oh, he's going to get down as well. And the A flag is going to be successfully defended by C8 United, but the onslaught continues here. Envy Doctors just finding themselves involved in a gunfight, fading that kill with the lovely shade of red. They've been controlling for quite some time now, and they continuously do so. With number 3 in Gary securing the white warehouse, they will continue to do great inside this game as they control majority of the map here. We talk about space, it's going to be at 80% Envy Doctors, 20% C8 United, but that soon would change because C8 looking to reverse things around. Aurora gets that reception, but he's going to get taken down. 34-59. I mean, Envy Doctors, if they continue to play like this, they have the chance to win the game. They are on pace. And look at this, Biff Mammy. They're not content with that 2 flags. They want that triple capture. Number 2 and number 3, Pika and Gary, making sure that they get this off of flag. But IC5 trying to make things harder. But he gets down, and there we go. Triple capture.
C8 United, why did you do this to yourself? You know you don't have a really solid win in firing range domination, please. And that gives the Doctors the obvious triple cap, and now we're ending things in our first half of domination. And now we get to switch sides where C8 United can finally go into the stronger flag, which is going to be Charlie. there's, you know what, I've been noticing that CA United likes to pick maps that they lost in from before, and maybe that's why they're, struggling a little bit here into firing range. But obviously, the comeback is definitely going to be real. Hopefully, we get to see a lot of effort going into CA United to go in there for the Bravo push. But unfortunately, we get to see Aura just go down.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Auro, despite playing great earlier, still finding his rhythm here at this second half of this domination. C8, they get this Charlie flag. So again, they got the favorable spawn, but they're looking to reverse the flag. You're getting this A flag as well, creating that diversion. And Joshua looking to try to anticipate these two players. He's going to get double chow there. Gary and Yelpo teaming up to get those skills, and Gary this time is going to find one with the now later. That Hunter Kilodon will take him out. Two flags in play earlier for CH United, but that would soon be briefly overdue. Envy Doctors just making sure now that they will try to prevent. Here comes Zen turns, but he gets eliminated. Three players hopping on the B flag. C8 United, this time they will get that early. Envy Doctors still finding their rhythm as they find themselves on the very bottom of the spawns, and this is going to be kind of hectic for them. This makes things easier for CH United to farm all these kills, and Joshua now later in hand could be pretty devastating as he finds one, creates the second, and they're looking to extend towards Charlie.
Solid defense from C8 United, especially with Annihilators in hand, and now we get to see a really great rotation, really great defense coming in from the side of C8 United, and Charlie not really letting anyone from Envy Doctors go and step out. But then speaking of, they do lose that gunfight. They seem like they really want to go in for that alpha flag, trying to go in there for the rotation, and unfortunately for them, Envy Doctors gets that really quickly, but then they need to be careful because just as that, they need to get that Charlie flag back. But then yes, AC was in for the side of Envy Doctors, but they lose it very, very quickly. And now let's see if C8 United can go in there for the defense, because a while ago in the first half, they had a very difficult time in just holding onto that alpha flag. But you can see the rotation coming in through from American, but then you get to see Aro losing that gunfight. That's going to be very essential.
And number 4 in red is going to open up this A flag. Gary will continuously divert the attention of CH United at this B flag, but Arrow gets one, gets the reception. They are also able to stop the bleeding here at this B flag capture, so that's one way you recover. But Pika's going to go for the backstop, and here comes the opening for Envy Doctors, but they get shot down. Joshua wins another gunfight. Getting this Charlie flag is going to be huge, and they will be successfully so. Moving it all along, Envy Doctors, they're still in phase. They still got this lead. Only needs a little bit more step on this B flag. And there we go, 3 players hopping in. No one near here for CH United, and they get to make things really harder for CH United.
Envy Doctors with a beautiful response. Doesn't really need that Charlie flag, but Gary in a very vulnerable position gets to have the kill, but then the Predator missile just stops him. Defense still needs to push through into Bravo. We need to see C8 United be united in their front and try to pick a side. But then it looks like they really want to go in for that alpha push. But then it's going to be difficult because you're leaving alone Charlie. That really just gives everyone else from Envy Doctors a slight chance. But then it's a good thing they are able to stop it very quickly as ICPie does get in for the Annihilator kills. But then AC Split looks like CA United really wants to go in there.
Yeah, AC Split is going to give you diversions now for you to get this B flag capture. Envy Doctors, they have to face a trade-up, and they need to be successful at it when it comes to executing. But it turns out Arrow is going to be one step ahead as he's going to solo cap this B flag, gets shot down. Beautiful placement of that cluster strike. That should stop the push for now for CH United, and they get to recover the Charlie flag. So they got their home base back. But Run will try to make things harder for them, but that's not gonna work as easy as it seems. And Gary pushing at this A flag is not gonna find any Pika. Able to get the prevention from the Charlie flag, but there's going to be returns. Here comes the investment by Envy Doctors. They get the Alpha flag, but that Charlie is going to belong to CH United. The B flag in the hands of the blue team, about to get intercepted. There we go. The chance for CH United to get things started for the second place is on the line. They need to find a way to bounce back, Viv Mami.
And there you go, bouncing back, 145, 147. There needs to be a triple cap in order for CH United to go in there for the kill, but now 149. That is not going to be possible as the stop from Envy Doctors, finally winning a domination. And that just gives away with how much of a great team Envy Doctors is. Even when they struggle with the response, they can respond very well into whatever pressure they're at. Finally, it's not just search and destroy for them. It just needs to be one more point. But, you know, it's United. that's going to be in a very difficult spot here, especially, up next, it's going to be ALMGHTY versus VI T2P. We get to see a lot of the really great plays, but Envy Doctors, really great start here. But obviously, I mean, more of like a really great end from a difficult start, because Envy Doctors just had a hard time in Hardpoint and also in Search and Destroy. But now taking a look at the points here, Callie, Oro having that 27 doesn't really matter with Zen with 26. You always get to see these guys head to head today.
And they've been the player to really watch here for both these ends. And not only that, they continuously are the best player for each team today because of how well they are able to create those skills, how well they hold the angles, and how well they step up for the team and carry the load, especially on the kill department. And again, huge shout out and valiant effort for C8 United for trying to play this one pretty close. But for Envy, they get to exit the group stage with their heads held high. After suffering 2 map loss against CH United, they end their Garena CODM Master Season 2 run with a win. And hopefully the next time they do get to compete here at the major stage, they show up ready and is quite unique and improved. But again, looking at the game, it gets interesting, Beef Mammy. CH United, they got an 8-map win, 10-map loss. And if you want to stay at that second place, you have to hope that VI T2P will lose all of the match later on.
Just the Doctors just made it so hard for C8 United right now. I mean, it would have been a very comfortable thing for C8 United to get that domination matchup, but then this is when the Doctors just made things a little bit more complicated in our storyline here in Group C. VIT2P still has a shot, still has a chance. The lifeline here, like we keep saying, is still alive and kicking. But you know what? Before we go move forward, let's take a look back as to what happened here. Our maps, 150 and 83, Takeoff Hardpoint. C8 United won that pretty convincingly. Same with Slums and SnD, no shot whatsoever, 6 and 1. But then this is where things kind of changed and had a little bit of a turnaround here. NV Esports, 133 and 150 in domination. Firing range, definitely, they're a little bit more comfortable here. So again, this was such a great choice for C8 United, for the side, just to favor the Doctors a little bit more, okay? So C8 United chose firing range, knowing very well they lost it every single time they played domination. So I feel like they basically dug their own grave here. And NV Doctors, they used that to their advantage and with a very convincing fashion, because I feel like that trailer control, Callie, they always had that.
And obviously for NV Doctors, I feel like Zen is one of the key factors on why they've been able to control not only the auto repair shop, but of course the white warehouse as well, because NV Zen is that player that really needs to have a good position with that SVD, and he did so manage to secure the power positions for him to secure and farm the kills that he very much needed. And now we get to look at the highlights of the game. We do know that NV Doctors really had the struggle here at the first 3 sets of Hardpoint, where we move into P3 and it's already it's around 50 to 110 if I'm not mistaken, and it's favoring C8 United. But NV Doctors, they did show some fight, they did show some light, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and CH United, with all of the early advantages that they had, it compounded over time, and they only need a little bit more to complete, and of course, soak in the time in that hard point, and they were able to snag in the victory. But one thing that I really like for NV Doctors here, though they are losing pretty bad, Beef Mammy, they were fighting, and they're making sure that at least they give up a fight.
The fight definitely was given to them only at the very later stages. And now C8 United did such an amazing job here in Search and Destroy Slums, where NV Doctors, since this is their pick, because we don't really have any kind of information when it comes to Search and Destroy Slums when it comes to the side of C8 United, so they just used it to their advantage. And so now we get to see a lot more gunfight here, a lot more spunk and fire coming in from the side of Doctors, going into this firing range, taking advantage of C8 United's pick. They picked their weakest map up against the Doctors, where this could have been the most game-changing win, having that 3-0. You could have had a full sweep, but then instead of that, you chose your weakest map mode in Domination. But you know what? It doesn't really matter now because you get to see Ron yet again being the soldier of the game, having an average kills of 18, KD of 1.42, and now Ron really is a good player because when you see him just lose out, that's when you get to see C8 United kind of have a hard time because they play around him so much. But it's a good thing that once we see C8 United all throughout the group stages, they grew individually. And that is one thing we really like to see because when you think about C8, you think about legacy and then United. So now the fact that C8 United is actually the one that's going in there with so much more fire, that is going to be very impressive. And especially going into the first few days where Ron was the probably the player to really watch. And but now that we keep seeing them every single day, every single one of the players here, they just keep on improving that to the point where if Ron doesn't pop up, it doesn't matter because you can rely on every single one of the players. I feel like Toy for me has been such an amazing player, especially with a Holger in hand, getting multi-kills after multi-kills, Callie. I'm really looking forward to seeing C8 United play some more.
Obviously, C8 United is going to be that team to watch. But again, if they do survive here at this Group C, because coming right up next is the team that's looking to buy their spot on that number 2. And of course, it's going to be VI T2P coming right up next, playing against Almighty. Once again, I'm Kelly Gaming, down with B Family. We'll be right back for the final action today, and it's going to be hot. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Master Season 2. Now, this is probably the most nerve-wracking end to a series here so far. Group C. This is where we see a chapter finally turn into a really good one for not only one, but two teams that are trying to battle for the final slot into the playoffs. Obviously, Almighty already sitting pretty over there. C8 United, VI T2P. Let's see what will happen here. 1 point is left. All you need is 1 point VI T2P to try and go and make a difference. It's your girl Beef Mommy here with our final game, and obviously Callie will be casting with me here today with our final game of today, which has been such a breathtaking, amazing, and really fiery start here when it comes to our first half of the groups. Now, Callie, give me your thoughts when it comes to how VI T2P can overthrow Almighty, because obviously Almighty has had a perfect run here so far.
Well, honestly, for me, I think one way for VI T2P to take a map against Almighty is win that search and destroy. That's where they come close against AMT, where they played it rate 6-5. They lost it at round number 11, but they were able to keep it close. So that's one way for them to dismantle, of course, yours truly, Almighty, who is currently undefeated when it comes to the series wins. And of course, in that map count, taking a win is going to be pretty hard, but if you want to advance to the second place, it's worth the fight for Beef Mammy. And now we got this one lined up. VI T2P, they need to win one map for them to have a chance to be the second place at their current standings. But then again, if they do want to secure it, they need to win 2 maps for them to be at the top 2 and put C8 on the top 3.
C8 United just kind of dropped the ball on their own foot when they chose firing range for domination, knowing very well they don't do really hot there. And Envy Doctors, they were able to steal a point where it could have been C8 United being in a little bit more of a comfortable position. But now all it takes is VI T2P, Kawhi, Dave, Light, Mavia, Toro, and Yulo. All it takes is for them to just get one map off of Almighty to even up the points into a tiebreaker, and eventually maybe even get 2 points off Almighty. And let's see, it's all up to AMT how they want to play this. Honestly, if they want to give VI T2P a hard time, they will most definitely. But it's really up to the hands of these men right here to go and make it into the playoffs.
It's a matter of execution, and it's a matter of condition for VI T2P moving in to this best of 3 series. Of course, that mental state, of course, that endurance is going to be another major factor here once again for VI T2P. But same goes for the team that they're going to face with. Almighty, currently standing undefeated here at this Group C. Heaven, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, Jeffro. Everybody can put in that work, but for today, it has been Heaven lighting things up. He's putting on a show every time he steps into a respawn in an SnD gameplay. And he's truly one of the better players here for Almighty. But then again, never underestimate what Irfan J, what Incendio, what Shut Up, and what Jeffro could do. These guys could puff off and create plays for Almighty themselves and help the team to victory.
Victory is definitely going to be in their heads every single game that they play, no matter who they're up against. And that is the beauty of Almighty, because it doesn't really matter. They will give 100%. And now the head-to-head that we get to see here, we get to see Dave yet again, average kills of 17. And right on the right side, Jeff Pro with 15.33. And obviously Dave has a little bit more of an edge of 17.78. But honestly, when I see the head-to-head, it doesn't matter at some point, especially when you're up against Almighty, because they're so good every single time. Yes, Jeff Pro might be the one here with the best head-to-head, but you saw a while ago, it was Shut Up that was the player, the soldier of the game, where he just absolutely, very quietly did so much damage already. And now for VI T2P, they need to be perfect, because if they drop 2 maps, they dropped 1, it's game over for them. So they need to play the most perfect game that they've had here so far, because there's so much light into this team. There's so much brilliance. And honestly, they need to use that, because this is going to be the matchup that will make a difference, especially since C8 United dropped the ball, like we said, on their own foot. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of the mistake that your opponent have, and now you get to see it. VI T2P with the coin toss. The luck is in their favor, but we saw it a while ago. Summit Hardpoint, Standoff Search and Destroy, Firing Range Domination. Now, okay, Callie, talk about the maps right now. Who is most likely to win what?
Oh, goodness gracious, VI T2P. I got my eyes on that Standoff SnD where they could absolutely put Almighty on their heels. But take a look at this way. They would put themselves against Almighty on a map that's very close and compact at Summit Hardpoint. And look at it this way. Almighty, they shine the most when they have a close and compact map. And honestly, for me, I think this Summit Hardpoint could favor Almighty a little bit. But I do love to see VI T2P put in the work here, because right now, we're good to go. VI T2P, a chance for them to advance and claim this spot for the Group C top 2 to advance to that playoffs. A lot is on the line here. They're going up against Almighty, who is undefeated when it comes to map series and map counts. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come and find out who's going to win this map one. VI T2P, Almighty. Hardpoint at Summit. Beef Mammy, take it away.
Now, rotation early on, going into the head of VI T2P, but that already gives leeway for Almighty to go and position themselves in power. Obviously, 2F here in control room, that's going to be very important, but then really early vape kills right now, always having the really good position, but Jeff Pro takes him out very easily, and just like that, Almighty goes in there for the push, not really just stepping on, just trying to go in the clearance, and that is why Almighty is just so good, because they clear the site first. They give you the illusion that you have the power, but then turns out they will just go, they're just going to turn things around, and now they definitely did that, but it's a good thing. Good side for VI T2P. They're still going in there for the contest, and yes, they're still having more of points there. VI T2P needs to go in for the rotation and catwalk.
And honestly, for VI T2P, they had a pretty great control at the first set of the points and seconds of this P1 rotation, but they step into a marsh where the crocodile lives, and Almighty, being that crocodile, able to get the most out of it as they take a really big bite as they get the majority of the points, 32-20 before we open up this second hard point. Shot up already 6 in a row. Goodness gracious. One more for the Predator missile. He's going to find one more. He slides, but he's going to get turned down by the thumper. But it turns out it could be the nade itself. But I love the back and forth trade. Syria Thor responding with a 2-piece of his own. But the game still on that single-digit lead. We still don't know who's going to get this. The momentum still not clearly in the hands of VI T2P. Also clearly not in the hands of Almighty. Kind of in between as we continue to rally up all of the kills here. Final 30 seconds. This next control at this P3 rotation is going to be a very huge one.
And the rotation already coming through from Almighty. Not just that, it's going to be uncontested. The hard point right now in the rotation needs to come through from VI T2P, where they unfortunately spawned off into the other end of the map. And now this is the baby of Almighty. You know, P3, they play this so well. And not only that, they're getting the scrap points. They're getting a lot of points here, but it's a good thing for VI T2P. They know how to handle it very well. And now they go in for the rotation. Only one person goes in there for the defense for Almighty. That's going to be Jeff Pro, really going in for the OBJ. And unfortunately, Matt doesn't really quite win the gunfights. And just like that, VI T2P losing a lot of the gunfights going into P3. It's looking like Almighty really wants a full 60 here.
Yeah, the damage will continue though with that Dragonfire initiated in by AMT. They get the general location of the enemy and they will be lighting up the game. Heaven responding back with the 5 apiece. This guy is not Heaven. This guy is a god. 38-67 and he able to continue even more. Lighting up the show is going to give Almighty the chance to really get that full 60 with Mammy.
Heaven giving them hell, and now VI T2P is clawing, scratching their way from the soil, trying to go in there for the scrap points. 21 seconds left. That's a really good point for them here so far. And the rotation needs to come through. Although Heaven is already in there for the early rotations, wins the gunfight against Yathoro, and that is going to be big kills for him. And not only that, Irfan goes in there for the assist as well. When it comes to clearing out site here into P3, boxing gloves out, tries to go in there for the shot, still gets it. And now every single one of the Almighty players are already positioned here. They know this map so well. And even though VI T2P chose this map in the first place, it doesn't really matter because Almighty is just so good here. They've been playing here for so long. They are dictating the pace. The map control here is just absolutely crazy, where in P2, they made VI T2P spawn into the other side of the map, and now with the rotation going to P4, they did the same thing. And now VI T2P going in there for the catch-up, but it's a good thing for them. They're winning all the gunfights.
Yeah, they're winning all the gunfights, and this is something that they didn't have on that P3 rotation. So they're making amends after suffering a really huge loss on that hardpoint rotation at that warehouse. Now we move into this P4, where obviously you see it here. The spawns are going to favor Almighty, but it's going to be a 50-50 battle on this point. Thought of the X1 takes the second, tries one more, but yet are able to get the best out of him, but he's going to get eradicated out of the hardpoint. Pushed so far away, and Almighty is going to reclaim back the territory that they had earlier, and they're going to continue and even score all this scrap time that's going to be here at this P4. Now we're moving on to this reset. Things are not looking good so far for VI T2P as Almighty continues to mold down what they want to do inside this game, able to dictate the control of the map, the pace, the rhythm, and of course the gunfights, the control. Everything is in their hands. All they just have to do is manipulate even more for them to get this victory.
The rotation was already early for VI T2P. They were there very early on in Almighty. They just did so well when it comes to the gunfights that even though they didn't have that angle, they didn't have the side first, it's still gunfights just reign supreme. They're just so good at mechanical gunfights, mechanical skill that they have. Absolutely just crushes it. And now you get to have more points coming for that Almighty, and it looks like they really want to end things here. They don't really want to go in for the P3 rotation. Probably Catwalk might be the easiest way for them to go and end it. And now the score streaks, we don't really get to see it that much with the side of VI T2P, where we only have just one player probably having a score streak because they used it a lot. The Dragonfire used very early on. And now very solid hold going in from Almighty, getting a lot of the points, and now rotation needs to come through. And with Heaven going in there into the second floor, it's a good thing he does get taken out by Yulo, though. Really big kills from him. And now this is the way that VI T2P can probably go and make a comeback.
Yeah, this is the pace that they need to overthrow Almighty and make them kneel, but it's going to be easier said than done as we are going to open up that P2 rotation. On the catwalks we go. 10 more points for Almighty. This is it. This is the end. Someone needs to step up for VI T2P, but it looks like the distance farly outweighs the chances of VI T2P. 2 points for the win. Almighty, they take this in the bag, winning it 79-150. A pretty solid showcase of what they can do when they play respawns in a close and compact map. And the performance is going to outperform and outdo the boys of VI T2P.
Performance so good that we barely even get to see a lot of what VI T2P even got, because the camera was a lot of the time on Almighty, and with reason. They controlled that map so well, using the spawns to their advantage, knowing very well where everyone from VI T2P would actually go and spawn off of. In P3, everyone else in VI T2P was in the very end of the map, and then for the rotation coming through, didn't really quite get a lot of the points because half the time they were just traveling. It's like they were on the LRT and it broke down. If you don't know what an LRT, if you're not Filipino, it's basically a train system that doesn't really work half the time. And I feel like VI T2P, they were on there. And now for Almighty, they're literally in a bullet train from Japan, and they just sped through a lot of the things. And now that happened also in P4, where everyone else from VI T2P spawned off of P3. It's like a delayed reaction here, where we need to see them really just pick up the pieces, especially going into search and destroy.
For AMT, here is the take. Once we hit to P3 and to P4, they set their priorities straight. Get that anchor, spawn your team right beside. So there's going to be quick reinforcements at that warehouse at P3. They did so happen to do the same thing at that P4. And for VI T2P, the undoing was not being able to make amends after getting one mistake at that P3 rotation. They did the same thing at that P4. And once they got there, the damage has been done. Almighty came in swinging, and they were able to score majority of the time. But I love the fight that VI T2P showed there. But it's not enough when you're going to have to play Almighty, who's going to be one of the best teams overall when they play close range maps. But now we're moving into a map pick by Almighty, Standoff SnD. And this is where things get interesting. The last time Almighty and VI T2P played, it was forced to a round number 11. And again, here is the task. If VI T2P wants to win Beef Mammy, they need to win at least one map against Almighty.
One map is all you need, my dudes, and I feel like it might actually be Domination, but let's see what happens here in the first opening round here by Almighty. Obviously, they do have the bomb, so they do dictate the pace of the game. Almighty being very well versed here, takes down Light. Jeff Bro having a really big opener. And now for the side of VI T2P, they're pretty much on the passive right now, having a really good sight line, but they're leaving A little bit too open here.
And it looks like VI T2P is trying to play for retakes here, getting that open plan. Here comes the thumper play. That's not gonna cut. The defense is there for Almighty. The throw system is locked down just for them to protect that bomb planter, and they get that little detail done, so they get to leave here. 4v5, 37 seconds. Map going for the wall banks. Not going to connect that easily, but now for Jeff Pro lighting things up, dropping 2 players. Standing one more. There's another player that Haybills. Not sure if he spots him, but Mav is only going to have this scope, so he needs to be very, very useful in that long range. He gets one. Needs to follow up, but is going to get challenged here by Incendio. But he does so drop Heaven, but Almighty, they take round number 1.
Really big opener from Almighty, and we really expected that kind of play. If you leave A open, VI T2P just struggled to go in for the defense. Really solid defense going in from Alpha. Now they won't make the same mistake as they bring one person. They're not really quite overextending as well, so hopefully we get to see one pick. The information needs to come through. Heaven goes in there, tries to go and take one more person here. Doesn't really quite spot anyone, tries to wall bangs it. And now the rotation coming in from VI T2P, I'm not quite sure if I'm a fan of, because they left Alpha open yet again, where they know that Almighty will go and rush there, and now there's no contention whatsoever, no defense, and that will give Almighty another free plant.
Not only that, VI T2P, they will be relying on their instincts and their retake capabilities to outperform Almighty in this situation. Shout up now. Picking on the graveyard. He's not gonna get any kills, but he's gonna throw that thumper. He connects, and he's going to connect another time, but he's not going to take any player down, and the swing comes through. But Shut Up still able to manage to live, and look at the positioning. It's waiting, and he will get taken out. Close for comfort there, but I love it. 3v2, but the clock is ticking. 20 seconds, and they're having to deal with Heaven and of course Clutch King Irfan J. Things are in the hands of VI T2P, but Heaven exchanging hands against Yatoro. Here comes the punching club, trying to gut it. One more, I don't know, one more black eye. No way, that's not gonna happen. But the bomb is going to explode, and another round win for Almighty.
Really good time play there for Almighty. They really played for time, knowing very well they were at the advantage, and that's why VI T2P, please, just stack A. Just give a little bit of defense there, because you're always giving Almighty the free plan, hence bringing the clock down into a mere 40 seconds for you to go and try. Now they finally go and stack A 2 players. That's still a good shot, but they already know that. Almighty knows that the readjustment will probably happen, and that is the IQ gameplay that we love from Almighty, knowing very well that the readjustment will happen right here. And Heaven spots one. Wallbang doesn't really quite get anything, goes in the reposition. You get to see such a close game there, but Light takes out one, but then Heaven with the trade, Yulo goes down.
Okay, first plot exchange. This is what you like for VI T2P and for Almighty, but again, A bomb site is still open for use, and Almighty is gonna take that opportunity to plant that bomb and go for that pressure and draw VI T2P to play for that retakes. Love the practical tactical brilliance here by Almighty, as they will be going in for the defense here. Post-plant defense gonna have to be very strong.
Very strong hold here, and obviously one more. Light, the man of the day, but then gets punched out. Manny Pacquiao step aside. Heaven gets another one. You always get to see it. Heaven always really tight with the scope. And now VI T2P having 2 members really doing good, but then they do bring it out into a 1v2 situation. Amazing and double chow there. Yatoro doing a really great job at Heaven. Obviously, he has a very good scope, but then Dave is fast with the response. Yatoro being the body bag and Dave being the finisher. And there you go, the fight that we really like to see from VI T2P. They're still doing a really great job here, especially with the momentum that Almighty had. It doesn't really matter. VI T2P can definitely still win it.
Yeah, they have been able to extinguish the momentum that Almighty had on the 3rd round, and the big play, Davey on the back, getting that flank. Almighty did not expect someone to be there early. And most of the time, they expect the players to be up front. But that last round, they calculated pretty late. And that's why they get taken out at the back. So, beautiful take there for VI T2P. And again, they're doing the same thing. Letting that A bomb site to get initiated by Almighty, and they're waiting what the offense can give to them. 30 seconds already passed by here, and again, the snipers are going to be very useful when it comes to taking down, and of course, the initial picks here at the game. But looking at it this way, no signs of action just yet for both ends. But you do know that VI T2P's intention is let that bomb to get planted by Almighty at that A bomb site.
They just want to go for the retake. That's their plan. That's their strategy. So far, so good. Only having that one, but it's still pretty tricky. I feel like they probably know that they can't fight the aggression of Almighty, so they're just waiting for the post plant. But that's still going to be very tricky because it really just boils down 45 seconds left on the clock here, where you get to see VI T2P try to go and make for the adjustment. And so far away. Number 3 is so far all the way back in gas, probably going into the rotation. If the timing is right, he'll probably spot shut up really quick there. Doesn't really quite see it. The COD timing so right. Number 2 gets there so far. 3 and 3. That's going to be very doable for both of these teams to go in there, but Mav doesn't really quite win the gunshots. And now, still man advantage for Almighty. And now one person going down. Heaven finishes the job yet again with the boxing gloves. Give this man a boxing ring because he just keeps getting better and better with every single gun that he has. It's not even a gun, a weapon. He doesn't even need it. He's really good with the ARs, really good with the snipers, and really good with the boxing gloves. Give this man a belt.
Give that guy a belt. The world champion boxer Heaven, of course. This guy's been able to send the enemy to the next round every time he wields that boxing gloves, and is so efficient with it. Not only he is the best sniper, he is also one of the best this exchanger. But you see it here. Early bomb plant for Almighty. Final round before we switch to sides, and Knight going to be here early. Lost in the clouds. Is going to get eliminated by Jeffro. Here comes the second contest. Incendio this time getting the elimination. No revelation just yet for VI T2P. The numbers looking great for Almighty, and this is where you need to bounce back. But Irfan J shuts one down. Mav gets eliminated. 1v5. Dave needs to get 5 players here, and do worry about the time left in the bomb. But he's not gonna get his luck extended out. 1 and 4 match point Almighty.
Not quite yet. We do have one more round for Almighty to go into the match point. I know, right? We're kind of seeing into the future, but we want to be a little bit more positive for VI T2P, even though how far away that dream may have been. But then Jeff Pro gets in, one light goes down. As slowly as the dream goes, it might not be a little bit hard because I feel like VI T2P is slowly seeing the light right now, especially with the absence of light. And Incendio taking down Yulo, even hanggang sa dulo, not really quite getting a lot of the kills here. Struggling to get that. Heaven as well getting Yatoro. And now it's a 2v5 situation. Looks like a team ace is very possible for Almighty.
Oh, not anymore though with Mav taking down Heaven, but still the numbers are looking great for Almighty. They are in pace to get this game, and Mav has been performing so great with 7 kills, but his team really looking down the barrels of defeat. Needs to get one, but shot up turns him into ice, and for real this time. For real, Almighty, they're gonna get the match point, Beef Mammy.
For patty. For real. For real, Shang. Almighty goes in there really well. This is the reason why they're such a strong matchup, not only in the respawns, but also into Search and Destroy. Let's see, Shut Up tries to go in there for the shots. Doesn't really quite get it. Heaven gets the shot though. Dave goes down as an essential player for VI T2P that has been such a presence, but it's a good thing Light goes in there for the trade. And Mav goes in there for the aggression. Not quite sure why the engagement was chosen right there. Very open, and it leaves him a 2v3 situation. Still into the favor of Almighty though, but it's a good thing that Light's still pushing through, still pushing on. And now this man, this has been probably one of the best players for VI T2P, getting multi-kills after multi-kills, but then for Irfan J, it's just making a little bit life harder for VI T2P, and just like that, sheesh, we got a 6-1 situation here. For real.
For real, Almighty. Oh my God. We expected the close game, but they delivered on their own map pick with such dominance. 6-1. A rather impressive showcase of how well they dictate the flow of the game when they are the ones attacking. And they know what to do as well when they are sort of defending into the game. And obviously for VT to be kind of questioning the attack that they did at the end, where they went in at the mid street and of course just tried to win and bash their heads there and win some of the gunfights. But it turns out it did so happen to work. But Irfan at the end was just too much, as the guy will be the MVP of this search and destroy standoff. And this guy, ever since the start of the group stage, has been using that Chickum, and he's been working so hard, and he's been so efficient with it. And this time he's got 10 kills, Beef Mammy.
And that's the beauty of using a different gun compared to everyone else. And he uses it so well. And now the Chickum definitely will be into, I think, the loadouts of everyone else watching here. Yeah, use this gun because it's good, especially with the hands of a good player. Maybe not everyone can do the same, but still, everyone else is using the MAC-10, the CBR. But obviously, it doesn't really matter for a guy like Irfan J, where the Chickum is his best friend. And now you get to see the brilliance that is Almighty. 10 kills for Irfan J. Jeff Pro having the 5, and now it's obviously Heaven with the 9. That is going to be really great points for them. Like I said, Shut Up and Jeff Pro, they're usually like, they go back and forth when it comes to MVPs and the soldiers of the game. But you get to see brilliant spots like Irfan J. That just proves a point where everyone else from Almighty can definitely win it. And yes, even though you don't get to see Incendio much into that MVP spot, he does his job as the OBJ and the guy going for the flank all the single time, where firing range domination is going to be very hard, because so far Almighty really loves this map. They won it so many times already. But also for the side of VI T2P, they won this map as well against C8 United. So this is why I keep saying a while ago that firing range domination will be the map that I think VI T2P might have the best performance here, but it's not going to be easy because obviously Almighty is your opponent. But this is do or die. They need to get 1 point to get into the playoffs. As simple as that. And as simple as it is going to be the hard truth because you are up against such a giant of a team.
Yeah, Almighty, the second best team in Garena, the second place of Garena Masters Season 1, the fourth place of CGI 2022. And if you talk about experience, this guy has what it takes in VI T2P. Will they be able to steal a pebble on the Giants? That's going to be Almighty, as they will now be playing here at the final map. This is going to be their final stand. They need one map again for them to have a chance to play on the playoffs. Let's see how well they do play. Yatoro now getting this power position at this B flag. At the auto repair shop is where they take control, and this is now getting interesting. They will slowly remove the influence that Almighty has in that B flag, and they're continuing to gradually improve that. But Incendio will be locking this auto repair shop down. He's going to find 2 kills already, but Yolo shuts him down. All right, a pretty back and forth here, but the map control in the hands of Almighty is they will have the white warehouse control.
Warehouse control will be of utmost importance here because of the power it holds into the Bravo side. Not only that, also in Charlie. And now the flipperoo will definitely happen for VI T2P. They try to go in for the Charlie flag, but obviously Almighty will not let that one go because you have a better shot at defending it, knowing very well you have access to trailer and also access to steel house. But let's see. VI T2P does have a hold of it, but let's see if we get to see all the gunfights, but then Shut Up wins those. He has such big kills, and just like that, Almighty has an even more solid hold going into Bravo.
Not only that, Charlie, Alpha, and Bravo will be triple captured for the meantime. And a great retribution here by Almighty. The acts of the Almighty themselves is going to be hurting VI T2P for the first half of the situation that they're put in. As Incen is going to have this white warehouse control, going to get that, of course, that's control at that mid-map. And they're doing their best to get this white warehouse in their control for the rest of this half. And now they're going to face 2 players, but they take them down immediately. And again, the showcase of the gunfights, greatly outdoing VI T2P in this game. Heaven now 5 kills already. He's gonna find 1 more. It's gonna get turned down. All right. For the meantime, these 2 flags in play is going to be in the hands of Almighty. We can't seem to find any response from VI T2P.
they just don't have any map control at the moment. It's just very difficult for them. They keep spawning off of really sporadic places where they just don't win the gunfights. And just like that, they're going in there one by one. That is probably one of the biggest things you do, especially go up against Almighty. Know very well that you will not win those 1v1 fights because individually, Almighty can take down 3 people at a time. So you need to go in there, choose a site. Choose what flag you want to go into, because take a look at that. You saw one person going for A, one person now going for B, not really establishing anything. And yes, you have the better flag, but if you're going in there into the sites and not even going in for the power positions, then you're not going to be winning a lot of those gunfights. And now we finally get to see one more call going in there very, very well. That will be really, really good.
And for me, I think I have to agree with you. I mean, on VI T2P, they need to find a way to set their priorities straight. And obviously, speaking for them, their attacks are scrambled, and it's not going to be effective against Almighty, who has gone through hours and hours, days and days, months and months, years of seeing this map at Domination. They know every situation down to the little details. And Almighty way step ahead against VI T2P in the first half. And honestly, for VI T2P, if they don't perform well at this second half, C8 United is going to steal the chance to play at the playoffs, Beef Mammy.
The light at the end of the tunnel for VI T2P is just going a little bit farther and farther, and now our Father Almighty needs to give them a break. But in all seriousness, Almighty is performing no matter who you are, no matter what choice you can be. That's the reason why they're the best opponent, because they will not forgive you. You will definitely get a lot of burns, you will get a lot of bruises, but if you do defeat Almighty, that's how you know it will be a very sweet victory, which VI T2P is just struggling in it right now. They need to go in for the kills. You get to have a power position for the side of VI T2P. You get to see number 5, Mav, up, going in there, not really going down, not quite sure. Mav, you were in Steel House already in 2F. Just go up, just get it. This is the reason why they're losing a lot of the gunfights, because they don't prioritize going into the power positions. And unfortunately for them, Almighty takes advantage of that, gets the Charlie flag, and now they will get Bravo really easily, because number 4, number 5, that is the spot that you really want to go to.
This is going to be a hot spot for Almighty. They have the control so far in this game, and not only that, they get the favored Charlie flag spawn, which is giving them the chance to make sure that their attacks will get more amplified. And VI T2P, I love the plays that they're doing, but they have to set their priorities straight, because everybody is hitting every flag individually. You can't take down Almighty easily with individual plays. You gotta play as a team. And now, here we go. A little bit more push for this B flag. VI T2P will take it. There you go. That's what you want. Make sure you protect it. White Warehouse is where you want to be at. And for now, Yatoro looking to get this mold down. Gonna get this kill, and there we go. They're looking to get this one through, but take a look at the play for AMT. Slowly stacking and making sure that they get White Warehouse. And I know it's been VI T2P in these 2 flags, but slowly and surely the perimeter is getting cleared out, and AMT shut up now, dropping in that Shadow Smokes, but YOLO able to prevent them from getting that capture. That's going to be smart play. A very, very important play.
And now the points are slowly going in there, but another push coming in from the side of Almighty, trying to go in for that Bravo, is going to be very important. It's unfortunate Yulo really couldn't get a hold of Trailer so far. Now the switch has happened, and now Almighty has B and C yet again. And now for VI T2P, you need to go and decide, because this is your last-ditch effort. The points are pretty close right now. It's still very doable for VI T2P to go and make a comeback. They need to get a power position, because right now they have nothing so far. Not at all, but it's a good thing. Big kills coming in from Light. But now there still isn't any kind of positioning whatsoever. They need to go and push as a team to try and go and get Steelhouse first. Try to get sights in Charlie. Try to go and flip the spawns, and they finally get to do so. Charlie flip finally gets to happen, but it gives leeway for Almighty to go and capture Alpha.
Oh, goodness gracious. This is going to be a really total team effort at this point. Almighty only needing 20 more points for them to win this game. And not only that, they're showing no mercy. Shut up now using this Dragonfire is going to reveal the general location of VI T2P. A major easy UAV now used here by Almighty. And now they're gonna only have to do is just lay it out. But then again, VI T2P making sure that they get the A flag, but Jeffro with the backstab, and I think that should be it. That could be the dagger. Almighty, as they like to end the series, they look to come here clean. They will not drop any single map at all in this group stage. Group C, they will be standing at the top and they will be undefeated. 6-0, 18-0 map count. They remain strong and almighty.
They remain number 1 going into the playoffs. The best run that we've seen here in this tournament so far. And like what the comment section is saying over here, it's in Almighty we trust. Our Father Almighty. They are definitely the fathers right now, really just giving the L to their children. Sit down and learn from your daddies. The daddies of Call of Duty Mobile right now. And yes, I did say that because I am the beef mommy. And now, Almighty really proves to everyone how skilled they are. Not only that, how disciplined they can be. We already know how disciplined they can get, but you already know, everyone here, that that's not going to be easy going into the playoffs. Yes, they finally won the battle, but obviously the war has yet to be won as well. And we've seen it before. Their run last year, perfect. But obviously, Blacklist International just turned things around into a complete 180, breaking the code. And for the side of VI T2P, GG, well played. You tried your best. And we get to see C8 United finally go in there and really just win everything for them. But obviously, let's take a look at that later on. Let's look at what happened to the scoreline. Obviously, everyone from VI T2P tried their best. Dave especially with a 24K. Yulo also tried to go in there for the solo hold as well. But it's just a little bit too much. Everyone else from Almighty almost having 20 to their name.
Yeah, which should have only needing one more. That could have been 5 players with 20 kills each. And not only that, do be aware of that. No one will be having a negative KD. That's how good. And that's how AMT separates themselves against their opponents. They know when to attack. They know when to hold it down. They can turtle it up. They can play aggressive in every sort of game mode, and they will be successful. It's official. Almighty will not lose any sort of maps on this group stage. They stand 18-0. And not only that, they are 6-0 in their series wins. Now, to conclude, VI T2P, they will lose all maps. Summit Hardpoint, a win by Almighty, 150-79. Standoff SnD, 6-1. And firing range, domination, we could really agree. This is where VI T2P came really close to winning, but not at all, because Almighty, they've been initiating. They've been way over the line. They've been getting all of the kills. They've been able to get everything. We did see some light for VI T2P, but it was not enough because Almighty was able to shut them down immediately, extinguish the fire that has suddenly ignited from VI T2P. And obviously speaking, Almighty, really the greatest group stage run we have here at this Garena CODM Master Season 2.
This just proves that Almighty can definitely bring it to the table, and the expectation, they definitely set that even higher for themselves and for everyone watching here. And this kind of concludes Group C, and we have 3 more days here, and I mean 5 more days to really just go in there for the other groups here as well. Obviously, Almighty, we already knew they were going to be the front runners in this particular group, and now they get to sit there high and mighty without any losses whatsoever. And this is I feel like a lesson to everyone that is watching this team right now. They really went for blood starting out the season. And yes, obviously season 1, they didn't really get to have the wins that they wanted, but season 2, every time they lose, it doesn't really hurt their soul. It doesn't hurt their spirit. It's like it really just makes them even more confident, even igniting the fire to really just take it to the very end, winning one thing at a time, and with such amazing fashion. And obviously we're going into the highlights right now. Summit here in Hardpoint was without a doubt, no question, they won this fair and square. And I feel like this also goes into all of the games they played here in Standoff, Search and Destroy, Firing Range, Domination with such finesse.
But one thing that really separates Almighty between against VI T2P at this best of 3 series is how they set their priorities straight. That is how Almighty, after P1 and P2, after arduous battle with gunfights, what they did early for that first 20 seconds moving on to new is they set up the anchor. And that's the priority that you want, especially when you want to get majority of the time inside a hard point. And that's where AMT really did most of the damage. Getting the P3 and the P4 control is where they give VI T2P that pounding. And of course, we move in to this search and destroy where AMT, we expect it to be pretty close, but they shot down every player they see. And they win it dominantly 6-1. Beef Mammy.
That was just a really great show for Search and Destroy, and I feel like it's really dominant. I mean, Almighty all throughout. I mean, we always hoped that VI T2P would turn things around, especially going into Domination. I feel like this was probably their strongest map to try and take on Almighty, but it's just very difficult for every single one of them. And now, the guy that leads everyone in the battle, Irfan J. A while ago, we saw Shadaf being the soldier of the game, and like what we said, it keeps changing because every single one of the members of Almighty is just that good. Irfan J with the Chickum, nonetheless, having an average kills of 18, KDA of 2.15. Look at that. That is a beautiful scoreline. His death is just 8.68. Not only that, you know this guy can do OBJ, and his title of the Clutch King is definitely very viable because this man, if you leave him alone with 1v3, 1v2 situation, he can go and definitely pick things up. A very great player, and obviously Irfan J has been a really good player coming in through the years. I feel like he has been one of the best players for Almighty, and it's a good thing that they still kept him because he's such a solid man. Not only that, he's a very disciplined guy. I mean, even if I say that, everyone else in Almighty is just so disciplined. It's crazy.
And that's how elaborative Almighty is. Like their personality, they're taught to be calculated. They're taught to be aggressive when it comes and when it's needed the most. But one thing that stands for Almighty is that discipline overall as a team. They're so cohesive enough that even though they are down in numbers, they can always find the resiliency to come back and take and eliminate. And obviously for Irfan J, Irfan J and of course Almighty, they will be advancing to the playoffs. Once again, Heaven, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, Jeff Pro. Everybody is going to be a threat, and I can't wait for them to play in that playoffs because obviously they will be back for redemption, Beef Mammy.
Oh, definitely. I think out of all of the teams here right now, the redemption arc will definitely go in from the side of Almighty. But again, CA United, just by 1 point, wins it up against VI T2P. Aura, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, Toy did enough. And even though, yes, they dropped the map a while ago in firing range up against the Envy Doctors in Domination, you know what? Doesn't really matter. They still pulled it off. Yes, it was a little bit of a struggle, but a win is a win nonetheless. And let's take a look at the current standings right now. Obviously, Group C is done. You already get to have a lot more action, though, up against Group A, B, and D. So those 4 days, I was right the first time, but I corrected myself. But yeah, it's 4 days. This is the first day out of the 4 where you know that Almighty has a really good run. 18 wins and 0 losses. That is the most dominant run that we've seen here so far because we already expected Blacklist International Ultimate to have that record. But obviously that will be for another day. And now for C8 United, barely scratching through number 2 with a win of 8 and a loss of 10. VI T2P could have had it in the bag, but obviously Almighty was just a little bit too difficult to go and predict.
Honestly, I have to agree with you on that one. But if only VI T2P could have taken one map against CH United earlier, and if only they could have taken the Search and Destroy gameplay against Envy Doctors earlier, they could have find themselves at that map number 2. But again, for VI T2P, they get 7 and 11. Looks like they're available 24/7. Well, honestly, they are going to be finding their exit at the competition. So CH United Almighty, they're going to be the first 2 teams to advance to that playoffs. And we got more actions coming right up next to the following days. And obviously, you got 3 more groups that will be fighting for that playoff spot. And the following day, which will be on, I believe, is going to be May 18. That's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Gaijin Rogue, Mamba Corinthians, Mamba Low Kings, and C8 Juke. So it's going to be Group B. So obviously the fight there is going to be one-sided for that number 1 spot, but Beef Mammy, that number 2 and number 3, that's going to be very close for Gaijin Rogue and C8 Jukes.
Jeez, that's a lot of bees. But I mean, honestly, I'm really excited to see Group B finally pop off. And obviously, Mamba Low Kings, they are the front runners of the competition, having that one loss. And now taking a look at day number 6. Don't miss out on this. May 18, put it in your calendars, 5 p.m. to 11, the usual time where you go and spend time with your friends, probably have a watch party, and everyone else in the world trying to go and see what is up with Garena. Just because of how good we are, we know these teams, these are going to be the representatives of our region going into the late stages in stage 5 into the finals of the World Championship, where we still don't know who it's going to be because at a certain point in time, a certain team can just go and pop off at the very last moment. And now you get to see a lot of other teams, especially here, Group B. Obviously, everyone's looking at the Low Kings right now. They have done fantastic here. Gaijin Rogue, for me, has been probably one of the most surprising runs that I'm very impressed to see because they can definitely go and ego chow everyone, right, Callie?
Yeah, obviously, for Gaijin Rogue, they like to play mind games, and that's going to be an interesting gameplay for them for that Group B group stage final day. Once again, it has been a roller coaster ride, Biff Mammy.
It's my last day.
It's going to be your last day.
Yeah, I'm so sad.
You have to say farewell. You have to say farewell to the viewers right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it has been such an amazing run here. I really love casting for you guys back at home. So please sound off in the comment section because I'll be flying out. I won't be here casting with you guys. It'll be my last day, but I definitely will be in the comment section. So apart from that, give your love to the teams that need it the most. And now we're done with Group C. And obviously, Callie, you still have a long way to go in terms of the casting. So I'm really excited to see that.
It's been an honor to really cast with you, Beep Mammy, on this Call of Duty Mobile Green Masters. But to believe this, Beep Mammy was my coach, and he's been coaching me for like how many months now? 8 months? But then again, we're going to see more action for Call of Duty Mobile Green Masters Season 2 at May 18. Don't miss out. Stay tuned. This is Cali Gaming Done with Beep Mammy. We'll see you at the next day.